course, Ruby is there with the defense matrix to just eat up as much of that barrage as possible. That's how you endure.
Full control of Choke. Graviton, the second Polaris show their face. They try and use the rush, but it's a little bit too late. The animation startup finishes, but the team is already in pieces.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup. I am Waffles for Sid and this is Thibbledark, and we will be bringing you the initial action for today. Thibble, how are you doing, dude, going into today's matches and after all of yesterday's action on top of it?
Yeah, I mean, we had such an action-packed day yesterday, and it's really only going to go up from there, which is crazy in and of itself. We've got some bangers on our way already. We have a great, really fun one to start us off that we'll get into here in just a minute. But yeah, I mean, there's so much to look at here. We've got 16 really amazing teams. We have a highly competitive pack, especially up towards the top. So let's take a look at the bracket here for the day. It is 16 teams, single elimination. This is all seeded out and placed properly. We've got some bangers to get us started. We have some very interesting matchups and teams to follow, even just here in this first round before we even move any further into the bracket. And then, of course, way over there towards the end, those top four will be qualifying for our final event in December. So a lot on the line for these teams and a lot to prove.
Definitely. And I mean, you can see already there's some pretty tough matchups starting off. Dart Monkey's going to be going up against Vancouver Titans Blue. There were some pretty heavy hitters when we saw some of the qualifiers yesterday. Altior Nimbus versus number one on Overbuff should also be a pretty good one if you guys see any, opportunity to catch other streams there that they might be showing later. But really going into our matchup today, we're going to see Unironic versus Mochi to kick off the action. And folks, we've all seen Mochi earlier in this tournament and actually in the Challengers Cup 1. So, they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders to try and make it to the top of this Challengers Cup 2 versus, maybe being knocked out right at the cusp of it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, all these teams are aiming as high as they can, but the reality is that we're going to lose quite a few of them quite early. This is single elim. This is do or die. It is first to three, so there's a little more wiggle room than there has been the last couple days of the qualifier. But I mean, even an extra map can disappear very quickly if you let it. So these teams cannot slouch. They cannot go, oh, it's fine, we've got time. They need to hit the ground running, especially if you're up against a tough opponent, looking at the match at the very top of this bracket, Dart Monkeys versus Vancouver Titans Blue. Titans Blue were looking great in the last game that we casted them in.
Yep.
It looked like they were gaining some momentum. They were really getting a feel for it and how they wanted to approach the game. But Dart Monkeys are Dart Monkeys. They're our only undefeated team. There's some big veteran names and talents on that team, and this will absolutely be a big test for them.
Yeah, that's a tough round. That's a really tough first round.
Yeah,
going into the playoffs here.
yeah, and that's really feet first into the fire, But
into the lava, really.
Yeah, the fire perhaps is not strong enough to describe what the heck Vancouver Titans Blue are about to go up against. But looking at the match that we have going on first here on stream, Unironic versus Mochi, kind of a middle of the pack matchup here. But both teams looking strong coming out of the qualifiers, looking certainly capable of punching in this weight class. But of course, only one can move forward.
And, it's always tough to see one of these teams have to say goodbye to them and see them off. But at the end of the day, this is what they've all been working and playing towards, right? You mentioned the finals in December, and there's a $25,000 prize pool on the line as a result. And arguably more importantly, the Calling All Heroes initiative runs parallel to the Path to Pro. So it's once again another avenue to allow more players that opportunity to go pro and to be seen in the pro leagues. And there's going to be a lot of eyes on the finals in December. And that means there's going to be a lot of potential for these players to be scouted, maybe discovered for people who haven't been in the seen quite as intensively, or maybe they get to break out because this is their chance here under this marginalized gender tournament. And there's a lot of scholarship opportunities also up and coming from many different schools. And I really hope to see this take off and give a lot of players some unexpected opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about scouting. I know for a fact, ooh, rumor mill, here we go. I hear some things. I hear that there are at least a couple Overwatch League teams actively reviewing the Challengers Cup scene and determining if they're going to start making any moves, looking in this direction. Obviously, the Vancouver Titans kind of got the jump on that, got their pick of the litter. But
First.
things change all the time, so you really never know. And eyes are on this tournament and on these players. So yeah, the pressure is here. Today certainly is the biggest day for these 16 teams to show what they can do until we get to the finals. So let's look at our first roster here. We have Unironic coming online. We have Azu up top here in the tank role. Actually, a fairly well-known graphic designer in the Tier 2 community, does some amazing work. I will also shout out Nyan Socks over on the other end in the support position. She actually works for me as a TikTok freelancer. She does good work. She is a gremlin, just an absolute meme lord in the extreme. Check out her Twitter and TikTok because they're unhinged. I frankly do not even feel comfortable describing to you some of the content I see on there, but it's funny. So these guys, at the very least, have, that panache, that charisma that a good team needs. They've got a bit of a London Spitfire effect going on.
Oh.
But even so, like, regardless of that, they've also made it to the top 16. So for all my joking about their meme capability, they're also just damn good at the game.
Right.
Speaking of, we've got Mochi here on the other side. You've got Claire, you've got Harlequin. You have this entire roster that has stepped up, especially in the latter half of the Swiss rounds of the qualifiers to get here. Some teams had a really strong start and some teams had a really slow start. I believe Mochi was relatively towards the middle, but maintained their strength all the way through to the end, which is the important part. So now it's going to be a matter of, can you maintain that momentum to make it past this first round of 16?
Yeah, well, that's definitely going to be a tall ask for all of these teams who are, looking to progress through the playoffs, right? Mochi, they were just under the cusp of actually making it to finals during the Challengers Cup 2, and Unironic also participated in our first Challengers Cup. So both of these teams have a little bit to prove, not just to us as the viewers, but to themselves, that they can make it here and they can actually continue to win and be consistent to make it to the finals, right? Making it here into the playoffs a couple of times. I would love to see that growth and development as they push through. It's going to be tough saying goodbye to one of them at the end of the series, but Thibault, we're starting off, of course, on Control, but today on Lijiang Tower. So, might head over to Day Market now.
I've had many a very contentious discussion about whether or not to call it night market or day market. I think the conclusion that I've heard that makes the most sense is that it's still a night market because the market part still happens at night, which, sure. But
we're not attending the night market element.
Right, yeah.
But I guess it's still technically...
The arguments that I've heard for both sides of that discussion are heated. People are taking that seriously, or maybe it's just my weird friends who care that much, I guess. But regardless, we're not even there right now. We're at the garden, which is not the day garden or the night garden. It's just the garden. Looking to be pretty standard compositions here. We do see Claire on the Orisa. Don't know if that one's going to stick. Sunshine probably staying on the Symmetra just for the early TP. So let's see what happens as we get online here. Claire staying on the Orisa, actually, but otherwise looking at a mirror. So Azu on the Winston, Claire on the Orisa. See how those two tanks make the difference for their teams.
Already both of them engaging here off to the side. Gonna be Sunshine actually picked off first for the fight. Mochi's gonna be down a man, but moving on to the point either way. still trying to put pressure and recover, even though they lost Sunshine early in the fight. Unironic knows they have the advantage and continue pushing. That's gonna be the nail in the coffin for them to be able to take this first point, or this point first, because without Sneaky Kirby's sustainability there, it's gonna be tough for Mochi.
Yeah, I mean, the Kiriko is so important to this composition, especially with the Orisa, who's maybe a bigger and less mobile target who really needs that extra healing constantly. Unless they're managing their fortifies quite effectively, which Claire was working on, but that doesn't matter anymore. Hello there. We've got a little piggy coming across our screens over towards the bridge, or perhaps taking White Room, wanting to avoid the boop. I respect it. Nyansox is killer on Colosseo. Bye-bye. Still a tricky position, though. You really want the early pick as that hook gets broken to try and make an advantage, especially when you see the ults for Unironic here.
Yeah, that was a close hook there. Definitely knew he was sitting in the corner waiting a boop, and it doesn't actually push them off the edge just yet. Harlequin does go down as a result, and well, hooked and taken down. Reality is taken down by that punch. Kitsune is committed here by Sneaky Kirby, and Mochi does not want to be giving up this fight. Azu uses the Primal Rage to stall out as long as they can, but Claire's got them pushed in this corner using the whole hog. They do manage to get away, and the clutch Suzu from Whipped saves the life of Azu just at the end.
Yeah, that whole hog actually pushed Azu all the way up to like a high ground that I've never even seen before on that section of the map, and they were able to jump back to the point and survive. So, cool map tech, I guess. That's fun. Unironic maintaining control as they crest 70%, still have the Kitsune rush. Mochi coming online with 3 ultimates looking like. They have some solid tools, but they got to avoid the early pick.
Sound barrier here from Mochi, gonna keep them in this fight and, well, help them sustain through and allow the Harlequin to take down Sheep on that Death Blossom. It's still an uphill battle for Mochi. They've already lost a few people, and Unironic seems to be pretty calm handling the constant trickle of Mochi pushing this point. We're at 95% now. Mochi can barely touch the point at this time, and, well, with overtime triggered, they managed to take it at the last moment.
So the main advantage of Mochi's composition over Unironic's, as we do see some swaps coming through that I will talk about, is sustain. The take a breather and the lifesteal from the Reaper combined with the kind of cleave healing from Sneaky Kirby and Vegas Sun means that if you're not getting picks fast enough, Mochi will whittle you down. Now though, the Orisa and the Echo coming through, the Echo providing so much burst potential, as well as the pick potential from the duplicate. You know, you can take the Sojourn. We saw a Kiriko duplication yesterday from Jim. We can also see a Roadhog duplication. So many options there, so let's see what they do with it.
Sunshine fell really low there for just a moment, but is able to recover. Sound barrier from Nyansox gonna keep Unironic in the fight, and, well, it's not gonna be enough. There is so much damage being output here by Mochi, and it seems like Claire might have found her rhythm on this Roadhog. We saw her bring this out yesterday as well, and she's looking more warmed up.
Absolutely. One thing that I really love about how Roadhog has been changed in Overwatch 2 is that his ultimate just lasts a set amount of time, and during that you can still use your normal abilities. So you saw Claire hook someone in and then keep ulting them anyways, which frankly just feels unfair.
Yes.
So 65% in counting for Mochi here. Unironic though, coming online with a lot of ultimates, a lot of impactful ultimates. So they need to be smart about how they want to use those, and they could take this round. Here we go.
Vegas Sun goes ahead, uses the sound barrier as a counter from Whip's Kitsune Rush. Unironic wants to take this point. They have it almost completely capped, and a hook all the way from downtown. Can't quite find the kill they're looking for, but there is so much damage being output. Sheep uses the duplicate, and you goes ahead, gets the whole hog, gets another hook on top of it, and is just absolutely nasty here on this Echo outputting damage. Mochi does not mind. There's enough to go around, and, well, can they duke it out here with Azu?
99 ball coming back online.
The javelin to close him out. A beautiful play comes through there. It's a mad dash to the point for anyone from Unironic to try and come back and touch, but at 99.99, OT bar being triggered, it is a trickle game, and it is a chaotic one, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, so back and forth here. Both teams just fighting for anything, any pick, any disruption at all. You see people coming back from spawn as quickly as they can. Unironic so close to switching this up, and Reality gets the pick on the Sneaky Kirby. That could really make the difference. But Harlequin immediately trades it back. Sound barrier coming out from Neon Sox, and Azu here on the Doomfist coming out.
This is the only map where the trickle install game can end up like this. For this amount of time, you can beeline straight to the point, and neither of these teams are giving up without a fight. And this goes to show you exactly how competitive and committed they are to trying to stay in these playoffs here for the Calling All Heroes tournament. This is still going on, folks. No one seems to be able to fully cap the point. There is Vegas Sun going down here on the side, and an overclock popped. Unironic wants to take this point and seal the deal, but can Reality hit their shots? Can Reality actually put the nail in the coffin for Unironic to flip the point and win?
Sure looks like it. The 3K there. I saw a minefield coming out from Claire over on the side. I think they got booped because that did not really get much value. It kind of choked off White Room, but no one was really coming through that area. So that ultimate kind of going down in a rough spot, followed by Claire immediately falling since Sneaky Kirby got knocked out early in that, well, like that third section of one really long fight, I guess. I mean, that was just kind of the beginning of the end there. So all you saw at that point was a little bit of stall, touch the point here, touch the point there. But Unironic had that fight in the bag for a good 15 seconds or so. But I mean, winning it in the last 15 seconds of like a 2.5 minute fight, woof. We are
a 2.5 minute overtime fight, right?
Yeah,
where the spawns are, that much more painfully long.
Yeah, we are in for a treat. Like, this already is showing us how badly these teams want it. The Symmetra coming out again from Mochi. Claire sticking on that Orisa again. Azu now meeting her on the mirror here.
Ooh, gonna open up with a javelin straight into Claire's heart, but it's gonna be Sunshine finding Reality off the railgun in the back line. Now we see both teams just going ahead and, chipping away at each other. Another pick opening the fight from Sunshine once again, and, well, Thibble, this is a very classic Sojourn play that we've seen before where the pick comes through and the rest of the team continues to capitalize.
And that's actually the second time this map where Sunshine has opened up the first fight on the control point to make the advantage for her team. Hitting us with a bit of an XQC, Geggery mouse flick at the end, feeling herself after a solid fight coming out from that Sojourn player. Now Mochi have the positional advantage, have the ult advantage, but Unironic, this is going to be their best and earliest opportunity to take another neutral fight.
And that could be absolutely critical for them to take this point and win the map. So far, though, Mochi has already been set up on this defensive point, and pushing into them is going to be tough. Claire fell very low for a moment, but has the resources to stay alive in the fight. The sustain is there, but can they sustain through Whip's Kitsune? Sheep rolls through, and it is an absolute nasty play here. Reaper looks like he's pretty much shooting a submachine gun when he's rolling up Death Alley, and well, there is the cap for Unironic to take the point for the first time this round.
Sox with the boop. I should have made a bet with her or something about boops in this tournament. We'll get on that after the match. In any case, Unironic taking control again, 45% built up for Mochi, which is certainly something, but something Unironic can recover from. They have the sound barrier coming online, which they could use offensively or defensively, and that primal to keep Azu in the fight after the sound barrier comes through early to counter the Kitsune rush from Sneaky Kirby.
Mochi's still pushing in with now overclock here from Sunshine. The bubble is let down right away, and Terra Surge thrown just afterwards. Mochi continues to capitalize on the aggression, taking down one after another. I love that they were confident in giving a little bit of space, and then it kind of felt like they were casually walking up the main to take it back.
Right, yeah. We talk about Mochi having the positional advantage, but Unironic's speed and aggression, channeling the two-time, really allowed them to just bowl over whatever sort of positioning Unironic wanted to establish. So it's a quick recontest for them. The Terra Surge doesn't get a ton of value, maybe a little too much dip for Claire's chip there, but even so, the rest of the team was able to follow up off of the zoning that actually provided. Call them NA ults, but they do something.
Sound barrier popped in response to Reality's overclock. No kills off the back end of it yet, as we see Death Blossom used. Harlequin doesn't find any kills, but there's a lot of damage to be done, and it does force Unironic to have to give space. Now, though, a bit of a change of events as Unironic members popped off. Mochi has quite the deficiency in players, and now they need to stall out as long as they can, Thibble.
I mean, they need to stall, but
dear.
Azu fell off the map. So literally, Unironic are popping this Kitsune Rush and walking in 4v4, which, I mean, I guess works out for them. Mochi decides that is really not worth their time. They've got 96%. They're close to a couple ultimates. They pulled certainly a lot from Unironic. Look at those low ult charges for 3 of those members right now. So Unironic, yeah, they've got control, but this is last fight territory, and all they have is that sound barrier. So you really need to make this stretch.
Yeah, Mochi's probably pretty happy with giving that up after Whip uses the Kitsune Rush, and honestly, I don't blame them for making sure they want to secure the point. I love that Nyan Sox counters the Kitsune here with a sound barrier for their team. The real question is, which support ult will sustain the team longer? There's the Terra Surge, and it's thrown. Members of Unironic cannot seem to get into the point as a result, and you gotta be careful. Those Lucio boops are constant. We saw Claire almost get taken off multiple times, and Sunshine says, step out of the funnel and into the sight lines.
Oh, my eyes, the DPI is so high. I think Azu actually, despite losing this round in a very close fashion, which I love how contentious this is, Azu actually showed us a really key interaction in that last fight, where Claire popped the Terra Surge, actually pulled people in from outside of the point where they were trying to just like be cheeky and use the cover, and Azu just said, yeah, but I have a Winston bubble. And when you block line of sight on Terra Surge, it does nothing to the other side of the bubble. So you can kind of, you know, do the Diva Bomb special and completely negate that ultimate, which doesn't seem to matter too much. I don't think they're really looking to like get a huge 4K off of a Terra Surge or anything like that. The zoning component is almost more important to them, which I completely respect. It's just really interesting to kind of watch those interactions happen in real time and see kind of the mental calculus that goes into the management of cooldowns versus ultimates and everything like that in this like new adaptation of our established meta, which I really enjoy here on Control Center especially.
Well, I'm excited to see this change up in meta as well, because, you know, we had a lot of Winston yesterday, and we saw on day one there's considerably more Orisa and Roadhog played from the teams, including Mochi themselves. And well, so far, Unironic seems to be favoring that Winston comp we saw yesterday, and I'm curious to see if Mochi's going to continue pushing with this Orisa as a result, or if maybe they'll want to try and match them later on. I love that we're getting aggressive here as Mochi starts to gently push around the corner, right? Forcing out those abilities, disruptor shots, chipping them away. Suzu has been forced out early for Unironic, and can Mochi capitalize? The skirmish on the point has already engaged, and there's the Suzu there from Sneaky Kirby. Can members of Unironic continue to push forward? This is a really nice poke phase coming through, and there is the kicker. Sunshine once again taking down Reality. There's the sound barrier here from Nyan Sox to keep Unironic on this point. They do not want to leave, and well, even though Claire has gone down, Sunshine is unhindered on this high ground here by the White Room. You have got to make sure you're putting pressure on them.
Harlequin getting the pick there onto Sheep as we keep this long fight going. Unironic at this point, just stalling for time. They used a couple ultimates, but they have a few coming online, so they're not too worried as they cross 50%. Sneaky Kirby getting that pick finally onto Nyan Sox right as Azu walks up, though. Not able, frankly, to invest the primal before going down. And now they have it for this next fight. So if I'm Unironic, I'm not feeling too bad about that. Mochi, though, with the ults that they have the opportunity to extend this control. A good sound barrier to negate some of the effectiveness of Reality Sojourn could be great. And Harlequin putting some focus fire onto Azu, primal or not. If they do this right, they could easily still win this fight, even with the ult advantage. But Unironic, of course, are probably thinking very hard about how they want to use these tools.
Reality's used Overclock to instigate this fight. Sunshine goes down and, you know, gets a taste of their own medicine. Now we can see Unironic continuing to push forward, and, well, they want to take this point back. It's match point here at Lijiang Tower, and whoever wins this round is going to win the map. Unironic coming back in full force here as multiple people filling the feed for the kills, and that's going to be them taking the point back.
Yeah, and I mean, really, the thing that started that all was Vegas Sun was a little late on that sound barrier. The pick coming through from Reality the sound barrier doesn't bring anybody back. You know, like you probably want to pop that right when the overclock goes out because the burst potential is just too insane. And the only thing that can fix that is more health. The Kitsune Rush now coming through for Sneaky Kirby. They want to try and bust out of this choke. They cannot get held here. It's already 85% and counting, but Sheep stepping up.
I don't know if Mochi will be able to break through this choke point with a nice kill on an Ion Sax, though. That is exactly what they are looking for. We need Sunshine to be making some hero plays, especially now that Claire has been taken out of the equation. Overtime bar has been triggered, and at 32 health, the pressure is on. The kill from Azu with the long-range shot as the Winston taken down Sunshine, and now Unironic have so many members on the table to continue holding this point. Couple more from Mochi are going down, and Thibble, as well as Mochi plays this trickle game, and Unironic as well earlier in the match, it's still going to be Unironic taking the win here on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, a contentious first map. Really what we want to see to start off our round of 16 between number 7 and number 10.
Yes.
Pretty close in seeding, a middle of the pack sort of round that we've said, but middle of the pack between teams that have obviously proven that they can reach the top of this tournament. So I definitely wanted to see a map like this. No stompy 2-0 nonsense here on Lijiang. I wanted to see it go the distance, and it absolutely did. So much overtime action, so many little trickles and picks really deciding like key moments of this game. And I mean, what more can you ask for off of a map like that?
Well, and Lijiang Tower, well, Control in general has a lot more stall potential for many of the maps, and that first Lijiang Tower Gardens map in particular is the most stall potential map possible. I think maybe in all of Overwatch. It's the straightest. It's literally only a straight line to the point if you have a bit of mobility to jump the fish pond at the end. But I gotta say, I'm pretty blown away by how well both of these teams continued to stay on the point and stall. And unironic on that last round, they brought out 62% from the first point possession, and they had maybe one or two players on it for maybe 15 to 20% of that at the end, just from stalling and continuing to cycle those resources. So I gotta say, I was really impressed with that gameplay brought to the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the little things that can make a difference on such a chaotic game mode like Control. We see a lot of, like just little bits here and there. The Reaper coming into Wraith form and the Monkey jumping in right after, just the layering and the communication that obviously requires. Both of these teams definitely showed us that they've been doing their homework. They know exactly how they want to approach this game and their composition and the style that they play in. And I think both teams coming forward, playing their own style and being really comfortable in their execution is always going to lead to some excellent Overwatch.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And, there's still some room for Mochi to come back, right? It was not just a one-sided stomp that we saw in our last match. And it does make me really excited to see where we move for our hybrid map. I know that with Mochi's pick and with King's Row always on the table, the guessing is a little bit removed, but I am hopeful. I don't know if we'll continue to see the Orisa Roadhog if we do go to King's Row. They were playing that a lot in the first day, and with the switch that Claire made to match the Winston to Unironic on that last round, it makes me wonder, what's their kind of plan of attack that they're thinking that they want to move into for hybrid, and are they feeling like they can play the composition that they want to and force the other team to copy them, or, adapt to them, or are they wanting to, play up to what the other team is bringing to the table and say, anything you can do, I can do better?
Right, yeah, and we saw actually some Roadhog and some Orisa played yesterday on Eichenwald. So, for all the jokes we make about, like, it's King's Row, they're going to pick King's Row, it's not necessarily guaranteed. Show me graphic. Oh, wise and noble graphic, we're going to King's Row. Never mind. That's fine. I do love King's Row, actually. I have no problems with King's Row at all. It's a fantastic map. We've gone over this a billion times. Everybody loves King's Row. If you don't love King's Row, what are you doing here? Like, go home? I don't know. These teams are going to have fun with it either way. I think there's still space for an Orisa composition or a Roadhog, especially as you're trying to kind of break the first point open, and you
Oh,
just need
yeah.
that burst potential or that burst of speed with the javelin spin to get you through the choke point into a more attackable position. So we'll see, right? I mean, at the round of 16, this is kind of where you want to see the team start pulling out their pocket strats, where
Totally.
they go, hey man, the meta's great, the mirror, blah, blah, blah. Everybody loves or hates the mirror. But we're going to do what we've been practicing, the little extra spice that we brought to the table. So we see Mochi setting up on a similar composition, but for attack. So I won't settle on that one just yet. Ironic coming out on the defense with exactly what we expect. I think they are very comfortable in this composition. They definitely have the skill and the time and the resources to have just ground this out and really learned the meta composition, what makes it tick, how they want to engage and position themselves with it. You know, this is a team that definitely does its homework and has a deep game knowledge. A lot of these players have been around the Overwatch scene, competitive or not, for years, for a very long time. So their high level understanding of the game on both sides, on both teams here, is nothing to sneeze at.
Mochi opting to stay on that Orisa composition with Claire once again, leading the charge. We're moving around the statue here to instigate that initial poke damage, force out resources, and it's going to be Reality taking down Harlequin first. More follow suit from Mochi as the kill feed floods with Unironic, and, well, that's a nice first hold.
Right, the Sojourn's really making such a difference. We're talking about these tank differences here because, I mean, that is the one difference, but Sunshine
There you
showing
have it.
us again, the Sojourn, the picks are what make the difference in this meta.
And we saw both Sojourns getting picks early in the fights during Control, but now that we're on a hybrid map, it's very different when you get that first pick for your team, right? Mochi instantly capitalizes, pushes forward, and now, well, we've almost got 2 ticks in the bag for them.
Right, I mean, and this is looking just like an easy full point capture. I don't think Unironic really press up here. I tell a lie. They are smarter and stronger and braver than me, but it doesn't matter. Cloud9 Esports, folks. They're
Missed
here.
it by that much.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was actually a boop that kind of made the difference there. There was just the beginnings of a touch, and then Mochi said, but no, we really want this point. The Spirit Rush just to get the heck out of there for Whipped. I feel ya. Run. So much space being taken by Mochi here, stepping up already, you know, unironic, thinking, okay, we're safe. And Sunshine just like The Shining with the axe through the door. I never actually watched The Shining. I just vaguely know that reference. Unironic now stepping back. Couple ultimates to come online here, so Mochi do need to kind of pay their respects, back up a little bit, set up for a more standard fight. Kitsune rushes and overclocks coming out.
And it is a flashy, chaotic fight here. As a result, Reality was hunting for a victim with that overclock, but a nice defense here presented by Mochi. Oh, Vegas Stun goes down at the end of the day. That means Mochi doesn't have the speed they need to really be aggressive, and as a result, I like that they back out. And, well, they're gonna have Sound Barrier online with a couple other ultimates, so probably feeling good.
Right, that full disengage wasn't just because they lost someone, it was because they lost the person with a sound barrier, which is probably going to be your initiation tool. But a Terror Surge coming out to counter Neon stops the sound barrier here, as the Zoo with the Primal just wreaks havoc in the backline.
Vegas Sun goes ahead and uses their own sound barrier as a result, and now Mochi continues to push forward here onto Unironic. Azu falls low and is taken down at the end of the day, and Harlequin pops the Death Blossom in the middle of Unironic. More kills to follow up as went for the hat trick. Vegas Sun gets the punch kill at the end.
And Harlequin is so patient with these Death Blossoms. You see a lot of times in this meta, that ultimate, which is normally so devastating, getting nothing done because there's a Suzu or a sound barrier or a bubble or a javelin spin or a wraith form. There's so many tools to mitigate that ultimate, and Harlequin waits them all out. Right at the end of the fight, just clean it up, just make sure you're getting it done. Just like Claire, I guess, decided to just delete sheep from the server.
Needed a tasty snack, and unfortunately Sheep was the one on the menu. Reality is all alone there on the payload as Mochi continues to encircle them and take them down. And now at a 420 time bank, Thibble, they got to be feeling good pushing into this third point.
Oh, they're feeling good. Claire just maintaining just the deadly horse, just like spamming forward and screaming, which I love. Like, I love that that's what Orisa does now. There's none of this barrier stuff. There's none of this standing around. It's, nah, dude, I have, like, a javelin. I'm gonna stab you with it. Ultimate's now coming out on both sides. The Kitsune Rush is traded here. Both teams kind of staring at each other and looking for that opening. The Suzu comes out from Sneaky Kirby. Reality and Sheep walk forward and clean up.
That was a really nice job there by Unironic to just capitalize, follow up with that Death Blossom, and send Mochi back to spawn and really establish themselves defensively.
Yeah, and you see that game of chicken that's been played out a couple times now where both teams pop their Kitsune Rush, both teams are amped up and ready to fight, but it's almost the mental game of like who's going to move first, who's going to blow a cooldown first. You know, that is really the important thing. And this overclock coming through, that might be pretty important too.
I love Sunshine trying to capitalize while Nyansox was in the air, floating around and jumping. Claire really vulnerable and deleted as a result during that Terra Surge. Mochi's lost their tank, and now they're going ahead and going to regroup again.
See, I don't really like that move from Claire because the Terra Surge does pull a bunch of people in, but they immediately back off. There's not much follow-up from Mochi. No picks come out of that. And Claire stays in the Terra Surge. You can cancel it early. You don't need to stand there and let it go all the way through. So by the time it actually just fully finished and timed out, she got picked. Not that that matters now, of course, because Sunshine just walked up and right-clicked Nyansox in the face. So, you know.
And we've seen the Sojourns do that repeatedly, right? I mean, we saw that all through Overwatch Grand Finals. This is the part of the name of the game of that Sojourn composition and why you have to be so careful and so respectful of these players who are a crack shot. Mochi's still pushing forward, and even though they had a pick initially, Unironic's going to be evened up here for their player base. There's still some pepper damage to be done, and it's really going to be about who uses up those valuable resources and can Harlequin capitalize afterwards. Kitsune Rush used by Whipped, and well, Mochi goes ahead and bails out. A fast bailout thanks to Vegas Stun as well.
Right, and they have the time, right? That's fine. That's totally fine for them. Yes, Whipped had the early advantage with the Kitsune Rush coming online faster, but if you just disengage and you lose no one and you just spend 10 seconds to avoid it, now you get to come back in and run the show. Look at this positioning. They are being overwhelmed for Ironic.
Ooh, Harlequin still putting out the damage and still holding on to the Death Blossom. They're taken down on the side. I was surprised they didn't quite move over and... See you later, Claire. Unironic bringing a great defense here right before the third point, and well, this is the new 2CP, right? Right here at the end of third hybrid.
Oh,
feels like you're
yeah, all the Vietnam flashbacks are coming back in a big way. I'm gonna call that a collab for Reality because it just kind of looked like it in the kill feed, and I think it's cool. So congratulations. Sheep already going dangerously low there. And yeah, despite all of that aggressive positioning from Mochi, just a pick completely breaks it open. Now, though, it's Sunshine's turn. Popping the overclock, but a great sound barrier from Vegas Sun to kind of mitigate that effectiveness.
And Nyansox also used their sound barrier on top of it. So both these teams looking to be aggressive. That is a Sheep with the Death Blossom, and there are no support ultimates to try and respond. Azu fell very low, even though they were primal raging, and at the end of the day, Unironic still holding this defensive line, and now at 30 seconds left on the clock.
Right, we talked about Mochi having that big old 2-minute time bank. Oh, it's no big deal if they back up. A fight and a half later, and suddenly you're in crunch time, dude, and there are no Cheez-It grooves in sight. So Claire with this Terra Surge is really going to have to make the difference. You know, the Kitsune Rush coming online in a second for Sneaky Kirby, but Whipped is still ahead of that game. The Terra Surge gets nothing.
It did zone Unironic out of the Kitsune Rush just a little bit, which, you know, will help create a bit more space for Mochi. Sneaky Kirby has their own Kitsune, and there it is as the Fox dashes across the screen. Now Mochi wants to try and close out this fight, but Unironic is not going down easily. It is all on Reality here once again to be looking to hit those railgun shots. Claire goes down, and really, can Reality keep making these hero plays? Disruptor shot is nasty, and Asuzu keeps Unironic in this fight. That boop was beautiful, trying to push away Harlequin, but at the end of the day, Unironic only has 2 players here left to stall out. The sound barrier's been committed, and Mochi loses Harlequin. That is devastating. Can they continue to fight? And they managed to squeeze it out all the way to the 3rd checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, Sunshine really put the nail in the coffin there with those last couple picks with the overclock. I think that one on the Sheep was already after time had expired. Slow-mo kills don't count. Sorry, even if they look cool. The quick Bastion swap from Sheep, I get it. You're just going for some desperation stall at that point, trying to make something happen there. But even so, like, I think holding Mochi to a finish with no time in the bank is pretty solid. Because if you can finish with over a minute in the bank for Unironic, the best Mochi can hope for here is a draw. So for Unironic, you really want to push this pace. You want to have a great offense. We've seen teams finish this with 1, 2, 3 minutes in the bank. If
We
they
also
can
saw
really
the
maintain
Fuller
momentum.
hold yesterday.
Yes, of course, that is still a possibility. Mochi have all this space where if they can maintain a hold and have a stout defense and just prevent Unironic from finishing, they're going to tie this series and have, frankly, a hell of a statement doing it. So that's a possibility. I think this Orisa composition defensively is going to show us some really interesting looks. I think the double sniper from Unironic is just going to be like an opening pick situation.
Yeah.
Though we did see a little of it yesterday. We saw
That's
Zelda on the Widow getting some work done. But we'll see if that comes true or not in a longer term sense. Unironic scoping here, just looking for the flick, going right back.
Well, and we've also seen attackers maybe bring something more unorthodox for their first push out of a close spawn gate here like King's Row. But we're going to run with, your more standard Reaper Sojourn comp we've been consistently seeing. Harlequin opens up the kill feed with a kill onto their counterpart, Sheep, and Mochi's going to be able to defensively hold as a result.
Yeah, I mean, just that's one of those where it's like, okay, that pick comes through. This fight is done. Don't worry about it. Sox with a bit of a stagger there, but I mean, the round is young. We're not panicking yet. 3 minutes approaching here in the time bank. Mochi with some marginal ult advantages. The Terra Surge coming online pretty quickly, but Whipped actually has been building these Kitsune rushes so effectively. Reality, though, keep your head low, dude. Claire with those javelins. No joke.
Wow, Whipped has built that Kitsune pretty fast so far, and well, I'm curious to see when they're going to be using it. Mochi's still defensively holding, but wanting to back off and give a little bit of space. They did force out the Suzu here, and there is the Kitsune online and ready. They're looking to engage into the heart of Mochi as a result, and it's all hands on deck as they aggress forward onto the point. They haven't really taken down too many members of Mochi, but the presence is there to keep them off and to keep capping the point. Mochi waits out their Kitsune, and now Sneaky Kirby uses their own. They want to try and come back and prevent Unironic from capturing this point, but Nyan Sox's sound barrier is making it tough. Vegas Sun joins them in the mix, popping the own sound barrier, and well, Terra Surge gonna force Unironic back to spawn, and Mochi holding defensively just before they capture that 3rd tick.
I mean, and that was just great awareness and ult management and positioning, actually, from Mochi. Knowing Whipped is going to come up with the early Kitsune rush as we already get back into another fight. Ultimate's coming online on both sides here. One more tick is all Unironic needs.
That's a lot of pressure, and Mochi needs to be more aggressive as a result. They cannot be giving up space or time quite as easily as they did for those first 2 ticks, and they know it. Unironic not able to fully get on the point yet, and now it's a lot of pressure onto Azu as a result. They get stunned out for just a quick moment. Doesn't happen too often in Overwatch 2, and Sheep deleted as soon as they thought that they could even Death Blossom. Not today, my friend. Get out of town. And now Unironic on the back foot as Mochi still being aggressive and trying not to let anyone escape.
I almost worry if Sheep is maybe starting to feel a little pressure there, going for what looks to be a pretty desperate Death Blossom, standing directly in front of 3 people. Yeah, dude, that's how you get beamed in the face. Maybe expected a Suzu there, and again, Unironic push forward, but Azu goes down so early, and Harlequin has the perfect answer.
Well, and with Kitsune, they're committed by unironic. Mochi's got to be pretty happy with that, right? They're making sure that every time Kitsunes are available, they're pretty much waiting until Whip's Kitsune runs out to instigate their own and, well, capitalize afterwards as a result because unironic has instigated with a lot of their resources and abilities, and Mochi looks to capitalize on that. Claire still holding the front line, has Terra Surge available. Looking here for some poke damage, and Sound Barrier from Nyan Sox is the initiator here for unironic. Claire takes down Sheep as Sheep tries to get aggressive, and Sunshine comes through, pops two people with the railgun over clock, and Mochi with 6 seconds left, holding defensively strong, holding the closer defense here on King's Row.
Somewhere out there, Achilleos just cracked the biggest grin of his life because that was a fuller hold and a half. I mean, just fantastic work there from Mochi on the defense. There were so many moments where it looked like Unironic had a pretty reasonable advantage, maybe in terms of ultimates, maybe in terms of aggression. I mean, they took 2 ticks. They very nearly had the first point captured in the first place.
Yes.
But Mochi playing so patiently, playing so smart, utilizing their cooldowns, following the old adage, rule number 3 of the Overwatch code, the later ult is the better ult. So, I mean, great work from them. This series is all tied up, and we've got quite the game on our hands over here.
Yeah, it's definitely heating up, and I'm happy to see that, Mochi is kind of warming up a bit. That first map was very much back and forth, and Mochi didn't do so hot for the first round of the control. And now that was a full first point hold on King's Row, and I don't think unironic were ready for the shift in mental gears from Mochi to bring that level of intensity and honestly a level up from what they were playing on Control to King's Row. Now, I think unironic had some really strong moments in their engagements, and we saw how much faster they were charging some of their ultimates like Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, I mean, just the old generation in general was phenomenal. Like, there were so many moments where it's like, wait, they're already halfway back to Kitsune Rush? They already have all these tools ready to go? Like, the tempo that they were playing at was on another level. But even so, I mean, so back and forth all the way through. Like, a lot of the time, those ults were still getting traded back and forth. Like, there were plenty of times where those timings were still syncing up, and both teams were just like, it was like an episode of JoJo's, just like so many punches flying so fast. You cannot track all the action. You just have to kind of stare. So, yeah.
Don't blink or you'll miss it.
Yeah. It's just like, oh, whoa, okay. They like literally are just blinking behind each other constantly. Right. Like, nothing personnel, kid. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of like high octane that we want to see from these guys, though, right? Like, this is a composition that really favors the in your face, really favors the let's move quick. Like, this is going to be the style that they need to play continuing through this tournament, because the moment you let your foot off the gas, you're going to get run over. Right now, neither of these teams are letting off the gas.
Well, and with Lucio as one of the linchpins of the composition, controlling the speed and tempo elements, you're going to get run over real fast as a result. And, I love to see the fact that, Mochi, as soon as they lose someone as critical as their Lucio, they're already backing off and, looking to regroup, right? We saw yesterday a few teams who, given they maybe got the first pick on their team, trying to recover, giving more ults and resources. But, sometimes it's best to cut your losses and just come back with a fresh start. And we'll have to see if that's what the mentality of unironic is after that King's Row map. That first point defensive hold could be a bit of a mental game, shaker there.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah. That is certainly true. We have seen many a team get boomed by a full hold on King's Row. Tale as old as time, frankly. But for now, the show goes on. Unironic picks Circuit Royale here for our third map. We've seen probably the most consistent shakeups in the meta happen on this map. The topography of it really enables a lot of different picks. We see the Sigma, we see Zen Bap in the backline, we see double sniper coming out a lot. So let's see what Mochi choose to start their defense with as we step forward here, looking at some high-tech, futuristic Formula One stuff. I've only recently started getting into Formula One. It's insane. It's rich people sports, which is always a good time. Mochi here. Ooh, okay. So seeing a slight variation on some of the more standard Circuit Royale comps we've seen. Vegas Sun actually does go to the BAP instead of the Mercy. I thought that was going to be an interesting wrinkle, but I get it. So we've got the double sniper. We have the Zen Bap in the backline, which help provide extra long range poke, extra damage in general with the Discord and the sheer damage potential of a Baptiste. But instead of a Sigma, Claire is still opting for that Orisa. Still really enjoys the potential, the zoning that the Terror Surge provides, the in-your-face potential that the Javelin Spin and the Javelin Throw provide. Meanwhile, Unironic looking to start, I'd imagine, with kind of the standard Circuit Royale comp at the moment. So a Sigma instead of the Orisa, otherwise a Nero. Double sniper here. Nyansox over on the Zenyatta. Departure from the Lucio that we've been seeing. Vegas Sun, though, on the Baptiste. Departure from the Lucio we've been seeing.
Oh, a nice little chip comes through, but no kills off the end of either of those Widowmakers. Pop shot! Oh,
Ooh,
mister,
nice
but that's okay. You know, always there in the books, and can't hit them all. Nyan Sox moving the cart along, and I love that Unironic is engaging after they've taken control of this high ground. It's going to be really tough for Mochi to handle the pressure, but as they round the corner, the advantage slowly starts to shift in favor of the defense. So far, Unironic managing around this corner, a huge pick there by Reality. As a result, no sunshine on the table for Mochi, and it's going to be a lot of more space for Unironic to continue free firing into them. Gotta be careful as you round the corner, and this could be a good hold spot potential for Mochi.
I think I'm maybe going to call this a fundamental flaw of the composition, but I don't think Mochi have the zone control and staying power that Unironic's composition does because of the lack of a projected barrier. I think the Sigma is so key to denying sightlines from a sniper, setting up at a corner or a choke point, and with Claire only really having the Javelin Spin to mitigate any of that long-range poke, I don't know if this composition is going to be as effective unless the rest of her team can really step up.
That is a pick there onto Sheep from Harlequin, and well, a Transcendence here committed by Sneaky Kirby, keeping Mochi in this fight. Unironic has to use their own Transcendence here on the retreat. Now Unironic looking to go ahead and push forward. They've been topped off, and really, can Reality take on this duel? Them and Harlequin have been going at it this whole round, and so far it's kind of been nothing too flashy. A lot of chip damage and a lot of pressure, which keeping people honest about those sightlines absolutely critical. Claire and Sunshine now taking away the kills in the feed as more seem to follow, and Mochi finding their footing defensively and looking to hold.
And now Unironic, I mean, at this point, can you even get away? Azu looks to be getting out pretty well, but the stagger on the Sox here is going to be rough. You've got 80 seconds on the clock. You have one ultimate. Whipped and Azu are maybe coming online soon-ish, within the next minute or so, but there's hardly much more time than that on the clock, period. Mochi, meanwhile, have the Ant Matrix that they can step forward with and put a ton of damage down on, and they have the sights advantage. Harlequin popping that right away to take advantage in this fight and force Reality onto the back foot.
With the sights online as well, Unironic, I mean, look at them cowering in the buildings.
Yeah,
I would
really have
too.
To just wait. Yeah, absolutely. And this is huge. There's no time on the clock, so that ult just bought you 18 seconds.
Stellar combination. That was awesome with the accretion combo and the follow-up shot there. A nice removal of the enemy, and now Unironic still pushing forward. Sheep a little bit of in a pickle there, but manages to kite back and give the space. And there's only 30 seconds left, Thibble. Mochi, it looks like they're really comfortable on this defense.
Yeah, I mean, they look to, despite all of my complaints about the potential weakness of an Orisa, I think just the strategy that they've deployed has really enabled them to set up regardless of a barrier or not.
Right.
Unironic, though, coming online, they have the Gravitic Flux, they have the Amplification Matrix, and Sneaky Kirby has not built that Transcendence yet, so Claire melts.
This is the opportunity for Unironic to take this first checkpoint and try and continue their run on this map. They have managed to take an advantage with Claire on the return, but can they stay alive? Transcendence being thrown here by Sneaky Kirby, and Sunshine goes down. There's the Gravitic Flux from Azu,
Oh,
and that
perfect.
is exactly what Unironic needed to continue staying in this fight here. They're gonna cap that first checkpoint, and of course, it's gonna refresh their time bank.
And a heartbreaker for Kirby there. You pop that Transcendence just to stall, just to get people in the fight and make sure they stay there. And Azu says, oh, great. I figured you were going to use that for my ult. But you didn't. And I still have it. So immediately that pops out. Great timing from Azu. Just shuts it down right there. And like you said, secures that cart, secures that point, keeps the time bank moving. And now Unironic stepping up. They have the Transcendence advantage. They're tied on the Infrasites. Both of those now coming out. And otherwise pretty even on the field here. Sunshine maybe, though, a little ahead in that overclock building. And Claire does have the Terra Surge. But reality so distracted by Harlequin, they forgot there's 2 snipers on that team.
I mean, that is the life of anyone running a sniper. You get caught looking through your scope. Nothing new there. A beautiful Transcendence from Nyan Sox. Doesn't manage to save whipped through the Terra Surge. I am actually surprised by that. I thought they were going to be able to sustain, and, well, another defensive hold from Mochi as a result. And this could be a really tough position for Unironic to actually breach because Mochi has this high ground.
Funnily enough, I think they thought so too. You saw them all just sitting there as Sunshine gets another picked onto Whip, further staggering this out. A minute heading towards the clock now. It was pretty clear that Unironic figured the Transcendence was enough, but a full charged Terra Surge, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's more than 200 HP. So Transcendence or not, you're gonna get burst down. It will take you out if you just stand in it and wave. And another pick, Harlequin getting reality, getting the counterpart out of the way. This angle is disgusting. I'm just gonna throw that one out there right now. Filthy, illegal. Uber would be screaming at this point, you can't do that! It's not legal! I can't do an Australian accent. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have tried it. Ultimate advantage is coming online here for Mochi. There's 30 seconds on the clock. Azu has the ultimate, but not a lot of time to work with here.
Oh, a nice dodge out of the Gravitic Flux, but Azu still managing to do some of the damage. Sneaky Kirby drops their own Transcendence quickly afterwards as a result, topping off Mochi, and, well, we can see Sunshine just absolutely having a heyday on this Sojourn. There's the response they were looking for, though. A couple of members of Mochi are taken down, and, well, Unironic, although they had a bit of a back and forth, they still don't have the spawn advantage to really get the numbers on the point. And that's going to be a first round over for Mochi holding the second checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, so back and forth. And again, we are stopped early on a map. The defense here coming through has been lights out. So many great picks to stagger that out. So many good ultimates getting value and countering things out, maintaining a good economy. Like, this has been a pretty banner couple of maps for Mochi here. Really stepping up after Control to show, hey, dude, yeah, Control's crazy. Don't you hear all the casters always say that one doesn't matter as much? Which it's not fully what we mean, but, sort of true.
That's the outlier.
Yeah, exactly. Like, this is showing us that you can definitely always bring it back. There's never a moment too late to go, right, we need to win this series. Let's do that. And Mochi right now showing us that they want it bad. They want to make it out of here alive. This Orisa composition has been doing work for them. You could tell Unironic, they're playing to their strengths. We talked about their deep, long-term knowledge of the game and the practice that I'm sure that they've had to really nail these things down. But throwing out a curveball like this, it tests you, especially when the meta is this I guess, stale or solved. Getting something
Stagnant?
outside of, whatever word you want to use, getting anything outside of that standard is really a mental test. So while you're still having to just play the game, Unironic also need to figure out, what the hell do we do about this? So now on the defense, setting up Harlequin with an immediate pick onto Sox. Sox, you're gonna owe me $1 for that one. You already know my PayPal. Please make that happen by end of day. And now Unironic forced to just step back all the way up, concede all of this space. Mochi happy to just walk up, set up in a great position here. Harlequin's got the angle, though the shield is helpful.
More exchanges rolling through, and with all of the space Mochi is able to take as a result of that first pick, Unironic gonna be in a tight spot, right? There's a lot of time on the board for Mochi to go ahead and push up to this first checkpoint, and they are still whittling away at Unironic. Still a big sightline here. We gotta be mindful of Harlequin. They have been absolutely lethal on this Widowmaker here on Circuit Royale, and you can see that Mochi's still looking to try and capitalize. Look at the encirclement that is slowly happening around Unironic. You've got friends on the stairs, friends out wide on the side, and now it's a little too much overextension. Unironic sees that they've spread out. There's no one to help reinforce their squishies on the side, and well, that is one after another getting deleted, and Mochi going to have to respawn.
Sox and Azu doing great work there in the kill feed, even as Harlequin gets a one last rude gesture on the way out the door. What I actually want to point out, though, is the layering of defensives that Unironic are really, really good at managing. The barrier coming out from Azu really helps to mitigate so much of the sightline and the poke potential, and as soon as that is gone, Azu is ready with the kinetic grasp, and Whip then layers the immortality guild. So there's all this extra time to keep your tank alive against all this poke, and it has been working really well for Unironic. It's the main reason they've been able to reestablish themselves after losing that first fight, and are putting up a great defense here on this corner.
Oh, an interesting unfolding of events there, and honestly a huge big brain play by Unironic. They were waiting until the gravitic flux was available when Mochi turned around the corner to engage, and they were able to fend them off as a result.
Yeah, I mean, just another defense there. We're stepping forward even. We don't even just have to sit behind the barrier and do all the layering that I was talking about. There is incredible burst potential on Unironic. You still have the two snipers. You still have the fraggers in the backline. Yansox has been consistently showing up in the kill feed. If you get another opening pick, Sox, you don't owe me that $1. So let's see what we can do. We have sights coming online for Harlequin. Reality is at a disadvantage there, so kind of forced to play on the back foot until the accretion comes through and takes Harlequin out.
Yeah, crushed by the boulder himself from Azu. Tough luck there for Mochi, but they do have a handful of ultimates online, and they're going to be looking to push here around this corner. We talked about the polar hold, and, well, Mochi brought it to the table for King's Row. Unironic has decided to up the ante and do the same for themselves. There is a beautiful trance here from Sneaky Kirby and Nyan. Everybody is topped off, and the Terra Surge rolls through. Claire goes down at the end of the day, but can the members of Mochi come back and turn this fight? There's only 20 seconds left. There's a pick onto Nyan Sox, and they're starting to feel hopeful. Harlequin starting to clutch out their plays here on this Widowmaker with less people on the field from Unironic. That means there's more space for Harlequin to take these aggressive angles, bombarding Unironic up these long alleyways. They are so close to touching this first checkpoint, but just like Unironic, they're going to be capping it in overtime if they want to stand a chance. That's the gravitic flux rolling through, and a nice immortality. Doesn't save everybody on the board, but there is still plenty of damage to be going around. Better watch your head, because Harlequin's taking it off the board. A nice pick onto Sheep. The point has been captured, and the time has been refreshed.
Harlequin for president, Harlequin for queen of the world. Harlequin got easily 5 or 6 picks across the course of that long fight, immediately steps up, pop the eyes, knows that she can keep setting up, keep providing the space, force Unironic. I mean, look at them. They're just standing still. They know that the best answer here is just not walk up. Azu trying to establish some space here, trying not to let Mochi take all of this for free. They're already very nearly to the checkpoint. They have no choice but to step into this.
2 meters, 1 meter, 1.11 meters before Mochi captured that victory box. Now Unironic has to stay aggressive on this front line. A nice accretion straight into the face of Claire, and that's going to be Unironic fending off Mochi. Reality goes ahead and commits the sights on top of it all, and that's going to be an easy nail in the coffin for Unironic.
I mean, but that margin was thin. 1.11 meters. Azu stepping forward, getting a nice stagger there onto Vegas Sun. Minute 15 here on the clock as the card starts making its way back. Unironic close to a lot of tools, but Mochi a little closer. You have the overclock coming online very soon. The Transcendence is basically there. The Terra Surge and the Gravitic Flux are both equal right now. So with a minute left, this is going to really be the last and best shot for both of these teams, but Reality breaks it all open.
A nice opening pick that is critical for Unironic to continue defending this second checkpoint just before. Sheep is absolutely popping off, and where Mochi decided it was time to clutch it out here for the first point, Unironic stepping up to the table.
Sheep for president, sheep for queen of the world. I'm just going to keep doing this. Great picks there. I mean, this is so crucial on this map in this composition. The picks make the gamer. Sunshine popping the overclock early, Reality forced to back up. The jump shot coming through.
Another beautiful pick from Sunshine onto Reality. Now there's another Gravitic Flux coming through here from Azu. Unironic does not want to go down without a fight, and Claire, Terra surging it up. 216% power takes down 2. Mochi's clearing out Unironic, and they are taking our third map of Circuit Royale.
Their second win. I do the exact same thing all the time. I can't stand it. I mean, so many little things that went into that win. So contentious all the way through. Like a continuation, really, of what we've been seeing all series. Neither of these teams will give up. Neither of these teams will say uncle. That right there, that Terra Surge was beautiful. Probably one of the best Terra Surges in pro play that I've seen, in the sense that it scoops up both of your supports. It forces them to pay attention to you. The Transcendence is already online. You just wait for that thing to come off, and they're done. There's absolutely nothing they could do there. And in that clutch moment, that inescapable force is exactly what Mochi ordered.
Well, I also like for Terra Surge, you can charge it beyond 100%, right? So I'm like, oh, the anime heart in me goes, yes, surpass your limits, kill them all, bring them down, you know.
Deus Volts, even
Pretty
further
much.
beyond all the references that we can slam. Yeah, I mean, that was great. Circuit Royale has really stepped up to be one of my favorite maps in pro play, strictly because it's one of those maps where it's like, well, who's got the mechanics? Come on, step up. Who's going to get a pick? Who's going to, step a little too far forward? Who's going to maintain their distance? It's a game of chicken in the extreme, without even the dueling Kiriko ultimates that we were talking about over on King's Row. So now we've got a 2-1. Mochi approaching, or at match point, approaching a potential victory here. Or we could see our first map 5. Bit of Big Hungry Phil looking down on me from wherever he was at in wherever. Yeah, I mean, this is already delivering in such a big way for us. This is really what we wanted, and I very much hope that everyone watching at home is having a good time.
Oh, I'm sure they are, after those 2 beautiful defensive holds from Mochi, and honestly, a great performance from Unironic. Just so close to really bringing it to the full hold there on Circuit Royale. A lot of time burned off. I'm excited to see where we go for our push map following suit. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, so top off your drinks, and we'll be back in the action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup, and a very special hello to all my family out there in Midwest City. Folks, thanks for joining us. We are in the midst of our matchup of Unironic versus Mochi and Thibble. It's a 2-1 right now with Mochi at match point, and their defense has been pretty strong, if that's maybe an understatement.
Yeah, you could certainly say that. And they're catching the attention of many a fine folk out there in the world. The Outlaws even tweeting about the Challengers Cup going on today.
Oh.
Shout out to them. I think it's great in general, kind of seeing all the attention this is grabbing, especially considering we have such a fantastic series on our hands right now. I mean, this could easily go to a map 5. It's going to be contentious all the way through either way. So just it's been great starting off the day like this, because it's really showing like this is not just going to be a bunch of stomps. What I said about a contentious top 16 is true all the way through. So great stuff coming online as we approach our push map for the day. Not quite sure which one it is yet, but I mean, there's only 2 options. So we'll see which of those Unironic decide on as we head into map 4. And it's definitely going to provide us some interesting insight. We haven't, at least you and I, have not seen a push map in this tournament just yet. It is the newest game mode. Sorry, there are 3. How could I forget? I'm tired. I'm still waking up. Never mind that it's 2
There's
p.m.
still, we're still adding new maps.
Yeah. And I mean, Esperanza actually has seen quite a bit of play at the pro level. So there's certainly options here. Very curious to see, have these teams really practice one specific map and strategy? Do the compositional wrinkles that we've seen throughout this series come through on push? Or is this kind of a game mode where the meta composition is going to reign supreme? Where you need that Winston to be effective to really provide, the strong, aggressive engages and clear space quickly? Loads of options here. Both of these teams clearly comfortable not only playing the meta, but playing what they have established as their comfort pick. And it looks like we are heading to Colosseo for push.
Oh, indeed. And, well, I want to go out on a limb here and guess that Mochi is going to opt for defense first once again, because both defenses that they had for Kings Row and Circuit Royale were very, very strong. And, actually, they did defense second on Kings Row.
Yes, they did.
So they had them flipped for each one. Actually, that is pretty surprising.
Well, and for push, honestly, it hardly matters. You're always
You're
always going to head towards the center point. Don't mean to put you on blast there. But
nope, I need that sometimes.
Hey, all good. I literally didn't realize there were 3 push maps like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, we're both having fun over here. Yeah. So, this is going to be interesting. I think, again, primarily due to the compositional potential that both of these teams have shown themselves to be capable of. We can see more sniper. We've seen, Ashe come out on here. We've seen Echo. We've seen Genji. We've seen Mei. We've seen some Reinhardt even, though, maybe just Hottie running that. Unironic. This is one of those where you can't talk too much about the composition before the game actually starts. But a Diva Sombra, that's just my speed. I would love to see something like that. The Sombra would help provide some extra burst potential onto the Orisa. Get that hack on for the extra percentage damage boost, even against the Fortify. So many options here. But it looks like Unironic are going to be running the tried and true. Mochi running what they are most comfortable with.
Both teams engaging here around of course they're engaging up this long alleyway. Everyone starts off with a poke phase, forcing out those different abilities, trying to create an advantage, right? Ideally, you're forcing out the Suzu early and forcing one of the teams to have to give space as a result. And, well, it's really a matter of time until someone gets this first opening pick. And are we surprised that it's a Sojourn Thibble? Because this seems to be pretty routine. They charge up that railgun, pop one in the face, and then everyone else decides it's go time. We're here to collapse, push, and that's another pick onto a zoo, giving Mochi their advantage.
Right, and Mochi, I'm sure, are just going to capitalize. You see Claire already just running forward and screaming, I'm sure. comms, I have to imagine, are so much fun on both of these teams here. The Javelin's already poking down this long avenue here. The bot is still pushing. It's still well behind this, so Unironic looking maybe to cut that off. But Sunshine with another opening pick. Without Sheep there, what can Unironic really do except stall on the point for a bit?
Cool. And that is, you know, a little bit of time burned off the clock, but this aggression coming through from Mochi is going to make it almost impossible for Unironic to really stay on the point for too long. I think Azu's doing a good job at continuing to try and keep a little bit of space, but you have got to be fully regrouped if you want to be taking on a team like Mochi. And with Reality going down to a disruptor shot in the mix of all of this chaos, Sunshine just capitalizes, pops the railgun, gets another beautiful shot in the air, and that is the kill feed and highlight reel for you.
Yeah, hit the DPI switch on that one. That's fine. I do not mind that in the slightest. That was disgusting. Now though, Unironic, you know, you definitely maybe need to shake your head out a little bit, get the cobwebs out of there at this point. Reality immediately going to pop that overclock. They are undaunted. They know that they need, the only way to bring this back right now in what is looking to be a dominant map is to just frag it out.
And Sneaky Kirby uses Kitsune with it layered onto Vegas Stun. And as a result, Mochi has pretty much they have to give. They used 2 critical support ultimates and now they're gonna run.
Right, yeah, I mean, still on the back foot here, but Unironic starting to mount the beginnings of their counter push here. The offensive sound barrier from Yansox just saying, no guys, we got to keep pushing them back. We can't just get to the bot. We also need to convincingly win a fight and give ourselves some time to push on it. Harlequin not getting much with that Death Blossom there, but Mochi starting to re-aggress.
Well, and Sneaky Kirby was there with the Suzu to follow up on the Death Blossom. There is an exchange now with Sunshine going down in this fight. There's Terra Surge, and it takes down Sheep. Claire has been absolutely on point with these Terra Surges taking down members, regardless of the support resources being thrown into them. And now it's more cleanup as Mochi continues to aggress forward.
Yep, Battle Kettle fully online, drivers updated, monitor turned on. Claire has really been stepping up and being a bright spot for her team. Butt scratch mode activated here, and this is looking dominant from Mochi. You have to feel, if you're Unironic, what do we even do? But all they can do is walk up and try their best. Sheep stepping forward with the Death Blossom, and that Suzu just barely keeps her alive.
Sunshine with another opening pick on to Reality this time. It's going to be tough for Mochi to push into the Suzu of Whipped, but can they sustain? There's a lot of damage and a nice Suzu once again here from Sneaky Kirby, keeping their team in this fight. The sound barrier from Vegas Stun means that Mochi wants to commit. They're going to stay aggressive and continue trying to force this payload forward, but with the Primal Rage coming through from Azu, it's too much to handle. Mochi's going to get taken down, and Unironic now have possession of the bot.
Yeah, and I mean, in push, we're starting to see different teamfight dynamics that no other game mode has really ever provided. Because Mochi, with a lead like this, even with 5.5 minutes in the time bank, can completely change how they want to approach fights, can be more aggressive, or take fights in weirder spots because they have the time and the space to do so. So watch for Mochi to just consistently do what they're doing, step up, press all your buttons, don't be afraid to take a fight, force cooldowns, force ultimates like this, because they have the ability to do so.
Yansox goes ahead and uses the sound barrier, and as soon as it runs out, Claire goes ahead, capitalizes on Sheep, gets another kill with the Terra Surge, and allows Mochi to continue taking space and moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, and everyone on Mochi right now firing on all cylinders. This has to be one of those games where you're just hooting and hollering the whole time. You're having a good time. You are so clearly in the lead. That does not look to be changing anytime soon. The bot is already sprinting back to the barricade. They only have a Death Blossom, but they probably know that Unironic has nothing on the other side. A Kitsune Rush may be coming in here in a minute, but there's not much time left. It is getting dire at this point for Unironic. Yeah,
Death
just
Blossom
emo.
ready? Yep, there it is. In the heart of Unironic, Harlequin just shreds them to bits. So much damage being outputted by this Reaper. And, well, there's the Kitsune here forced out from Whipped. Mochi is doing a great job at being aggressive and forcing Unironic to use resources even before they decide to give the space and bail out.
Yeah, I mean, just happy to give a little space, not too worried perhaps about losing this fight. Mochi have a sound barrier, they're close to the Kitsune Rush and the Overclock, which Sunshine's been doing work with or without. Sheep stepping up with this Death Blossom, but that sound barrier immediately from Vegas Sun, perfectly placed. And Unironic, I mean, you're back at square one.
And that is a tough feeling if you are Unironic. Vegas Sun goes ahead, gets the first pick onto Sheep this time. That Colosseo having a heyday, being a little bit aggressive. And now Mochi has the bot and are looking to push it on forward. They are going to have to push into a sound barrier, but can Sunshine get the picks they're looking for with this Overclock? They've gotten one. They're hunting for more. And no one else quite on the menu. They decide we're going to respect that sightline and skill. Well,
Woof.
sorry,
Sock.
Nan Socks. I just caster cursed you there, my friend.
Socks, that would have been $1, but that was absolutely Waffle's fault. You're fine. I mean, at this point, right, Unironic, this is backs to the wall. This was already pretty bad, and we're looking at a potential full finish at this point with 2:45 on the clock. You have a couple ultimates coming online, but, like, you need that. You need an opening pick. You need a decisive fight win to immediately get this bot moving. But even now, Mochi's stalling, doing their best. Claire still gets the pick on the Sheep. This fight is not over.
Jeez, Claire, how fast can you charge up this Terra Surge? It seems like you are constantly using it to just take down members of Unironic. There's the Death Blossom, and Harlequin gets a hat trick with it all.
I mean, stepping up, right? Feeling good. This is when you start to make those just brash, confident plays. Because what's going to stop you? Why not just walk up and press Q a bunch, you know? And Harlequin, as mentioned already in this series, has been so good with the Death Blossoms. One of the most consistent deliverers of Death Blossom kills that we've seen this entire tournament. You and I, at least. Always getting picks out of it, always waiting for the right moment to hit it. But Azu, already ready to trade back? Oh, but it's such a tall order, even with an opening pick, even with two. I mean, sure, you're going to get the bot moving at this point, but is it going to be enough? Sunshine already answering back, and Harlequin stepping right back up as well.
With how well Mochi is playing, it's going to be really tough for Unironic to come back and try and win this map. Look at how much distance Mochi has been able to push this robot objective-wise. And as you said, they're slowly approaching this third point, but Unironic are going to be spawning back very quickly. They've already engaged to push back Mochi as a result. And, well, Mochi wants to give a little room. They know that they are sitting pretty as far as having the advantage, and they do not need to overcommit. There's plenty of time in overtime to choke, and that's not what they want unfolding. Kirby. Yeah. Oh man. So uses that Kitsune, and well, Mochi not actually getting as many kills as they were probably expecting. There's a couple exchanges, and Sheep uses their own Death Blossom. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. Unironic taking the bot back and still having Primal Rage and Sound Barrier available.
Right, they've still got some tools. They do finally have the bot moving out of this zone of just death and pain. But now, Mochi, you've got 30 seconds to basically stop the bot once. You have 3 ultimates coming online, and with the advantages they've built, it's hard not to assume that they've kind of got this in the bag, but never say never, right? You never know. Azu stepping forward with the Primal here, getting some major work done, does take down Sunshine with the Goomba Stomp here, getting right back into the action.
A nice Primal Rage there from Azu. We've seen them use it pretty well earlier when they were closer to that edge, but it is a tall order to ask, pushing into Mochi. Reality is stepping up to the plate. One pick here from the Overclock, another one following up. These are the kind of hero plays that Unironic is going to have to consistently make if they want to turn this map around.
I mean, have to consistently make is an understatement. Have to perfectly make for the next like 2 minutes with 0 flaws is what they need to do. They need to get this to the checkpoint, have the bot exit butt scratch mode, keep it going, and the entire time you cannot leave the cart, you cannot lose a fight, you cannot lose a player.
And Harlequin has the Death Blossom on a line. Sunshine's already used their overclock from the high ground, putting on so much pressure. And it's a matter of time who's going to be the victim of the Death Blossom. There's so much damage potential. Get ready for the speed boost into the heart of the team of Unironic. Claire, Terra Surge, 176%, and Harlequin jumps in there. Kitsune keeps them speedy. There's so much damage being output. It is literally every resource from Mochi is thrown into that final fight, and they take the series for themselves.
Yep, 3-1 victory there for Mochi. A dominant performance on push. No real other way to put it. Unironic starting to maybe bring that back, starting to get some progress down and make it a closer round, but that kind of needed to happen maybe 4 or 5 minutes earlier. So, I mean, like we said, right, Mochi really hit the gas after Legion Tower. They had the answer. This composition with the Orisa has been doing so much work for them, despite not being the meta, big air quotes there. Just such high consistent performance from them against a team that is very close to them in seeding. Reminder, this was a very close matchup overall out of our 16 teams. This was not a 1 versus 16. We expected this to be contentious, and it absolutely delivered. So great job from both teams there, but Mochi really stepping up, and they're going to make it to our top 8.
Yeah, and a big congratulations to both of these teams. Unironic did a really good job, and they were starting to find a bit of their rhythm towards the end of that map, but at the end of the day, Mochi was here. They were here to play, and they are here to really redeem themselves from the first Challengers Cup. They just barely missed making it into the finals and making it to the finals in December. And well, I think it's pretty clear to say that they have their sights set on continuing to ascend through this bracket. Now, we are going to go to a quick break, folks, so we'll see if we can get anyone from Mochi in the interview booth and be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. With us right now in the interview booth, we have Sunshine from the victorious Mochi team. Sunshine, thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome to the interview booth.
Yeah, I'm back. My team is very shy, so I'm kind of like our spokesperson when we win games like this.
Hey, every team needs one.
Absolutely. Yeah, everyone needs a front man there, leading the crowd and getting everyone hyped. So you guys are returning to the Challengers Cup as, you participated in the first one. What have you guys been doing since that time, as a team to refine what your play style is? The meta's been shifted since that time as well. What's been going on with Mochi?
Everyone's been grinding their butt off. During the World Cup, we had a period where we weren't really scrimming a lot, but even then, people were out of their house, like staying at hotels, and still like playing every day, like from their computer.
Wow.
A lot of practice. We have a couple like new members on the team, and luckily there's been like no challenge. Everyone gets along really well. There's like great chemistry. We have a really solid team for this tournament.
Yeah, really solid might be just a bit of an understatement.
Yeah.
You guys had some incredible defense for both Kings Row and Circuit Royale, holding really, really close. What's kind of the mindset of your team when you guys are either selecting defense or offense first? And, when it's that close to holding for the first point, like what's going on through your guys' minds?
When we have the choice, we always pick defense first, and it's always an ego thing. It's always, let's end this match as fast as possible. We're going to full hold and we're going to cap. That's our mentality going into it every time.
I love that. I love that so much. That's exactly the answer I want to hear anytime I ask about that. It's just like, we're just going to ego them. Like, this is what we're doing here. Speaking of, we're talking about unique strategies and stuff like that. Kind of walk me through the compositional choices you guys were making in this series and perhaps in this tournament. I haven't seen too much of you guys outside of this, but with the Orisa and everything, like what's the move there?
Claire is a really great Orisa player, and right now obviously the meta is like Hog and Winston, and so people have been playing against a lot of Hog and Winston, and so Orisa's kind of our wild card a little bit because Claire's really comfortable on her and we're really good at it, and people don't really know how to respond. And I think it's kind of, no offense to the enemy for that game, but it kind of shows like who really understands how Winston comp works when they run it into Orisa. It's really punishing if you don't know exactly how to run the comp. So it's been really good for us.
Excellent. I love that. I'm glad you guys are feeling comfortable. You guys are moving on to the top 8. You only need one more win to qualify for the finals here. What are kind of your thoughts on the rest of the field and what it would mean for you guys to qualify for that final event in December?
I mean, it would definitely be amazing for all of us. Everybody works really hard on our team. So I think we have a really good shot of making top 4 for sure. There are a lot of really good teams, though, that we're going to be up against soon. So everyone's very excited. But
hey, keep that ego going. Keep that work ethic moving. I believe in you guys. Anything is possible.
Thank you.
And that Orisa is really throwing people for a loop right now. So I think with a solid wild card in hand, like we've seen teams make runs like that relatively recently, right? This season of the Overwatch League and things like that. So yeah, for sure, keep pushing. We won't keep you any longer though. Before we let you go, any shout outs or thank yous that you'd like to throw out there? Messages to the fans?
Big shout out. Wait, to fans you said?
Fans,
I
coaches,
hate our
family.
fans. All our fans, terrible. But lots of love to Nader, our coach. Really amazing coach. Just does so much work for the team. Does a great job keeping our mental up. We absolutely couldn't be here without him coaching us.
Roger that. Okay. Well, shout outs to everyone except the fans. Thank you very much for chatting. Well, thank you for chatting with us. Good luck. Enjoy the victory here. We'll see you in the next round and hopefully heading up towards that top 4.
Yeah, see you soon. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
Ooh, see you soon. You heard it, folks.
Fun.
That implied.
But that's exactly the energy you need to be bringing into this, right? You can't just be like, well, we have a lot of respect for everybody and there's so many big names. It's like, nah, dude, we've got a wild card Orisa player who's just like unbeatable. We literally try and ego every team on every map. We do not care. Like, that stuff is great. And Mochi already just feeling themselves, calling it out. Shout out to Big Than over there. We do have some fans, despite that reaction in the interview. The fans are still holding strong. You know, it's a love hate. It's a rough love sort of relationship, but you can still see the
some
love.
of the fans like getting beat up a little. It's fair. Everyone's got their taste, right?
Yes, they do. Yeah, Overwatch fans especially are no strangers to a little punishment over the years. But enough of that. Let's look at where the bracket is standing currently. We have seen Dart Monkeys did come out over Vancouver Titans Blue. I believe I saw a tweet from the Titans about that.
Yeah.
But no idea on the Night Witches and Stepsisters match just yet. Moving forward, though, the ones we do have for sure, Altiora, Nimbus, and Pursuit triumphing over number one on Overbuff and the Lawnmowers. And on Chalky Milk, their name is still awful, but boy, did they win. Road to Glory as well, triumphing over the DU Pioneers. And then we've got Mochi ready to take on Timeless Ethereal in our next match. Or in their next match, I suppose.
That's a pretty interesting game.
It
There's a few members
absolutely
of
is.
Mochi who were playing for the first Challengers Cup and are now on Timeless Ethereal. So...
Yes.
As friendly as everyone is, I wonder how much, there might be some underlying grudges or competition between the two.
And that's what I'm talking about, man. I want to see some spice. I want to see some action there. And maybe, you have this prior experience. Is that wild card as effective if you've kind of seen at this point what Mochi are trying to do?
Or if you had synergy with them before.
Exactly.
Is it as wild if you've worked with them before and you're used to? That's,
exactly.
Oh,
yeah. And
getting into some theory there.
The further into this tournament we go, the more time these other teams will have to even briefly look at what the other teams are doing and think about it.
Yeah.
And that will really show like who can adapt on the fly, who's got the strategic capability to really overcome what might otherwise be a total curveball like we saw just now. But those are all questions for the very near future. We are going to be broadcasting only one of those next games in the top 8. It's looking like for you and me, we're going to be looking at that Altiora Nimbus versus Pursuit game.
Oh.
Which is very exciting. I have not yet seen Pursuit here on broadcast with you and I. We've seen Altiora Nimbus. They were our first game, if I recall. And they are definitely showing themselves to be a really strong contender in this tournament. But only one of these two teams is going to make it to the top 4. And only half of the now current field is going to qualify for the final event. So we've got some real money on the line here, 25,000 at play for those finals, and a lot of bragging rights, a lot of pride, a lot of teams and big players in the scene watching this tournament very closely. So
pressure's on. Well, and we saw the Houston Outlaws tweet earlier, right? That is just a primary example of how many people are watching this competition and how many people will be watching the final. So once again, these teams want to go all the way to the end here, making it to that finals for that 25K prize pool. And we'll have to see who wants it the most when we get back, folks. So don't go anywhere. everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. For anyone just joining us for our second matchup of the day, I am Waffles for Sid. This is Thibbledork, and we are going to be covering all the action. Thibble, we are about to move into our second matchup of the day. We are once again getting to see Altiora Nimbus, but this time their opponent will be Pursuit. And it's finals time here, right? Well, I'm sorry, quarterfinals time. Single elim, and it's all on the line.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is their final opportunity for
There
one
you
of
go.
these teams. Only one of these teams will be able to move forward, and winning this does lock you for top 4, does qualify you for your spot at the finals event in December. So more than ever, I mean, these have all been do or die. This is all single elim after the 6 rounds of Swiss, but more than ever, you need to step up here. You cannot let yourself go. Altiora Nimbus stepping forward with the roster that we saw from them yesterday. Isul was really impressing me, has a decent hero pool there. The only thing that they really struggled against as a team was maybe the Echo from Jim.
Yep.
But Echo's for sure a wild card, so I don't blame him for that. And I like the different looks that Essel can pull out specifically. Also, shout out to Karopi. It's the best Hello Kitty character. Just accept that now, folks. Make your life better. Me-Man as well, I will say, had some excellent just frag moments on the Kiriko yesterday, which is often kind of an overlooked part of the kit. Just the triple headshot damage from the kunai and everything. It's so impactful. But on the other side for Pursuit, there you go. You get my one. This is a roster I do not personally yet know quite well. However, to have made it this far, they have clearly shown themselves to be some of the top talent that we've got here in this tournament so far. Very excited to see how they approach the meta, if they have any wrinkles about this. Does Korra actually want to play Wrecking Ball, or is that just like a for funsies picture? You know, we'll find out here in a moment as we head towards our first map, which will be a control map of some sort. Is it Legion?
Nepal. Nepal will be our
Nepal?
first one here for the quarterfinals. And we're going straight into it. We got the nice drop-off potential here, and I love the difference in the environment that brings, right? Sometimes we see a lot of Roadhog brought to the table, and it has been played over the last couple of days.
Yeah, and Nepal has such variance across its submaps, where Sanctum, you know, you've historically seen Torb compositions, Pharah compositions, Echo compositions, Ash, you know, double sniper is not out of the question. But in a meta like this, no surprise to kind of see what we're seeing from Altiora Nimbus. For Pursuit, who knows? I mean,
Right.
Korra on the Wrecking Ball, we were just talking about that. Sabotabi over on the Tracer as well. These are options. See if they stick with it. It looks like they are. Very interesting here. This is a different look. This is not, big quotes, the meta. So I want to see what that Wrecking Ball can do immediately stepping forward and trying to provide some disruption.
Gonna have to be really careful of that disruption, especially on a map with so many cliffside opportunities for Korra to go ahead and take people down. Zenzukt is the first victim as a result, and Korra is absolutely all over this map and untouchable, as is the woes of anyone playing up against Wrecking Ball there. There's still some exchanges across the board, and no one has quite capped it yet, but as I say that, Altiora Nimbus goes ahead, takes possession for the opening fight, and it's going to be Pursuit's going to have to back off just a little bit to regroup.
Stepping back, Zenzukt immediately stepping forward. Again, so much pick potential on that Sombra. We saw them be really one of the standouts yesterday, and I expect that to continue today. Essel stepping up on the Reaper as well, getting that last parting blow onto K. Pursuit really forced now to hang back, try and take a little bit of space. Korra maybe sneaking into the backline, being a little cheeky. And Sabotabi as well on the Tracer, looking for a pulse bomb, looking for somewhere to put it. And Korra getting the sneaky frag over on the Me-Man.
And that is a massive early pick there for Altiora Nimbus, right? Me-Man out of the picture, or I'm sorry, for Pursuit. With Me-Man out of the picture, there's less support available for them to sustain on this point. And now we can see Pursuit going ahead and jumping on as a result. They're starting to contest, and well, it's really going to be about who can continue to capitalize and take this point. It looks like Pursuit was not fast enough to be able to jump on and push off Altiora Nimbus, because Nimbus still has possession.
Right, I mean, all the stall potential from Altiora Nimbus' composition, no recall there for Sabatabi, so an easy trip off. Actually knocked by the Suzu, according to the kill feed. I don't know if that's even possible, but looks cool. Zanzukt also just stepping up again, doing Zanzukt things. It's just what we expect from them at this point.
Right.
Full support ultimates online, and an overclock soon to follow for Pursuit, but Altiora Nimbus pretty much in the same spot, though they do have the Death Blossom instead. Zanzukt, of course, will still build that overclock quickly. But Cora just has to try and step forward and make these quick picks happen, does manage to succeed, but Karopi taking out his counterpart there.
Oh, Essel with an absolute clutch Death Blossom comboed with Karopi's Sound Barrier. There was no chance for Pursuit after that damage. Is he gonna make it? Oh, the teleport to the edge just at the last moment. Nice job over to ya, Essel. Absolutely clutch play and beautiful mechanics being executed. Always a nail biter as we see you falling very fast. A big pick comes through. Two big picks. Dominic here looking to try and turn the tide of the fight single-handedly. Almost takes down another one, and that is Pursuit capping the point for themselves for the first time at the last possible second.
I mean, Dominic just stepping up when he needs to, you know, getting the picks. The only thing keeping them in this fight right now. They must be perfect. It's all they can do really at this point to maintain their control. With 99% for Altiora Nimbus, there is no margin for error. Sabatabi, let's see if you can get something with that pulse bomb perhaps. The stick.
Ask
Ooh,
and
actually
you
does get me,
shall
man.
receive Thibble. 2 kills from Sabotabi right off the tail end of that pulse bomb. They do go down in the end to Essel, but Pursuit has now set themselves up to prevent Altiora from pushing through this choke.
Right, I mean, and that's exactly, you couldn't have asked for much better there. The immediate force into a retreat, Pursuit being smart about their positioning. You don't want to overextend, you don't want to give this away for free. You want to use that long range and that flank potential to really force Altiora Nimbus to look in a bunch of different angles all at once. And you can see they're taking their time. They want to be very careful and very thorough about this, wrapping all the way around for the rotation onto the backline. But Noya and Kay already, they know what's going on. They know the deal. Zook now on the Tracer as well with Pulse Bomb available.
I love this Primal Rage here from Steady. It made so much space for Nimbus here to take this point. They've almost recaptured it for themselves, and Pursuit knows they need to be there contesting. It's already at 99% for Altiora Nimbus, and now they still have the Pulse Bomb available. Deja vu as Essel gets another big play here with the Death Blossom, and cool kids fall off the map.
Sure. Yeah, why not? Right? We don't worry
or self-destruct with the pulse bomb. Okay, I would have accepted either from you, Zanzukt.
hey, do whatever's flashiest, right? That was a great round for them. Definitely feeling themselves after that. Managing to maintain their composure, not letting kind of like a reverse, a very mini reverse sweep happen there over on Sanctum. You know, you have the control, you have the percentage. All you need to do is win one fight. Be smart about that one, and you're good. So Altiora Nimbus showing incredible presence of mind against a very disruptive comp here from Pursuit. It looks like for now they're going to maintain that current strategy. Here on Village, it's still viable, I suppose. The Wrecking Ball can always get around this point. He has so many different options on where to go. Sabatabi as well on the Tracer can still do great things. Zanzukt, you see, matching that Tracer, wants to be able to basically keep pace with someone who's moving so fast. And Cora already just doing Wrecking Ball things, just having fun with it.
An absolute bowling ball through the members of Altiora Nimbus. Essel went flying off of that high ground as a result, and there was so much displacement caused. Doesn't seem to matter though. Altiora Nimbus regroups very quickly. They know they do not want to be that separated from Cora's displacement, and they go ahead and take the point for themselves first.
Yeah, I mean, despite all the flashy tech here from the Wrecking Ball, Altiora Nimbus able to still step up. Zanzukt still keeping pace with that Tracer from Sabatabi, as I mentioned. You know, an ultimate advantage here already establishing itself for Altiora Nimbus, ahead on the Pulse Bomb by just a little, ahead on the support ult by a good bit. Essel as well on that Reaper cannot be ignored after that last round. But Me-Man is the first to step up. Dominic trades right back.
You know, regardless of all the trades here for this recent fight, I am really impressed with how Steady is playing on this Winston. It's due to their really smart and tactical engagements and the placement of where they're actually jumping onto the team members of Pursuit. They're forcing out the Suzu from K regularly, and that is not a resource you want to have to use early or initially in a fight. Kuropi gets slammed into the dirt from Korra, and there's the minefield from Korra following after that. They do go down at the end of the day, and well, it looks like Pursuit can't quite capitalize on the space created. Nimbus is going to hold strong, and they're slowly approaching a handful of ultimates.
Steady even hitting the mines to consistently provide ult charge over to Me-Man here on the Kiriko, providing towards 25% of that ultimate. Kuropi 80% and counting. Tied up over with Noya K with a pretty distinct advantage there, though. Ults are even, but the control is what matters. Altiora have the point. They are not going to give this up for free.
Dominic has been constantly berated by Steady there as that Winston. They fell very, very low, but of course with Primal Rage online, that is the plan, to engage and just at the last minute save yourself. A sound barrier is going to save Steady and keep them in this fight. SL is still trying to keep the fight alive here. Altiora and Nimbus not wanting to give up any percentage of this point. Jumping into the Death Blossom is a disaster, and unfortunately for Pursuit, SL seems to have it online all the time. Still a couple of stragglers coming through here from Pursuit, but at the end of the day, it's still Altiora and Nimbus, well, actually getting a little shaken up. That minefield was not what they were expecting, and with the amount of time stalled here from Korra, Kitsune is available and used up here by Me-Man, and well, now Nimbus seems to really find their footing, take away in the kill feed, and they're gonna go ahead and take this first map of Nepal.
And I mean, what a performance there, especially on Village. Really ready, it seemed, very quickly for an answer to this whole Wrecking Ball Tracer situation.
Yeah.
I respect what you're going for there as Pursuit. You know, you want, much like we saw in our last match, right? Maybe you've got a wild card that you feel is really strong right now, that is actually like shaking things up and giving teams pause. But Altiora and Nimbus are not those gamers. You know, they had the answer ready. Essel doing so much work there on the Reaper. Obviously loves to shoot at a big round ball full of hit points. You know, that's just like free lifesteal. It's
Looks
free
like a
real estate.
pinata in their eyes.
Yes. Yeah, very much so. It is literally just loot pinata. Just swing at that thing and watch it go. So Altiora and Nimbus maybe showing that that is not the way. Pursuit, now it's up to them. Do you change that up? Do you assume that that's still going to work, perhaps on a different game mode as you go into hybrid and escort? Like, is Wrecking Ball the answer there where it was not on control? Or do you maybe go back to something a little more conventional in the hopes of kind of bringing it to a standard mirror?
Yeah, it's really going to be about what Pursuit is feeling comfortable and confident on. I do think going up against Altiora and Nimbus for this quarterfinals might be a little bit more challenging because Altiora, we saw this mentioned earlier in our little fact chip, they were here in the top 8 already for Challengers Cup 1, okay? They're not trying to let history repeat itself. They don't want deja vu occurring. They want to win, and they want to make it to the finals event in December. They want to join the other two Altiora teams that made it to grand finals, which were Polaris and Artemis, right? Polaris knocked them out in the first Challengers Cup, and now they have this chance to come back and prove themselves here at the second Challengers Cup to make it to grand finals and maybe, have another re-face off against Polaris for the title.
Yeah, a little rematch there would probably do them just fine. And if you're Nimbus as well, you're looking at just this series and realizing you're 2 maps away from making it to the final event. Regardless of your grand final showing here or not, regardless of how far you make it, you are 2 maps out from pushing past
potentially
this.
2 maps.
Potentially, well, 2 map victories out.
Yes.
From taking this the furthest any Altiora team has ever gone. They might be joined by their siblings, I suppose, their sibling teams. But we will see. We've got plenty of time left to kind of figure that one out. And plenty of time still, I will say, for Pursuit to try and bring this back. It was a great showing from Altiora, and we've been talking them up here on this Nepal, but Control is Control.
Right.
We post a meme about Control and we move on. There are
Yes.
many opportunities, and we have seen many examples in this tournament of a team stumbling pretty hard on Control and then just immediately turning around and hitting the gas in a new way. So I'm
Yeah.
actually very excited to see what Pursuit try and do as we head into Eichenwald.
Oh.
This is a map where some weird picks can reign supreme. We've seen Roadhog and Orisa on this map. We could see the Wrecking Ball come through again. The choke is very punishing for a Wrecking Ball, but there's also lots of high ground grapple points to look through, where you could maybe see about going on a very long flank, heading all the way over to streets. There are rollouts for that. I have
Oh,
seen
yeah.
like CarQ and all those guys kind of put it together. Shout out to Flats. Wrecking Ball is insane. And Altiora, you just want to maintain your pace. You just want to stay on course here. You do not want to stumble. You maybe expect something different or a little more of the same here for Pursuit. So stick to the plan is the order of the day for Altiora Nimbus.
A lot on the line. Like I mentioned earlier, they've already been here at quarterfinals and got knocked out by their sister team. So it's make or break it here. They want to get one more point, and then they'll be at match point. And that's definitely where you want to be sitting moving into the third round. I don't want to talk about the offense quite yet. I wonder if we will
really
see
never know.
Cora on that Hammond, though. That's definitely a
this
showing
is-
that sounds a little cheeky.
Right, and this is exactly what they just had. This is exactly what they've
It's true.
been running, so I'm almost inclined to say that they're going to keep this, unless they're just faking us out, in which case, dude, come on. We're trying to help you out here. But we'll see here in 3, 2, 1. They're going for it. Cora immediately goes for the rollout, just heads straight over the edge, already making her way towards point, forcing Altiora Nimbus to pay attention. Boop coming through denies the run through. Salatabi trying to put some pressure here on Steady, kind of going for a pincer movement here. Has to watch out though. Sanzuk will take her head off.
Absolutely they will, and there's still so much disruption being created here from Cora on Pursuit. I love how much focus fire was pulled back to the point. Their team charged through the choke, and now it is an absolute chaotic fight here as they're trying to continue putting the pressure on to Nimbus. Cora a little low again, and oh, a nice attack there from Steady, trying to continue capitalizing on the low tank, but at the end of the day, Pursuit able to see and read, give enough space, and also top their health off as a result.
Yeah, and these neutral fights are all favoring Altiora Nimbus, right? You just maintain your position. You're not worried about losing anything on the cart or whatever. You can give up a little space. Azalea goes quite low. Azalea, by the way, swapped in here and actually just disconnected. Dominic getting the pick so hard that Azalea is knocked out of the server. Sabatabi takes down Steady. Zenzuk trades back as we get into a pause.
Well, one for each day for us.
Yeah.
Double.
You get one a day, really. I'm over here trying to take notes, and you're going to DC and put me back onto the cam. I see how it is. Yeah, I mean, just pick so hard that their internet turned off.
We're getting it out of the way for, the crew next that comes through for the finals, right? We got the DC and the pause covered, getting it out of the system.
Let's iron it out. We don't want Lemon Kiwi and Dogman to have to deal with anything crazy.
Yeah. But, with Nimbus, the way they're playing, hopefully they, are going to be getting those things in order. Won't be happening later down the road.
Yeah, we have some options to potentially talk about in terms of how we want to remake this. I am sure the teams are currently discussing, do we just throw it right back in as soon as we're reconnected? How are we going to approach this? They'll figure that out. That's not up to us. We don't have a big start the game button. We're going to let them do their thing. But I mean, still plenty to talk about even without that, right? That fight was getting very scrappy and very tradey. Zook was stepping up in a big way and starting to get picks onto the back line.
Yep.
But at the same time, Pursuit were starting to make some ingress. They're starting to make some real headway onto the point. So this could be the opening they needed, especially considering, the DC had also just died.
Yeah,
So maybe
there's
not as
so many
impactful.
factors,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, so many different variables that
Yeah.
we can't even possibly comprehend right now.
And a
So
lot of it's personal too, based
very
off
much
of the
so.
teams and, what their own values and morals are around what happens when people disconnect and what their preferences are. Having your first choice of map kind of taken away
Yeah,
from you. It's not taken away if they both agree, but not getting to play on your first choice is never anyone's ideal outcome. But I gotta say, I fully respect all the gamers who are like, fresh start. Let's just go again, either new
right.
map or same map. But either way, it's not an easy decision for these teams to come to. And, well, the rest of the staff also have to be there, making sure that's what the coaches think is correct and the
Hmm.
whole 9 yards from there. Now, we could keep theorizing about, oh, what we're going to see or what they might choose and this and that. But we also have a little bit of extra info about Altiora. We talked a little bit about them yesterday as well. And, they do have a unique connection to this Calling All Heroes initiative overall. Altiora was originally a women's and LGBTQIA plus organization. They were inclusive of everybody, but definitely had a big focus on marginalized genders early on throughout their creation, right? Throughout their inception of the org. And, as they have continued to progress, we've seen the huge amount of Altiora teams brought to the table here for the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cups. And it has been none other than Bailey, aka Pizza Penguin, who has started this Calling All Heroes initiative, who runs this initiative as both the project manager and project lead. Turns out she was laying groundwork ages ago and helped found Altiora altogether. So huge props and thanks out to Bailey Pizza Penguin, who has literally been laying the foundation for this scene, for this initiative. And honestly, the fruits of your results have been awesome. Altiora has been doing fantastic. They have another team contending to join. There are already 2 teams in the finals. And Thibble, Calling All Heroes has been an absolute pleasure to be working on, and with you in particular.
Oh, well, thanks. I also have to shout out the way that you described her as Bailey Pizza Penguin, as though that was her last name. I would just love to see an ID, like handing the ID to a bouncer at the airport or something, and they're just like,
That's
no,
how it's listed on
this,
her business card.
yeah, this absolutely cannot be real. And she's just like, I promise it's a really long story. Yes, my name is Bailey Pizza Penguin. Please let me in. My flight leaves in 20 minutes. Like, God, I could not imagine the horror. It's bad enough because I have a Florida license, so I already know.
Ooh.
I get so many McLovin comments
I'm
about
sure.
like, yeah, this is your Florida ID. Nice try. And I'm like, well, have you ever heard of this game called Overwatch? Because I used
Right.
to work for the Mayhem, and they were this whole team. And we're gonna ignore that entirely because we were getting right back into the fight.
Yeah, straight
Pursuit
into
stepping
the
on the point.
heart. Okay, everyone, we got a cap point here rolling through. All right, Pursuit has taken the first point. We're catching up here on the game. It looks like Me-Man was actually brought back in with their ultimate, ultimate economy retained.
It was Azalea that got DC'd.
Oh, you're right.
Yes, so Azalea
sub-in.
stepping back in, but I mean, it's a Tracer, so already at 20%, like it's one of the fastest building ultimates in the game.
Yeah.
Immediately back into the action, steady, trying to just establish some point presence before this gate even opens. That minefield is going to be some serious work and really force Altiora members back.
And a railgun shot to take down Steady in this fight. Pursuit really running away in the kill feed. Dominic hitting a bit of that flow state while still retaining the overclock on hand.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That was a wacky kind of like turnaround towards the end. There's been so much trading here in these last couple fights, but that's going right now, at least in terms of where they're at on the map, that's going to favor Pursuit. That spawn is so much closer. They're more capable of running back, especially with this high speed composition that they've got. Every hero on the team for Pursuit right now has insane mobility. So when you're looking at these long, scrappy recontest sort of fights, you have to imagine that Pursuit are really going to be bringing the A game and keeping the pressure on.
Zenzuk just goes ahead, deletes Noya right out of the gate, and, well, the members of Altiora, they know as soon as Zenzuk gets a pick, you just hit the W key, continue being aggressive, and, well, it's another defensive hold.
Right, and this is a great position to do it too, because you can set up on the high ground right above the cart as it's passing right under it here. Altiora and Nimbus have all the sight lines in the world. They can set up on the parapet. They can set up on the crenellations, using all my castle terminology. I do have a degree in medieval European history. But Pursuit, hardly daunted by my knowledge of European architecture, just going to jump straight up and start applying some pressure. Zenzuk getting some pressure themselves, but Dominic strikes first.
I bet you Zenzuk's heart, got a little bit faster getting booped off the high ground into the middle of Pursuit. Zips out right at the end of possible time, and, well, now it is all Pursuit continuing to just roll this cart forward. This momentum shift has been completely in their favor, Thibble.
Yeah, and you have to wonder if that DC maybe got in Altiora Nimbus' head just a little. Azalea kind of forced to get back in on the back foot, definitely trying to recombobulate themselves, figure out exactly how they want to configure their engagements. Steady, though, being the steady hand and providing that little bit of stability to hopefully get Altiora Nimbus back. This cart has not been captured yet, so they have the chance to reconstitute themselves.
Well, and this is a really nice stall coming through here from Altiora and Nimbus just at the cusp of the second checkpoint. And, I do think that they may not have been ready for, no one's ready for a disconnect to roll through. A nice sound barrier from Karopi, continuing to extend the lifeline here of Altiora and Nimbus before this second checkpoint. And Pursuit just relentless in their bombardment. It's aggressive time on this sound barrier, and Cora gets the kill with another mine. Dominic's popping off with this overclock, and after a boop off the edge, Altiora and Nimbus still, trickling in a bit, but Pursuit captures that second checkpoint.
Yeah, we talk about Trady, but that was pretty clearly in Pursuit's favor the entire time. Shout out to Noya, who is providing incredible disruption and engage. You know that the comms coming through there from a hero that is traditionally reserved for the IGL had to have been super active throughout that insanely contentious fight. The boop to kind of top everything off, the 2K in the middle of it all as well, had to have been just insanely active to keep Pursuit in that. Sabatabi keeping that momentum going right away.
Something we haven't seen much is Zenzuk on this Reaper instead. We had a change up in who was playing for Nimbus, and now that Azalea is back in, they're on that Tracer instead. The cart almost there at the third checkpoint, and Pulse Bomb thrown, doesn't find a kill, but it's okay. Still a little more stall, trying to be brought to the table. Just 1.48 meters before the point. There's still more members of Altiora and Nimbus trying to keep the time alive. This minefield is absolutely trouble for Nimbus to try and push in, but a nice job here for Pursuit. They will not let anyone out of these corridors, Thibble.
No, K dropping that Kitsune Rush is probably going to be the icing on the cake that they needed. The minefield was too oppressive. Nothing that Steady could do on that Roadhog. Swapping over to the Diva to try and do some last minute stall, it was not to be. You have to wonder if one or more fights went another couple seconds, another few ultimates there would have been online that just did not come through there. So, bit of a heartbreaker. 1:44 in the clock here for Pursuit as we head into our round swap. It's a respectable time bank. It's not huge, but it's certainly not small either. And now Altiora Nimbus, it's going to be all they can do here to bring this back, right? You need that momentum to shift back. You have to shake off that disconnect if they haven't already, which they're professionals. I generally assume they can just get right back to business. But if there's any discussion about that, I imagine at this point you want to go, all right, guys, doesn't matter. It's a new round. It's a new day. Steady's on the hog. Let's see what we can do with it. Pursuit maintaining this composition as well. Offense or defense, no matter the map type, this seems to be what they are comfortable with. So I'm just very interested to watch this every time, see how they manage this dynamic, how disruptive they want to be, how cheeky they want to be with these flanks. The answer seems to be at least a little, they're having fun with it. We're just going to go emote at the spawn door. I'm playing Wrecking Ball. What else do I have to do?
some intimidation or trash talk. You can take your pick
Right.
from the emotes.
The hog coming
Nimbus-
through though for Steady.
Yeah, this could be trouble for Pursuit because, getting hooked by the hog and with how mobile Korra is, that could be big trouble for Pursuit, right? Getting hooked right after the slam leaves you really, really vulnerable. Oh, Tabby is already out of the picture. Nimbus is on a tear now, and with Steady continuing to lead the charge, they seem to be relentless here on the forefront. Pursuit finding those side angles, putting in the damage, and Dominic takes them down, pushes back Nimbus, and now Pursuit gonna hold this defensive point.
And I mean, Roadhog can provide so much presence in a frontline brawl, but he has not much else at his disposal. If you're not getting the hooks and the picks like that and providing follow-up opportunities for your team, you're really just a walking ult battery, as we often say. There's no barrier there, but the rest of the team doesn't seem to care. Altiora and Nimbus saying, don't worry, dude, we're going to step up. Azalea is ready to bring this back. Steady getting that cleanup kill onto Noya, and this is looking like a pretty clean capture for Nimbus.
Steady did a good job, waiting for Korra to go ahead, slam the ground, use the hook afterwards, and I mean, you blink and you miss it. The focus fire from Nimbus was there to take Korra out of the picture.
Right, and that's really the opportunity you need to wait for. You need to whittle down that wrecking ball. You need to find the moment where they're not sprinting through your entire team, which helps having a Roadhog. You can really stop that in its tracks. Now, Altiora and Nimbus stepping forward, getting the cart through the gate. The wrecking ball starting the ultimate early, which does provide quite a bit of damage, but Me-Man ready with that Katsumi rush.
That was one ambitious and cheeky hook there from Steady, straight into the heart of Korra's minefield, goes ahead for the ambitious hook, gets it, and knows that their teammate has their back to finish off the kill.
Yeah, and just more and more progress here. 4.5 minutes on the clock to get through the streets phase. Steady now online with the whole hog. Both DPS ultimates coming online. Karopi not far behind with that sound barrier. Meanwhile, you also have both DPS ultimates as a hook comes through onto Korra. Korra may be a little cut out here, and Korra goes down.
Ooh, this Roadhog pick into the Wrecking Ball is something I am really enjoying, and it seems like Steady is just able to slowly pick apart their team, if not from just the shrapnel gun, from the hooks themselves, and they've had this whole hog for ages on deck.
I mean, you don't need it. You don't need it. Steady's neutral game is fully online at this point. Steady has become the hog. They are living the pig life. Another hook onto Korra, completely nullifying that adaptive shield. Sang-Suk finishing it off, and now the whole hog comes through to zone them away as the cart pushes on.
A rare miss hook there from Steady, but of course the mass here in this hallway is going to be tough for anyone to squeeze through. Little Sojourn makes his dash, and well, it's not going to matter. Altiora and Nimbus still all in the kill feed and with a hearty time bank.
Yeah, a hardy time bank, but an expensive fight there, right? You see the whole hog gone, the sound barrier gone. Useful, definitely not wasted ultimates. And Sang-Suk with an overclock alone is great. But Noya with the sound barrier could be the beginnings of kind of a re-aggression for Pursuit. As we see Korra now on the matching Roadhog, but Suzu comes out to keep her alive.
Sound barrier from Noya also pushing back Altiora and Nimbus. They do not want any part of that engagement, and they hook Korra, turn her to pull her even more out of position, and there is the kill as a result. Azalea is taken down regardless, and it looks like it's not gonna matter. The rest of Nimbus steps up to the plate to compensate, and Sang-Suk is absolutely tearing them apart.
I mean, we cannot understate how much Sang-Suk has been integral to the performance of this team. Easily one of the best Sojourns we've seen in the tournament so far, and stepping up in such a big way. Korra back onto the Wrecking Ball, decides the honorable 1v1 is not for her. She got gated, Steady is hottie. RIP.
That's a nice play here from Altiora and Nimbus, continuing to push back the members of Pursuit. The whole hog's going to be the one that takes Korra down, and that's a 3-3 cap for both of these teams.
Did I not say, right? Altiora and Nimbus need to shake off whatever kind of messed with that last round, need to have a fantastic attack, need to have a fantastic time bank, literally double the time, damn near, for Altiora and Nimbus. Pursuit now get their opportunity for their extra rounds. Their time bank was lower. So however far you can get off of 144 and an overtime push, That's going to be all you've got to prevent yourself from going down 0-2 in this series and potentially losing out on your spot in the final event. Altiora and Nimbus, meanwhile, on the other side, they know they have the timing advantage. They know they just threw a wild haymaker into Pursuit, started to crack the armor, started to pull Korra out of her comfort zone. Is that going to be enough? Can you maintain that momentum as you swap sides again?
I was really impressed with some of the coordination Altiora Nimbus was trying to execute with Steady and Azalea. You know, I saw the hook repeatedly hit Korra, which, you know, is expected when they go ahead and use that slam. But afterwards, Azalea was there trying to throw the pulse bomb onto the hook victim and make sure they're combining the damage to really solidify the kill onto the tank, right? A critical tank like Korra here. And you know, she's already moving around the side of the map. We've seen this offense executed, right? They're going to take this space, they're going to pull away Altiora and Nimbus's fire so the rest of their team can push through the choke. Oh, missed it by that much. That's okay. And Kay is actually the first one to go down. Altiora and Nimbus gonna try and hold this defensive choke, and it's a tough one to push through, Thibble.
It absolutely is, and you know, you have these flanking attempts from Korra, but you see Azalea. Something we haven't really talked about, Azalea on the Tracer really matching the pace and really forcing Pursuit not to just be able to run straight in as Sabatabi gets caught out trying to pay attention to her counterpart. You know, Azalea has been such a huge strategic layer for Altiora Nimbus to be able to bring in a ringer on compositions like this where you know you're going to need a Tracer or a sniper on Circuit Royale, as we saw yesterday. It's been a huge boon for them, but Pursuit are not deterred. They immediately take out Azalea. Sorry for the caster curse. Dominic also stepping up in a big way.
I was going to comment on Azalea's pulse bomb charge and how it could be lethal, but they were taken out of this picture. And Zenzook now following suit. Pursuit is having a great shift in momentum in their favor. They want to take this first point, and they are close to it. They're continuing to apply this pressure as Azalea is the only one here continuing to contest. Now Pursuit has one tick in the bag, and this is exactly the type of win condition they're wanting. A full cap there, and now it's overtime, Thibble.
Right, you got 5 seconds on the clock. That'll be gone right about now. And for the rest of this, you must stay on that cart. You must just walk it all the way through as far as you want. You gotta wait for this gate to come up, and that whole time that's happening, Altiora and Nimbus are going to try and set themselves up, set up a nice defensive position, bring their ultimates to bear, see if you can really pick. Anything at this point will break this push. Or immediately though with Wrecking Ball ultimate.
A nice kill there from Dominic onto Me-Man. As a result, there is no Kitsune Rush available for Altiora and Nimbus for this fight. All they can do is continue trying to stall out the point as Steady uses Whole Hog, creating space, trying to push back Pursuit. Zenzook is unchallenged up here on the high ground, and with so much lethality being output, that's going to be overtime burning down.
Yeah, and I mean, that Kitsune Rush hardly mattered. At that point, there was such a great position set up from Altiora and Nimbus where there's not a lot of long-range damage in a Wrecking Ball comp, at least obviously from the tank.
Right.
Sure, he's got the little machine guns, but they don't do a ton of damage. They're more an annoyance than anything else. So when you've got the rest of your team really needing to step up into the face, besides Dominic on the Sojourn, to really get your damage done, it's not conducive when Altiora and Nimbus are happy to turtle up where this camera is right now in the lower level of the castle.
Yeah.
So great strategy there from Altiora and Nimbus, stepping up and planting their flag right where it would suit them best. And now Pursuit have their work cut out for them. That line is drawn in the sand. The box of victory is right there. And Altiora and Nimbus, all they got to do is cap that point and get it right past the gate.
Well, and they had a pretty fast first point capture during the round 2 when they attacked. So I am a little worried for Pursuit. It's going to be, all about making sure they're staying out of Zenzook to sightline and not allowing them to get that early Sojourn pick to open up the fight.
Right, yeah, you have to be really aware of those early picks. They are so deadly. Both Sojourn stepping up in a huge way this series and this tournament. And one of those, when the stakes are this high, can make all the difference. So I want to see very cautious positioning come out here. Cora, you see already trying, but already getting caught out. That adaptive shield gets her away. She's got to be careful here.
Some beautiful Roadhog play there from Steady, just continuing to whittle down the members of Pursuit. Still an aggression coming through, but there's plenty of time on the clock for them to work their way around this building. Azalea is the first one to go down, but Tabby follows them quickly. No Zippy Tracers available, and Cora here is running rampant as a result. Almost boop Steady off the map, and oh, nice job by Me-Man coming back to the edge. Thought they were also gone for a moment, but at the end of the day, Pursuit holding defensively strong and trying not to let history repeat itself from round 2.
I mean, you're going to get some staggers here on Altior and Nimbus, or at the very least keep them on the back foot for another 30 seconds or so. So for Pursuit, this is starting off well. You want to burn this time bake in this first phase, if not fuller hold already. You see Steady just, taking the damage. That's fine. Just heal me up. Build up that Kitsune rush as fast as you can. Me-Man does have the advantage on that, so if you can make the most of that timing, you could pull out a decisive win here.
And that's exactly what Nimbus wants, right? It's all on the line here at the quarterfinals, and Zenzuk gets an early kill. A nice hook, but can't quite find the kill. It doesn't matter. Dominic goes down as a result, and even though Cora was able to throw the mines, it looks like Nimbus is still going to be able to cap this point. They have the team power there. They've got the numbers, and well, Thibble, it's about to be backs against the wall for Pursuit.
Right, and we see Sensuk in so much of the kill feed in that fight, but honestly, at least a couple of those were setups provided by Me-Man, hitting some amazing shots. That triple headshot damage on the kunais from Kiriko makes any target nice and squishy, especially when you have, if you got a Tracer with 150 health, and a Kiriko headshot deals 120 health, you do the math, because I'm not supposed to. Dominic getting also the pick onto Azalea, trying to reestablish a defense here because the margins now are thinner than they have ever been. You do not want this series to go 0-2. You want to tie this up. You've maybe got 1 or 2 shots left.
Oh no!
That hook!
That was the long-range sniper hook coming in from Steady. Polhog is thrown as a result, and now the members of Pursuit have been scattered. Dominic's out of the picture with Overclock online. Another hook comes through, and it's Noya with the sound barrier, keeping their team in this fight. Cora gets to capitalize on Karopi as a result, and you can see Nimbus giving a little bit of space. They don't want to bite off more than they can chew, and they know that they have the time, and if they can use these resources appropriately, they're going to take this win. It's all about whittling down Pursuit as they're trying to make it back and continue to contest this point, but at 2 meters left, it is looking grim, and that's Nimbus taking the win.
Well, congrats on advancing to the finals event, Altior Nimbus. There's no way Pursuit comes back from an 0-2. I had to. It's still very possible, folks. That is a meme. Do not yell at me unless you want to. Okay, with the play of the game here coming through, but I also need to shout out Me-Man because, I mean, I think between the Kirikos towards the end there, Me-Man was consistently showing up in the kill feed, consistently softening targets for Azalea and Sensuk. And I think, I've mentioned this a couple times at this point, that is such an underrated part of her kit. She is not just an insane healer with an immortality and a wacky ultimate. She also just deals insane damage because I think Kiriko's a little broken, folks. Let's be real. She's real strong right now. So if you're making a huge impact on that hero, you're only going to maximize the potential of your team. And right now, Altior and Nimbus look to have their potential pretty maximized.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it is really nice to see that they're continuing to be as consistent as we saw them in our first day yesterday, or in our first match yesterday as well. And I think Pursuit definitely is having a hard time combating the synergy that Nimbus is able to bring to the table. I like seeing Steady on that Roadhog. It's different from the Winston composition and, you know, that type of style of engagement. So, you know, I'm pretty excited to see where we go for our escort map next. Sorry, reading my post-it note there on the top. With how the first 2 went, I'm not really sure which one they would want to pick as a result, but
I was
Going to
gonna
Route
say
66.
I was gonna say Route 66. You know, Circuit Royale is many things, but a wrecking ball map is not one of them. Route 66 has many more hidey holes, caverns, tunnels, broken down motels, you know, places that hamsters love, right? Those are all the places that I
Oh,
hear
yeah.
hamsters love. I know many things, of course, about hamsters. So many
It's also
things.
drier out there. I'm pretty sure
Yes, that's true. I
that
think even
fits the
Hammond
bill.
has a voice line for Route 66 as well as like Oasis, where he goes,
Oh.
"These are ideal hamster conditions." You guys can look that one up. I'm pretty sure that's true, and if not, I don't care. It's technically true in my heart. So Route 66, I think, is a perfectly logical choice for the sort of compositions and the sort of styles that Pursuit have been trying to show us. It makes sense that this is a map that they would have practiced pretty extensively with this composition. And frankly, you need to be bringing your A game at this point. This is
Match
match
point.
point, tournament point, not tournament point, I suppose qualification point, let's call it. And there's
Finals
no more room.
lifeline?
Yeah. Your life is on the line here. Like, you have no more room for error. Not that you really had much to begin with, but you want. This is where the reverse sweep needs to start, right? And start in a big way. You need to send a message straight back to Altiora Nimbus that this series is not done yet. Altiora Nimbus currently maintaining the Roadhog. I think it's a logical answer to the Wrecking Ball. It has certainly been getting them value. Azalea as well, staying here on the Tracer, knows that they have to answer Sabatabi's Tracer, which has been doing some pretty phenomenal work, but Azalea is certainly keeping her honest.
Oh, I guess it's no surprise that the EU players of the OG Pursuit also formed the core of Cat Drinking Soda, aka the Pursuit EU team. So, meowdy to all you Pursuit players out there, all right?
Ooh, this woman. These team
Crazy
names,
cat lady
man.
in the house.
I thought we had reached the peak of crazy with like old man strength and stuff, but we are not there yet. We will never perhaps hit our peak. Cora immediately jumping in for an engage, the adaptive shield popping down, not able to get Zainzuk for as much as she tried.
Tracer brawl, a little bit of 1v1, and well, we're gonna bail out before anyone actually takes away the kill. Sabatabi absolutely pestering the members of Nimbus here who are on top of Big Earls, just a constant nuisance, and well, seems to be looking for every single angle to be a mosquito, bothering them at all times. Azalea is gonna go down first as Altior continues to try and hold the top of Big Earls. It is a nice job here from Sabatabi at continuing to displace them, and Cora just launched the Keropi across the map right there. So much space created for Pursuit to continue capitalizing, and there's another kill as a result. Space has been created and the cart is rolling forward, Thibble.
Right, and these ultimates are coming online real quick for Pursuit. You had the minefield already, could deny a potential recontest here onto the first capture point, as Steady just runs away, not even gonna bother. 5 minutes in the time bank here for Pursuit, and you gotta be feeling good. Man, well, maybe you back up just a little bit here as Noya goes down to the good old 1-2 hook combo.
Nasty minefield right there in the heart of Altiora Nimbus. Two people go down right away as a result. There's the pulse bomb to combo onto Steady, and now we can see Pursuit really running away in the kill feed and with the time bank. Killed there at the end, but the damage has been done. Cora absolutely tearing up the members of Nimbus on that most recent push.
Right, and you still create a ton of space for this cart to move. Cora's going to get right back into this fight. But, I mean, all the members of Altiora Nimbus are not particularly slow either. They're going to immediately start to recontest this. Cora, they're really not going to give them a chance.
Wow.
That hook. Wow. How does Noya live?
I don't know. That doesn't typically happen when I'm hooked, but there's,
Right.
Plenty of time on the board for them. So far, though, Steady still hunting for another kill. Azalea goes down in the midst of all the chaos, and, well, it is still Nimbus looking to hold this defensive point. They have the high ground, and they are leveraging it beautifully as a result.
Right, yeah, another sort of fight win, or at least a bit of a stall here for Altiora Nimbus, as they're just reestablishing themselves, getting everybody back online. Cora going to get the cart moving just a little bit, but certainly can't overstay her welcome with Steady prowling on the high ground. The minefield immediately into the backline. Gets
What?
two.
Oh my goodness, no escape for either supports, and that means Nimbus has nothing to sustain them through this next fight. They gotta run with their tail between their legs and regroup, Thibble.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty one and done, right? That's pretty quick and easy.
Two
to
and
look at
done.
there. Oh, sure. Oh my God, you're on one today. Yeah, the minefield was great, right? It gets the backline. There is no escape for them, just immediate death. I will say Altiora Nimbus didn't have to really invest anything, and therefore have a lot of tools to try and make this work. And Steady already doing it.
Wow, Steady's consistency to perform on this Roadhog and get the value that Nimbus needs and create and stop the disruption from Pursuit has just been critical to their success and to them holding this defensive point here just before second.
Yeah, this is like when you're in driving school and the trainer in the passenger seat has their own brake pedal. And they're like, you don't get to, I decide when you stop. You know,
You're not braking early enough.
Yeah, I am going to make sure you do not kill us both. Yeah, that is this Roadhog right now. That is Steady to Cora. You do not get to go as fast as you want. Except, just kidding, you did kill Sensor. So.
Wow. Yeah, I saw Cora jump on Zenzook there for that engagement. Flew essentially across the map like a shooting star. Now they drop the minefield, and Cora has stepped up to the plate, really harnessed their avatar state, and has been bringing so much value for Pursuit on this Route 66 push. It is arguably a different team than what we saw in our previous map, and they have been consistently trying to make this space. Unfortunately, the other members not able to follow up on the damage, and Nimbus still gonna hold the defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to provide all that disruption and to zone off certain members of the team and everything, but at the end of the day, everyone you're not looking at is turning around and getting insane value. And Cora, for all the work that she's putting in, cannot be everywhere at once. Can only focus on so many targets at a time, and certainly has plenty of attention on herself. So you're starting to see potentials, flashes of brilliance here, but it needs to be way more consistent, or Altiora and Nimbus are just going to hold the line. Something like that from Dominic, exactly what we need.
This is a whole different look from Pursuit. They are looking confident, they have the momentum, and they look like they could potentially be in the running for a reverse sweep. They have been, this is a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, we're a long way away from looking at that 3-2 scoreline in either direction. But, I mean, pulling this out and making some solid progress, even if it takes you a couple fights, is the way you start this. Brick by brick, step by step, you make your way. Oh man, the booping back and forth is so tricky right there.
That
this
moving
is why
platform, gotcha.
Yeah, this is why I don't play Wrecking Ball. I can't do the geometry it requires. I am an extreme nature. Still, the ultimate coming through right there. Cora just trying to escape, frankly, at this point, hoping perhaps that minefield will just zone everybody off. Seems to work, and Dominic is happy to take advantage of that disengage.
Karopi that's not the first time Karopi has been deleted by Dominic with a railgun shot. Goes to show you how much flow state they are in. They're still continuing to aggress forward here, but careful, pulse bomb, too close, not enough to get you. They do pop that overclock regardless of all the other team members they've lost in this fight, and now they themselves go down. Altiora and Nimbus going to continue holding this defensive choke and feeling pretty good about it as a result.
I saw Steady hit a couple hooks in that fight that did not immediately convert to kills, but it hardly mattered. Like, it doesn't matter if you're getting like the full perfect combo or whatever, if the rest of your team can follow up. And I think that's really the secret edge, not secret edge that Altiora and Nimbus have right now, is that the sense that they're all really talking this out. They all know exactly how they want to focus, where they want to be. And Azalea also has no problems operating independently of all that. Still getting the support as the stick comes through, but I think a Suzu there probably solved that problem.
Yeah, nice clutch play there from the Kiriko to keep their team in this fight. And with overclock available, Zenzook is going to be happy with the 35-second time bank left.
Right, and you have the whole hog coming online, and you've got the pulse bomb not far behind. Pursuit, meanwhile, yeah, you've got the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, you're close to the minefield, but that's kind of all you're going to have unless you make a really concerted long-range overtime push. So the heat is on. Their feet are in the fire.
The Kitsune rush here from Pursuit, trying to help them instigate this last fight here. 10 seconds left on the clock. Instead, he's already gotten a kill. The minefield all over the payload is definitely trouble. Nimbus needs to watch their spacing. Pursuit does not want to give up this fight easily, and these Tracers are dueling it out on the side, trying to consistently find value. Kitsune now for Nimbus, reinforcing all of their attack and reload speed. Can Pursuit push into this? A nice boot from Noya, saving their teammate after they get hooked by Steady. Absolutely clutch. Korra is so low and finally taken down. Overtime bar is absolutely critical, and it'll be gone in the blink of an eye. More kills here for Altior and Nimbus, and there is a round 1 completion for Route 66.
Our first qualification condition has been decided. 31.54 meters after the second checkpoint is all Altior and Nimbus need. Just get the cart right there, plus a little bit, and you are good. If I'm them, honestly, I'm feeling pretty solid. I think that defense was stout. It was not perfect, but they pretty consistently had the answer in a lot of team fights. You really saw Korra and Dominic really trying to kind of make that difference and go for some really clutch plays, which did lead to some impressive showings.
Yeah.
But those moments are either you're going to look really good or you're not going to get a ton out. We do have a quick DC coming through. One of the supports for Pursuit, as you can probably see, just fell off of the map, except not their internet. So we're going to see getting that sorted real quick, and then we'll get back into the game.
Thankfully, though, Thibault, this is like a more ideal time for someone to disconnect or to have a technical pause or error or whatever, because no one's kicked off the action yet for the second round. So we don't have to theorize about too many advantages or what's going on. It's a nice clean spot to go ahead and jump back in when the teams are ready. And with Altior and Nimbus at match point, the pressure is really on to Pursuit. I think they started stepping up quite well during Route 66 and had a bit of momentum there, especially after the second checkpoint started kind of rolling it through close to the third. But at the end of the day, it seems like Nimbus was able to collect their calm and really hold strong for that third point, which we also saw them do yesterday in their game. So maybe more of a pattern for them that they can always bring to the table versus these one-off type of scenarios.
Right, and having that sort of like, this is the place where we know we're comfortable staging a defense, where we know the buck will stop. There's something to be said for that, right? Where you know consistently how you want to approach a certain section of the map, and if you have all the right conditions in terms of ultimates and time banks and things like that, you know you're going to be able to pull out the stop. So Altior and Nimbus stepping up, perhaps setting up exactly as they had planned all along, and now have a win condition. Route 66 can be a bit tricky to attack on, but teams do pretty consistently finish this map. So this is not a bad position for Altior and Nimbus. They have the option, should they go for it hard enough, to finish the series out here and now. And I certainly hope, as we're sitting here in this little tech pause, that both teams can kind of just take a moment and breathe, realize their win condition, because each of them has one now. They know exactly how far they need to get or how far they need to hold. And it looks like we've got Noya back online, getting us back into the game.
Welcome back.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock here as Pursuit establishes themselves. Same composition, same sort of style. Altior Nimbus, Azalea on the Widowmaker, probably just going for a quick cheeky peek to start things out. Did have a good game on the snipers yesterday, though, so it is a pretty consistent pick they can pull if they're feeling like it, and could provide an interesting wrinkle to throw Pursuit off their game.
I'm excited to see these doors open and really about where Pursuit wants to continue pushing and engaging them, right? It's going to be tough because Korra's on that ball. It's not nearly as much front line presence that we typically see with some of the other tanks. We mentioned it earlier as well. That puts a lot of pressure on the other members of Pursuit to be, bringing a lot of value to the table, but also staying behind plenty of cover. Definitely want to make sure you're mindful of the oncoming damage because you don't have your tank to shield or bail you out. Steady still moving this cart steadily and taking a little pepper damage. Hasn't quite found the hooks they're looking for yet, Thibble, but cart's still rolling.
Right, and just letting the cart move, I think kind of indicates a bit of a weakness to Pursuit's composition, at least right here, in the sense that how do you really get an engage in on this, right? It's such a prickly thorn bush to have to try and hit, but I guess Sabatabi is the answer there, catching Keroppi off guard with Korra's help from that body slam. So now there's an opportunity here to actually establish a defense, really force Altior and Nimbus all the way back, but you need a decisive fight win. You cannot start trading this out right.
Poor Keroppi. I mean, they have just been constantly tag teamed by Korra and Sabotabi, and they cannot seem to escape and catch a break. It's a beautiful teamwork coming through, and that Suzu is gonna save Nimbus from the pulse bomb. There's another one being thrown there as a result, and no kills off either of them. Just for show, my friends. So far, Sabotabi still trying to put this pressure onto the members under Big Earl's, but no kills as a result. Minefields ready for Korra, and we've seen how much damage these can do. They get multiple kills repeatedly. No one can approach the point, and, well, a nice slam into a Suzu there. Miman goes ahead, uses the Kitsune Rush, and unfortunately, you're rushing straight into the minefield of Korra. A really nice negation of that space and that ability for them to continue capitalizing on those advantages. Pursuit still trying to encircle Altior and Nimbus, and, well, Dominic's gonna free fire here as Sojourn from the high ground. Steady, saved in the nick of time. Keroppi with a beautiful sound barrier. Stuck and kills your friend.
Oh, no.
Sorry, buddy. And Pursuit now finding the momentum and the opportunity to take this back. They are looking to continue holding, and, well, that's a very good defense and a hectic fight.
I mean, just a great dual effort from the DPS for Pursuit there, consistently rotating around and around and around, swapping between high ground and low, you know, where Dominic is standing right now versus the top of Big Earls. Like, Altior and Nimbus really had their heads on a forced swivel, a very uncomfortable swivel throughout that entire fight. Had no idea really where to try and approach first, and now they do. They move so fast and take out K on the high ground.
That was very fast. With the speed boost there from Keroppi, there was no way Kay was ready to be collapsed upon that aggressively, that quickly. And I mean, essentially looked like she was one shot because of how much damage was being output by Altior and Nimbus. They're still continuing to, you know, take down the members of Pursuit, and oh, I'm gonna, if we watch Zenzook too much, I might get motion sick after all their kills.
Oh, I know. Hey, at the very least, they don't do that when they're getting the frags, just after, when they're feeling real good.
Celebration spins.
Yeah, exactly. We see this top down here, both teams really trying to establish their favorable positions as we get into the streets phase. If you're Pursuit, you're happy that you burned a lot of time off of the clock, but at the same time, you really wanted that defense to obviously last as long as possible. And Zooked is really putting a stop to that right now. So many consistent picks coming through, overwhelming Pursuit, it seems, but also getting quickly chased out. Sabatabi saying, hey dude, you overstayed your welcome.
Kay gets them in the end, and, well, the card is still rolling forward, Thibble. You mentioned that that's a little bit of a weakness of Pursuit from our first checkpoint, and I gotta say, there's still a lot of free real estate being acquired by Nimbus.
Right, and even with the engage, right, even getting that body slam, the follow-up is not always there. This is a very disjointed composition, which in many ways can be a strength, but in terms of set, focus, fire, unless you're getting pulse bomb sticks like that, it can be tough. Dominic, of course, happy to prove me wrong. These guys just love showing my caster curse is still online.
Azalea almost got the one clip there, but man, at the end of the day, there's so much pressure from Pursuit around that side. Not a chance.
And I mean, I think in addition to just making me look really silly, I think the DPS from Pursuit are really showing the primary strength of this composition. We look at the disruption from the Wrecking Ball, and that's absolutely vital. But the pick potential from a good Pulse Bomb and a Sojourn that's really just hitting the shots cannot be understated. A very early defensive sound barrier coming out from Pursuit, but I suppose it does save Sabotage.
Yeah, hooked and shot in the face. It's not often you as a tracer would survive that damage. There's still more being output as we speak, but honestly, there's a lot of exchanges back and forth. Steady taking a bit of damage, the cart still rolling in favor of Nimbus, and now there's only 1 minute left on the board for them to go ahead and keep this point. Sound barrier's been committed, and a 1v1 duel here from the supports. You can't be taken on. The Kiriko, Sabotabi has it in the bag, takes them down, and now Nimbus a little bit on the back foot. They're trying to capitalize on this Kitsune here from Miman, but there is a lot of free firing coming through here from Dominic on this high ground. Can they slide up to put pressure on him? A nice railgun shot gonna be taking down Sabotabi early in this fight. A boop from Karopi pushes down the members of Pursuit into the thick of Altiora Nimbus, and now they're continuing to try and push forward and capitalize. Thibble, it's a scrappy fight, and members of Nimbus are now going down as Pursuit seems like they're about to equalize. There's only 7 seconds left.
Right, yeah, I was going to say, these trades are great and all if there was another minute or so on the time bank, but there's not, and Pursuit actually managed to hold this out, establish themselves on a defense in the streets phase, and say, nah, dude, does not matter that you were up 2-0. We are maybe starting to bring this back.
Well, yeah, that was a very different team from our first couple of maps, in my opinion. And I mean, they won that map, and the results speak for themselves. I think Pursuit really took control of the tempo and pacing of Route 66 comparatively to what we saw on our previous 2 matches. To me, they looked really comfortable, confident, and kind of like they found their groove. And this is the way we need to play. This is the tempo. And I think they also were adapting to the Roadhog style Nimbus brought to the table beautifully. So congratulations over to Pursuit for taking that map.
Yeah, and that was their map pick. Like we said, kind of at the top of the map, this obviously has to be something that they are confident picking versus any other escort map. In terms of their kind of curveball composition that we've been seeing, but like their rotations coming through in these like really hectic fights were obviously very well coordinated and obviously gave Altiora Nimbus a lot of pause. You saw so many times where Nimbus were just kind of like, where are we looking? Which one are we going for?
Scattered.
Oh God, they're everywhere. Yeah, very disjointed, and that's kind of always been really the strength of that composition. Now it's a matter of, yeah, you got your first map. Can you keep that going into push? Can you keep that going into map 5? This is now going to become a bit of a slog because, once again, you still cannot let off this gas.
No, it is all on the line here. We're only at the quarterfinals, and whoever wins this guarantees their spot in the finals in December. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We will be right back with our push map, and we'll see. Can Nimbus take the win, or is Pursuit about to start the reverse sweep? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We are in the midst of our second series of the day, and Thibble, it is 2-1 right now with Altiora Nimbus at match point in Pursuit, taking a map off of them just before here on Route 66. So a lot of pressure here for these teams to be making it to the finals.
Nah, no pressure. The reverse sweep has already started. You heard it here first. We're already, I mean, the game is basically over at this point. Pursuit has it in the bag. I'm sure Altiora and Nimbus are just totally boomed. I'm sure this is what Pursuit are trying to tell themselves after that victory, saying, hey guys, yeah, we're not out of this yet. We still have a chance. And as we go to New Queen Street, interesting.
Oh.
So I hear some scuttlebutt here and there from pro players and teams and managers and things like that. And the general consensus is that they kind of hate New Queen Street, and that it's not as enjoyable, we'll say, an experience as like Colosseo, or even Esperanza.
Yeah.
So I think, I mean, I guess this is just like what they're perhaps most practice on, what they feel is maybe worst for the Wrecking Ball composition.
It's been out the longest as well.
Right, yeah, and there are a number of factors, right, that could go into choosing this specific map over perhaps one of our more common picks. Maybe they're just really appreciative of the aesthetic, right?
Or the two different types of crosswind that are blowing across this map. If
you know,
look, the snow falls straight down and the flag just billows strongly in the wind.
Why did you have to ruin this for me? My degree is in history, not physics. I do not pay attention to these things.
I mean, it's game physics, you know?
Yeah, I need you to stay on target because you're going to break my brain with this stuff. We cannot be having that. I see some things. I see Altiora Nimbus. I see Azalea on that Sombra.
Oh,
that's
welcome
definitely,
back.
That's definitely a hey, Wrecking Ball, stop having fun sort of hero. And it does look like that's what they're sticking with. We've seen this actually a lot on New Queen Street. We saw teams like the London Spitfire and the Atlanta Reign pulling this out back towards the earlier part of the season when this map was more consistently played. Steady immediately stepping forward onto that high ground. And I think Pursuit probably realizing they might have a little bit of a problem on their hands.
Some more aggression coming through here from Altiora Nimbus to put down Pursuit, but Azalea gonna get caught out, taken out as a result. Steady, though, removed K from the equation. That means Nimbus has a lot more sustainability because they have both supports available in this fight. Karopi deleted, though. That's gonna be Nimbus with no advantage anymore, and Pursuit taking the point.
Man, Dominic and Sabatabi really have just been coming further and further online as this series has progressed.
Yeah.
We talked a lot at the beginning, well deservedly, of Sainsuk being just like this dominant Sojourn player who has been one of the best we've seen in the tournament so far, and obviously has to kind of play the Tracer to match Sabatabi. And Azalea is kind of relegated to this flex role instead of like playing a standard like Reaper or what have you. But without that Sojourn, Altiora and Nimbus in some ways have seemed maybe a little, maybe had their wings clipped just a bit. Steady, though, of course, still always has the pick potential. This is so back and forth. Let me finish a sentence, guys.
Well, you mentioned earlier that Dominic and Sabatabi really are coming online and hitting that flow state and getting those shots. And oh, a nice translocator out away from the pulse bomb. How was K alive after a hook combo like that? Oh no,
RNG.
Mayman. Okay, I had my wires crossed.
There you go. No, yeah, I mean, just RNG. The spread of a Roadhog is not fully consistent, so you're not always going to get the amount of damage you need for a one-shot, which I'm sure to Roadhog players is intensely frustrating. We see, though, a swap. We see Altiora Nimbus minus the Sombra and the Tracer opting back into the Winston sort of meta composition, stronger engage potential, the EMP coming out, forcing Korra just to run, waddle away on those little legs until that hack falls off.
Well, and the Korra fell very low during that engagement, but was not finished off. That now Pulse Bomb, Suzus, and Kitsunes all over the board. We can see Pursuit finding that kill, and Noya is just an absolute force to be reckoned with. You know, I heard Moxie and Dustin talking about this, but The Lucios are having a heyday with this meta and composition. It allows them to be so aggressive, and okay, that is a team culture thing there. After you get a bunch of kills, you just spin around victoriously.
Oh, yes. Okay, I see the swaps happening, why they're happening. Sansuk says, I've had enough of Tracer, please. I do not want to play this hero anymore. Azalea says, yeah, dude, I got you. Let's just ditch the Sombra. So we see a Reaper coming through, which is going to have plenty of fun with the Wrecking Ball online. Steady maintaining on the Winston. And you see a sound barrier coming out from Noya to start off this fight as Dominic gets another pick.
There's an exchange though. 2 DPS is taken out of the mix, and now both sound barriers were committed. That is a beautiful exchange, and well, it's really about who's going to be able to continue peppering each other down. We're here in the lobby of the TMT Hotel, and well, it is an absolute chaotic monkey primal raging festival there. So much damage, so much displacement, and now the members of Altiora still not really pushing the cart that far. They've lost even more players as they started to regroup, and now it feels like Pursuit is running away in the kill feed and starting to kind of pick up their own tempo.
Noya, unfortunately, backing directly into a barricade, could not escape from the pulse bomb. Cora is so consistently, never mind, escaping with really low HP. That was finally the one that got her. Now, though, they'll be coming back with the Minefield, the Overclock, the Kitsune Rush. Altiora Nimbus close to a couple ultimates, but not much else. And they have so much ground to cover here. They need to get to this next checkpoint as quickly as possible. Activate butt scratch mode and try and equalize. Right now, this is very clearly going in Pursuit's favor.
Yeah, that is the statement there of this current map. And honestly, since Route 66, Pursuit has once again taken control of the tempo, and it seems like Altiora have been knocked off of their balance and cannot seem to regain their footing.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is a real thing in Overwatch, and many teams are very dependent on it to bring about success and ideally to avoid being boomed, right? Some teams you can watch them kind of start to crumble, which I don't think is happening here, by the by. I will not say that. But Pursuit clearly are hyping themselves up and are just burning through this push, even as Altiora and Nimbus take this fight. Plenty of opportunity for them to come back in. They have a lot of ultimates coming in close. But this Death Blossom and the Pulse Bomb here, they could get a lot of work done if you're smart about it.
We've seen these pulse bombs with, varying levels of success. Sound barrier from Karopi will be the first resource used, and you can see Dominic trying to follow up and respond with their own overclock. There's a good pulse bomb kill onto Karopi, and Altiora Nimbus has a massive disadvantage. As a result, they did manage to take down Cora, but is it going to be enough to be able to sustain them in this fight? There's so much zippy damage being thrown on the table. Oh, that was close coming through there for Noya, almost falling, but there are no survivors as Altiora continues to be aggressive and push.
And crucially, like I said at the start of the fight, right? Altiora and Nimbus need this checkpoint. They need butt scratch, and they're getting that and more. The advantage is growing here, even as Cora opens up with the minefield. The sound barrier also coming through from Noya. The kills are coming, yes, but the bot has a long way to go at this point, even to get back into a point where it can start making progress again. Altiora Nimbus on the other side, you have that Kitsune Rush coming up. Azalea basically has that Pulse Bomb, and that Primal provides so much stall, so much disruption. Like, oh, you think the Wrecking Ball can knock people around? Watch steady go.
Oh, she's so low. That was, Dominic was alive literally by the skin of their teeth right there. Primal Rage is instigated shortly after, and there are the couple of kills like you mentioned, and some very disruptive displacement boops. That was a nice play and coming through here from Altiora, especially from Steady controlling that fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Steady show. Bravo to the observers for keeping us on the star of that particular action, because that Steady's primals throughout this tournament have frankly been some of the best that we've seen. And even now, like, that primal shirt is expended, but Azalea and Me-Man still hang on to their ultimates. Pursuit just with the Pulse Bomb and the Overclock close to online here. Oh, but that Pulse Bomb does get some value. Okay.
Well, and regardless right now of all of the value Pursuit is able to get here, they still have a long way to run this robot back. You mentioned that last round, and the unfortunate thing for them is that Altiora managed to take the lead just enough where now Pursuit has on the back foot and has their back up against the wall. It is all on the line here, and if they do not play and win multiple fights in a row, they're not even going to be able to get the robot into a spot where they can push to contest to retake the lead. Minefield initiated here from Cora, going to be opening up the fight, and man, someone dodges another pulse bomb just in the nick of time. Overclock finds 2 kills. That's massive for Pursuit, and now the robot approaching this point here where they can start to look at retaking the lead.
And this is exactly what Pursuit needed now. Them getting their perfect storm with a minute 20 on the clock here, about to take the lead. It's going to be all Altiora can do to get back to this point. And if they lose the lead now, it's gonna be disastrous. Less than a meter and a half separates at 1.51. Sorry for the math, folks. But still, Altiora maintain this lead. All they want to do now is for the next minute, keep that bot from pushing that barricade at all. And they will take this series and will qualify for the main event for the Pulse Bomb. But the Death Blossom.
That is so much damage being output from Altiora Nimbus's DPS team. It is just enough to continue holding this point. They've made it to the bot in the nick of time to prevent the recontest and the overtake from Pursuit, and this is looking good for Altiora.
A meter and a half could be the decider to decide which of these teams makes it to the final event. It could not be closer than this. Or supposed to force the map 5 to see who makes it to the main event. But still, it still feels like that last decider, and it technically still is, because Altiora right now have their own destiny in their hands. But Dominic answering back, does not want to go quietly. Says that 1.5 meters is doable. We just need to get the picks. We just need to win these next couple fights. Sabatabi says, I'm right there with you. We got some ultimates coming online here. This is still possible for Pursuit. But goodness, are they waiting until the last possible second to make it happen?
Yeah, anyone here cheering on Pursuit has their heart in their throat. This is quite the nail biter. If they want to stay here in Calling All Heroes, they need to win now. A massive sound barrier hits everybody. Mines zone out the members of Nimbus, and that's gonna be Pursuit just took taking the win.
Yeah, I mean, the early pick onto Steady, right? You lose your front line right away. What are you going to do there? Push is a map, or a game mode even, where you are really forced to operate around your front line and kind of just orbit and run in and out and around the point as best you can. And if you lose that front line in a moment like that, where 1.5 meters is all that separates you, you're gonna have a bad time. So excellent effort there for Pursuit, really bringing it back in the final moments, forcing us to a map 5. Waffles, you and I are not done yet.
Well, I gotta say, I'm not complaining. You said it couldn't be closer, and then you were like, well, we could go to a map 5, and
here we
lo
are.
and behold.
Yep, bingo. Yeah,
gotta love that self-fulfilling prophecy there.
Yeah,
we prayed earlier as well to Big Hungry Phil to bless us with
a map
not
5
sweeps today, and
you're absolutely right.
Looks like we did all the right steps to create these great outcomes, right?
Yeah, I had some twinings this morning with breakfast, so I'm sure he's smiling down upon me from Maryland, wherever he is in the world. Man, wow, what a series we got on our hands here, right? Pursuit bringing it back really against all odds. It's very rare that you have a truly close and contentious push game. You and I, even across this tournament and what we see in pro play, you generally are like, all right, 5 or 6 minutes in, we're pretty sure this is just how this is going to go.
Yeah. Well, you see the robot gets really heavily favored onto just one half of the map, and it's really only making it maybe back to the middle point and then back over to the same half. So, you know, there's not a lot of that going on. We crossed that middle threshold repeatedly from both teams just pushing it, maybe a few extra meters each time. Really nice back and forth performance, and goes to show you both of these teams are pretty even, and Pursuit has been massively adapting to the strategy that Nimbus has brought to the table.
And I speaking of adaptations that we're seeing from Nimbus, I actually just got word from our production team that we are doing another swap here for Nimbus. Sainzukt actually is stepping out, and Essel is jumping back in. So
Oh.
Essel Azalea stepping in, which is not a duo that at least you and I have seen coming through just yet. But it speaks to me that they're going for like a Tracer Genji sort of situation, maybe stepping away from the Sojourn for our final map here. Or at the maybe perhaps Sainzukt is just like, get me out of here. I don't feel like I'm, maybe contributing the most to the victory, which I'm not at all
Right.
saying that Sainzukt has not been stepping up, because I still consider
Oh.
her to be one of the best in this tournament, period. I think they have been doing phenomenal work. But there are definitely some moments in a competitive matchup, in a moment like this where you're like, hey, I'm fully ready to admit I'm not the person for this right now. We know what we need to do here. That does not necessarily involve me, and I'm willing to take that hit. So we obviously
And
don't know if
yeah.
Altiora happened to win. This is certainly a question coming up in our interview, because I'd be fascinated to know more specifically what's going on. But we are heading to Lijiang Tower for our deciding map. It
Yeah.
is all here. It is all on the line.
Well, I also have to wonder, if maybe Altiora has some coaching advice roll through for them. What is it? The Nimbus team in particular, they kind of run on their own player roster, but as we heard from Farron, they also get help from their coaches that help with their contenders level team. So
Right.
I think having the experience there for them to refer to and to have someone be able to recognize, hey, you were crushing it, you were in flow state, and something happened to kind of, rock that confidence or rock that mindset. And, sometimes that's what teammates are for. You're here to tag in, to compensate, and to help pick each other up. And we're going back to Lijiang Tower, where we started off our day, Thibble, and it's really up in the air. Who's going to win this series? We saw Pursuit come back. They're looking here to win for the reverse sweep. Altiora needs to close out their match point they've been sitting at already, and it's all on the line. Do you want to make it to the December finals? Do you want a chance to compete for the $25,000 prize pool? Show us what you got.
Yeah, there it is. I will point out, we started out this series on Nepal, and Altiora looked plenty comfortable.
Oh.
So if they can kind of maintain that mojo on this mode, they have a decent shot. And if you're Altiora Nimbus, you certainly have to be hoping that that's going to be the case. But maybe, just maybe, you're wondering, you have that thought wiggling in the back of your head, man, these guys are looking good. These guys are getting the download. These guys have the momentum. And if you're Nimbus right now, you kind of have to get that out of your head.
Yeah.
And actually,
If I was Nimbus, I'd be pretty happy we were going to Control Center first, though, personally. I think this is a little bit more difficult of a map for the Wrecking Ball, and, it's not like that's the market where, you can swing around the point and there's a bunch of windows and there's the ledge you can drop off to lose your
Right.
opponent. It's all in your face action here, and Altiora has been really successful when that's the cards dealt.
yeah, especially with the Winston. I will point out, excuse me for my typo on the substitution information. We are swapping Azalea out for Essel back to our normal duo. So the Sojourn Reaper coming through, the very standard meta composition. Nimbus going, we're not going to go for any tricks. We already know what they want. We're going to play what we are most practiced on, what we know works in this mode specifically, because this is also how they started on Nepal.
Right.
We are just going to give it to them the best we know how.
That's
And,
the duo they like for Control on the DPS
Absolutely.
lineup, right? They're like,
Yes.
we got Control, synergy here, and, both teams have engaged, right? No one, oh my gosh,
Ooh,
Dominic,
yeah. Yeah, we had the
thought you
same
were
thought
going-
right
taking
there.
off the edge, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Sainzukt already,
Sensuk's
though,
going to be the
stepping up.
one, taking out Sabo Tabby out early of this fight. The point has still not been capped by anybody. Korra living their longest life possible doesn't make it out. I thought they were going to, but a nice follow-up and collapse from Nimbus to go ahead and take the point first.
Yep, the Lucio O's providing some excellent stagger here as Nimbus establish themselves, get some positioning going. Not really going to go for the big forward hold that really denies a bunch of time. Pursuit, would be, it'd frankly be too easy for them to kind of break that with the Wrecking Ball, as you can already see. Already causing some havoc, the Adaptive Shield giving over 1,000 HP to Korra, and Sabotabi happy to clean up on that, Dominic following up as well, SL and Sansuko down. Altiora Nimbus at this point, it's a stall game.
Man, that equation of Korra and Sabotabi on any squishy is not one I would like to be on the receiving end of, and they have been constantly following up on each other's plays and areas of attack. Although Nimbus still has control of this point. Pulse Bomb gets thrown, and there's the sound barrier. Nimbus doesn't want to relinquish any possession of this point. Dominic is forced to go ahead and continue berating the members of Nimbus, and with Minefield online, it's just a stall game for Nimbus to squeeze out a little more possession.
Hey, but 60%, given that this fight was over 25 or 30% ago,
right?
That's pretty solid. You only commit the sound barrier for that. You're very conscious of all your other ultimates coming close to online. You can open perhaps with the Kitsune Rush, probably trade that out with K. Noya is going to have the advantage with the sound barrier here, so maybe you just wait for that. And yeah, K already uses theirs, and Altiora Nimbus just immediately backing up. You're fine, and I think that's absolutely the right call.
There's no need to push into Kitsune. Drop the bubble, retreat, and then push in with your own. There's the engagement early here, and Mooman goes ahead, gets the kill onto Sabotabi. Now that Nimbus is up, they continue to aggress forward. They took the point back really fast, and oh, that was close. We saw the little peek over the edge. Good attempt, and honestly, a really nice reserved resource play from Nimbus.
Yeah, Overwatch top tip for you. Any of the heroes that can climb walls can only climb so much wall before they fall. And we saw that limit actively applied. That was pretty funny watching poor K's like, no, please, just one more, come on. Not to be. Great primal there from Steady. I mean, it's the perfect place for it. It's the one spot where a primal's really going to do something like that. And another fight already breaking out. Kuropi stepping forward with the cleanup kill on Tanoya. The swap comes through for Pursuit, but it's not going to be very long-lived. Maybe.
Well, we've seen them squeeze out a whole bunch of possession, but you're right, not too long-lived. They're now, Altiora now at 99% cap here. Pursuit needs to be on this point, and it is make or break it time for this first round. Can Altiora pull away with an early lead here? Still to be seen. Sabotabi goes down first. Steady is following quickly, and now that Nimbus doesn't have a tank available, there is so much room for Korra to continue taking up this point, zoning people away on top of the minefield that they've already used. Pursuit now has the player advantage, now gonna take this point and gonna look to try and continue to hold.
I mean, but if you're Nimbus here, you're not super worried. You would love to finish this out right now, deny the overtime, all that jazz. But if you lose this fight, that's okay. They're not gaining progress right now. They're still at 99%. Sure, they're climbing up into the full, and yes, they just used the Kitsune Rush. You have a 50% advantage on that. You have a 50% advantage on your sound barrier. You're pretty close in terms of your overclock percentages. If you're smart about that and don't get picked, you can definitely convert that into something. You've got the time. So if I'm Nimbus, just breathe, just be patient, don't feed too early, and you can make this happen. The sound barrier coming out right away for them, trying to take that initiative advantage. Oh, and there's one. Noya is so low.
Oh my gosh, Noya was low 2 times in that fight. Does manage to escape with the skin of their teeth. And now Dominic is absolutely unloading this railgun onto the members of Altiora Nimbus. 80%. And can they contest? Can they pose a threat?
They have the time to get back to point. They absolutely do. There's a lot of equality here in terms of ultimates now, but the big advantage for Altiora is going to be that Kitsune Rush. Me-Man is well ahead of K. You will be able to use it in this last fight, assuming you don't see 9. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Okay,
if they do it, you cast or cursed it, then I'm calling it now.
And that would be a big one.
Steady's got the Primal Rage online, but Senzai goes down early in this chaos. It is going to be so much pressure here onto the back of SL and Steady. There's the Death Blossom forcing out the recall, not finding any kills. There is so much pressure now that Noya has popped the sound barrier. Pursuit has a lot more staying power, and overtime spawns take ages to happen. Still, more members of Nimbus are just flirting on this point. A nice boop rolls through, and regardless of how this unfolds, Nimbus still needs to retake the point if they want to stay in this fight. Pursuit looking to knock them off. Cora going down is massive for Nimbus, and there seems to be the cards falling into place for them, taking this first round.
Me-Man swapping over to the Moira for that last second stall, but it was Essel who was the star of that show. Just consistent point presence. Wraith forming the pulse bomb off to stay in the fight was massive. And sure, there was the opening pick. Frankly, I think it was 2 for Pursuit, but there was not enough follow-up to finish the job. There was too much stall from Nimbus, too much pick potential from that Reaper, and that was the perfect storm that Nimbus needed to maintain control of that first round. Now Garden is the potential last map to decide who is qualifying for our final event, who is making it into the top 4, who is going home very upset. Both teams coming out on very similar compositions.
Oh, watch out for the edge.
Cora still on the wrecking ball, perhaps going for an early displacement, decides against it, goes for it again. At this point, you're probably not going to get it, but I respect the attempt.
No, and there's plenty of respawn times to see that unfold later in the fight. Essel's going to be the first person to take down Noya, and with no speed available, Pursuit, well, doesn't seem to mind. I was a little worried for Nimbus when they were pushed to this map here for Lijiang, because this is a heyday map for the Wrecking Ball, and Cora seems to be capitalizing on it easily.
Yeah, I mean, so many options, so many opportunities for displacement and some blue kills in particular. Look at this bridge. Look at White Room. Look at the back pagoda. All of those spots where a Wrecking Ball can wreak havoc. Now, Altiora Nimbus definitely going to be taking the White Room approach probably every fight. It's the sensible thing to do. The ult advantage already, though, showing itself in Pursuit. Cora close to that minefield, a powerful zoning tool. Zabatabi already doubling up on Sign 6 ult charge for that pulse bomb. You know, this is a rough spot for Altiora Nimbus, but it's not unwinnable.
That Suzu was huge coming through from Me-Man, but Cora's minefield is just nasty to try and push into. She had it ready so fast in this fight, and a Suzu is a little too early. Karopi manages, or unfortunately receives the damage after all of that, and Pursuit still holding this defensive point strong. This has been a great display of their performance, and Nimbus hasn't even gotten one possession yet.
Right, and they have some ultimates coming online. This is their first proper fight here, but Pursuit have plenty of tools to answer as well. Yes, they used the minefield early. They're already halfway there. Yes, they used the pulse bomb. They're 30% there. The Kitsunes can trade. The sound barrier, maybe in a longer fight, Pursuit could come back with a later one from Noya. But the DPS ults and the primal here for Nimbus are where they're going to need to make the difference in a longer fight and in a longer hold, too. They have to be smart about their economy.
Okay, I like that you pushed into Dominic's overclock with the Suzu and Kitsune. They were able to take them down as a result, remove that very, very big threat, and now it's here. It's all about taking Cora down, right? Cora's gonna stall out like we've seen Wrecking Balls do, and with 90% possession taken for Pursuit and still rising, they gotta feel really happy about where they're sitting in this map.
Absolutely. This is far from over for Pursuit. They have plenty of opportunities to bring this back and very little room for error for Altiora. I want to point out something you said, though, that jogged my memory a little bit. The idea of we're just going to, the moment the Sojourn ults, we're just going to throw everything at her and force her to basically get shut down. One of our interviewees yesterday talked about, like, the moment we spot that weakness, we just blow them up. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here, and that could be a strategic adaptation that really converts well for Altiora Nimbus.
I agree with you there, and it seems like Nimbus just has a huge amount of focus and precision now that they've established their own footing.
Right. I mean, having point presence in control is, I mean, obviously vital, but really gives you some time to breathe and think. But Steady, oh my goodness, getting melted, has to pop the primal early. Already gets the boot though onto Dominic. Hello.
Primal Rage from Steady has been consistently lethal and has consistently brought value. I am really impressed with how much they've been bringing to the table. No survivors as everyone from Pursuit is hunted down, and Nimbus managing to defensively hold once again.
Steady channeling their inner Gushui here. The Primals have been so solid all series, all tournament long. The Winston has been the turning point really for this composition, for Altiora and Nimbus getting back into their comfort zone. So many ultimates here for Altiora and Nimbus. The Death Blossom might just be all they need.
Yeah, after a Death Blossom from Essel like that, and after they continue to finish up the other remainder kills, Pursuit now has their back up against the wall. We're at last fight territory, and Altior is at match point.
Lots of ultimates to look at here, but you need to look at Dominic's Overclock coming online very soon, and Karopi's Sound Barrier. Karopi needs to pop that before Dominic can get any sort of pick. Kay coming in with the early Kitsune Rush. Me-Man holding, there goes theirs. The later ultimate is generally the better one.
But who can continue to output the value their team needs? Pursuit needs to win this here if they want to stay in the fight, but Karopi uses the Sound Barrier. It's going to keep Nimbus topped off, and, well, not topped off enough. They are deleted just as quickly from that overclock, or from the railgun shot. Pursuit still in this fight, trying to stay alive, and with the stall potential here on a map like Lijiang Gardens, there is absolutely all day they can stay here.
And this stall is so huge. It still hasn't even swapped yet. Altiora and Nimbus able to come back with their respawns very quickly, though Karopi, already in a little bit of trouble, manages to get away. Steady back on the point. The stick coming through from Sabatabi, but I imagine the Suzu handles that pretty well. Overtime still has not swapped, still has not ended. Dominic getting the pick onto Karopi. Steady, though, popping the primal.
And Steady has just been a force to be reckoned with, continuing to try and put pressure onto the members of Pursuit. Noya goes down, but with Sabotabi also going down, is that Nimbus able to take the point? No, there are still more members of Pursuit putting up this fight. They will not go down easily. Korra has been absolutely clutching it out for their team here on this Wrecking Ball. Overtime bar has been triggered for a good amount of time, and this is the first time Karopi gets revenge on Dominic this round. Now it is time for Altiora to pull away for this win. They do not want to let up on this aggression, and now you can see Zenzuk continuing to put the pressure on. Can you survive the Death Blossom? Sure thing. Noya goes ahead, uses the Sound Barrier, and Thibble, this fight is never ending. As you can see, Altiora still handling the trickling members of Pursuit onto this point. It seems like we're whittling down, and that's gonna be Altiora as our winners here for the quarterfinals.
Wow, heartbreaker for Pursuit, but if you're Altiora and Nimbus, you got to be feeling real good about that. The consistent stall for two very nearly lost fights there that would have cost them that round and forced a decider. Just complete composure all the way through. Steady swapping over onto the ball. Essel coming back and immediately getting value. Me-Man getting a key pick in the backline when all hope seemed lost. That was everything that team needed in that moment. And if I'm them right now, I am going absolutely insane because you just qualified for the final event in December. And if I am Pursuit, man, that one hurts. That one hurts a lot because it was so close. They were really to the last possible second.
Well, and they almost had that second round on Lijiang as well. They had it there at 97, and they just couldn't quite punch through the Altiora defense to, come back and tie up that map. But a really outstanding performance by Pursuit, coming back to almost reverse sweep Altiora. Hopefully Altiora Nimbus has a bit of a check there on how relaxed you get going into the third map, but we'll have to see, what went through their minds. We're going to get an interview set up, folks, with someone from Altiora Nimbus, so we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Challengers Cup 2. We have just closed out our quarterfinals round, watching Altiora Nimbus go up against Pursuit, and I am excited to be inviting Memon from our Altiora Nimbus team to be joining us here in the interview booth. Memon, congratulations on your win, and congratulations on making it to the finals in December, dude. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic.
I know that shaky laugh well.
Oh yeah, like 2 people on my team had to pee the entirety of the last map, and we were just struggling. But
The curse of the small bladder, it strikes us all in our turn.
I can relate.
I can't. My bladder is iron. I've had to pee for 6 hours. Nah, I'm fine.
Well, congratulations on your win. Obviously, that was quite the roller coaster for all parties involved. You guys were so close to taking the clean sweep, and then, came back and won it there at the end for control again. What's kind of the energy and mindset of the team right now, as you've just come off a fresh win? You're going into another big match really soon as well.
we're very excited that we did this. I think the stall that we had on Li Zhang was so insane. I'm so proud of my team for that. That was insane. Shout out to our Tracer player. They did absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. They had some clutch moments as well during your New Queen Street matchup, which, had a lot of back and forth between both of your teams. And, it was really, really close. What were some of the comms around those last minute touches and pushes, and how did that unfold for you guys?
It was definitely really stressful. A lot of the last minute touches we had to make, we were either down players or, we weren't able to take the fight as full. So it was a lot of just live, so
Don't die. Don't die.
No laugh love. We're only living.
Yeah. Top tips for your comms and your ranked games, folks. Just tell everybody not to die. I think that'll actually...
And hit your shots.
Yeah. Please hit your shots and don't die. Excellent. So we obviously saw a bit of a curveball come out from Pursuit across the course of that series, right? This wrecking ball coming through, this tracer that you have to match. Kind of walk me through the team's approach and understanding of that comp across the course of the series.
So I think we definitely didn't have a very good understanding going in. At the beginning we did, but on the maps where they could control high ground, we were struggling to force them out high ground while also trying to move point because ball can stall forever, so ball was stalling point. But we were able to clutch it out with control because no payload. But Segu is a really good ball, and I think you definitely should respect them. She's insane.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was absolutely doing work.
Ooh.
So now you've, regardless of that, though, you overcome this curveball. You overcome many a challenger on your way here, and you have qualified for the final event taking place in the middle of December. There, how do you and the team kind of feel about that, and what's your guys' game plan now that you know the path that is laid out before you?
Okay, since the first qualifier to this qualifier, we've lost up to 3 players either on days of tournaments or a day before a tournament. So we've had to make a lot of roster adjustments, a lot of last minute decisions, and it's been
Yes.
very hard on us. And I think going into the finals, we'll have a lot more time to have a actual solid roster so we can actually scrim and put in a lot of effort into being the best we can be.
Right on. Well, it sounds like you guys have that well in hand. I think it's pretty clear that you guys are stepping up as like one of the more like adaptable and capable teams here in this tournament, which you're definitely going to need to be as we're heading into our top 4 and into the final event. I don't think I'll keep you any longer. We have some technical difficulties happening on our end anyways. But before we let you go, do you have any shout outs or thank yous to give to friends, fans, family, folks on the team?
I want to shout out Isol for agreeing to play with us 3 days before registration. And I want to shout out our coaches again, Sword especially for this last 2 weeks. Sword has been here a lot and a very good coach. I'm thankful for everything they're doing for us.
Right on. Good to see that the team is holding itself together despite all the usual adversities of the game that we play. Excellent work from you guys and the team. Congratulations again. Go enjoy your win and your qualification, and we will see you later on in the tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Well, as you can probably see, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties on the old VMix feed here. So it's just little old me and little old you. Even so, at the moment, we are going to just throw to a bit of a break here as we get that figured out and also work on getting in some new blood here to handle the rest of the day's games. You've maybe heard of them. There's some citrus going on there. I hear there's a dog or something. I don't know anything about all that, but you guys will probably figure it out here in a few minutes. I think I will sign off for the moment for you guys. Thank you very much, everyone, for watching and for watching along with us. We had a great time casting these events. We had a fantastic day today. These games were all great. I know the fan energy and support has been amazing. I believe we have Waffles back. I see her moving again, which is a thing I haven't seen in a few minutes. Waffles, if you have anything you'd like to say before I throw these fine people out.
Well, now that I'm back, just a quick thank you all for joining us today, for all of the action and all the support here as we push towards our finals. I like to give a big thanks out to the production team who has really brought all this together and brings the magic you see and the game you see. And, special thanks over to Bailey, aka Pizza Penguin, because without you, there would be no Calling All Heroes. And a big thank you to all the work you have done, not just here, but leading up to Calling All Heroes as a whole and for the community. So, Thibault, there's a lot of hard work being applied from so many different teams, and I'm really glad that we got to be a part of it and to share it with everyone else here.
Yeah, all these moments are so special. And hail to the Supreme Contenders Overlord, Bailey Pizza Penguin. Good luck on your many ID problems that you will have for the rest of your life. And thank you again, everyone who followed along. We're going to throw it to a break, and when we get back, there will be some new action, some new blood here in the booth, and you guys are going to have a great rest of your day. So, cheers, guys. Thank you very much.
welcome back everyone to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup, and I can't believe I'm casting with the one and only Dustin, man. It's crazy. You used to have glasses back in the day, man. You've changed, you've grown up, you've changed, you're a caster now.
We're starting out like this, kid. Please don't roast me, dude. Next thing you're gonna say I'm Dogman, and you're gonna start saying that I'm a feeder and stuff.
Yeah, I was waiting for the feeder. I was like, can you please call me a feeder? I'm gonna like fangirl.
I think I'm your fan now, to be honest, if I'm going to be real. We're going into this Challengers Cup, and honestly, Lemon, dude, this is so much fun, honestly. It's going to be a pleasure casting with you, I'm sure, because, you know, we both do similar, I would say, we like to hype up the game, right? This is going to be the Challengers Cup qualifier number 2, and coming into this, we have some well-known players with specifically one of the teams we're going to go watch in Dart Monkey with like this entire roster of star-studded streamers and players. I mean, Lemon, we know pretty much everybody on this roster at this point.
Oh my god, like these are the biggest names I feel like in this tournament. First, Barcode, I worship the ground she walks on. Her Widow, her hit scan is so clean, and she's been playing the game for so long. Aspen literally cosplay Kiriko at finals, so you know she's good. She's awesome with the Gladiators too, making content there. SK literally had a tweet go out where she's emoting on cart. That's how chill this tournament has been for the Dart Monkeys, and they're getting coached by the one and only Jake Overwatch. So you know this team could be destined for success.
Oh, for sure. I mean, definitely a favorites thus far in the tournament, but they are going to have an opponent that is not going to be easy to take down whatsoever, because it's another Altiora team, Altiora Nimbus specifically, and in the last qualifiers, they had 2 teams that qualified already for our final matches in December. So this entire team, you know, it's been a little rough, I would say, for Nimbus compared to Dart Monkeys coming into the actual playoffs, but they've been doing well. They're slowly finding their form as they go on, and Altiora Nimbus is definitely a team to be reckoned with. I'm sure Dart Monkeys is not going to take them lightly. I'm sure they've been studying all of their players, their strategies with the tanks, you know, being changed so much in this current patch, Lemon. I mean, what do you think that Nimbus can even do here to maybe mix things up? Maybe run that Orisa or run that Winston, right? Because we have so many different tanks that are now in the meta that anything is possible, right?
Yeah. I am definitely Essel's #1 fan. I casted her. I want to say she was on a co-ed team or something like that, but her Genji was out of this world. She was farming people left and right. So you talk about the composition they could go for. Build around your best player is not a bad strategy to go for. So I would say Genji is one of her best heroes. So what would synergize around Genji is a Hammond and other dive heroes. Even Tracer has pretty good range these days, I heard. So whatever you can do to kind of play fast around her, I think will be good. And even if you want to stay back and have a more hybrid comp, you don't have to all commit to dive just because you have a Genji, and we've learned that through the metas. So I'm just excited to see, you know, Essel versus Barcode, and if you're going to have a sniper of Barcode, how is Essel going to want to deal with that on the Genji? This is going to be the matchup to watch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that specifically, I guess yesterday when we watched Dart Monkeys, their team was very dynamic. And surprisingly, I think they mentioned how 2 days ago, I should say, at this point, they practiced for like an hour before the actual matches. So coming into this one, now they have time to synergize, and it's been working phenomenally for them. Obviously, originally they've had maybe a little bit of rust, maybe a little bit of synergistical issues, because, yeah, like with Barcode, she likes to go for those aggressive pushes and to actually push forward and make sure that they find that opening pick, but sometimes that can get you picked off, right? That over-aggression play style can sometimes not pan out.
Yeah, and it's when you're on a team in this, I mean, you know, you got the player experience that when you lose, well, you got to get together, talk to yourselves, get the mistakes through, go to Jake Overwatch himself, let him break down everything for you. And I don't see a coach listed for Altiora, but a player-run team can also be managed very well. And when you're on that high, when you're at the top of the mountain, you call the other team feeders, right? You just got to get into the spirit. Because, I mean, even in other games, you see how trash talk kind of just helps the team really get them feeling powerful and confident.
Oh, yeah.
Because when you feel like you can beat any team, if you can dream it, it can happen.
Yeah, Sunshine, I think, said that you need a little bit of that ego to actually chow, specifically maybe on that Sojourn and stuff, to actually feel like you can hit those shots. And on the flip side, right, you do have a lot of the support. We have some tweets actually coming out for some of these teams that have been phenomenal to see, right? We have one from Arietta, that says, it says specifically, now that Ironic is out, I'm rooting for Dart Monkeys to sweep for the hashtag calling all heroes. Good luck in your matches today. It always makes me so happy to see players I've coached reach new heights. And honestly, with this matchup leading into this series, Dart Monkeys, like we mentioned, is one of the favorites. And that's across the board via social media, via streams and stuff. And they've lived up to the hype. What do you think, Lemon, when we're talking about hype behind these teams? And like, how much pressure is behind Dart Monkeys at this point, where pretty much everybody just expects them to qualify past this qualifiers and make it to the finals in December?
I think you're so chillin' because top 4 qualify, and everyone here from semis and beyond is in the main event. There's not like any prize pool for this qualifier. It's just about getting the best seed that you can. So if you get first in this qualifier, then you're going to face the 4th place of the first qualifier and, you know, the seeding beyond that. So you just want to set yourself up for the easiest matchup that you can. But if you just stay with the mentality that you can beat any team, maybe you don't find that like the end of the world if you drop this game against Nimbus. This is a single elimination. I think you want to go all the way for the ego, though. We talked about that ego. If you get first place in the qualifier, man, that feels so good. I don't think there's that much trash talk in this tournament, though. Everyone's been very wholesome from what I've seen, unless there's some things being said behind closed doors. But I think just having that chip on your shoulder or getting first place in the qualifier, going into the main event with, I guess, the quote weakest team from the other qualifier, I think that's how you can get yourself a little bit further.
I think so as well. Yeah, I think Dart Monkeys probably, like you mentioned, going to be a little bit more relaxed coming into this. And, you know, seeding still does mean a lot, right? Coming into the finals in December, I mean, you can only place, yes, top 5, get the 5th seed leading into that. But that leads you in a good spot, right? That's fighting maybe the middle of the pack team from the very first qualifier, in which you never know how the teams from the first qualifier are even going to do in this entirely different meta, right? We have a entire different tank. We don't have that Zari anymore. We don't have even like way further back when people started to play Doomfist. Maybe we don't have Doomfist leading into this. But coming into this meta, you have a completely different shot, a completely different chance. So doing well in this qualifier, I think, sets you up to do even better leading into December, because I doubt we see any patch changes coming into the actual finals. And if you can actually get those scrimbucks, Lemon, what do you think? Like, does scrimbucks actually matter? If we see this team with Jake, with the Dart Monkeys even outperform some of the top LTR teams from the first qualifier, we could see some real upsets leading into next month.
We're just writing the script. It just writes itself. You have a team full of big names of Dart Monkeys, and then they have Jake, who's coaching them, and who is, of course, part of the Overwatch League, so knows what the best of the best, knows how to analyze those mistakes. And I've casted with Jake. He's a smart guy, and he knows how to calm somebody down, especially me. When I was jumping up and down in that stadium at BlizzCon, Jake was doing meditation, and I could see, I don't really know if Dart Monkeys are maybe the freak out type of people if they drop a map, but I could see Jake going, all right, everyone, who saw? Let's count to 10. Let's do our breaths. Let's get into the downward. I don't know what the positions are in yoga, but I'm sure he knows. And a lot of the streamers on this team, they know how to have fun. They know how to take losses. They play ladder on stream, for God's sake. So they're going to be fine under this pressure. They're qualified for the main event. So it's about really making a statement. And the script, can this, like, quote, favorite team of Dart Monkeys go all the way? Or will the gatekeepers of LTR Nimbus hold them this series? Our first map has been decided. It's actually predetermined. Oasis. As we can maybe break down some of these rounds, I think the only one that's very different from all the other ones is University.
Yeah, University, I think, is going to be a little bit of a challenge for a lot of these teams, considering Oasis. I mean, yeah, University, you have that inside area. You can easily play like a tanky composition with that Reaper. I mean, especially, I mean, you've seen Reaper has been destructive on those inside like corridors. And if you take those inside angles with that composition, you can just run on through, out rotate. We call that, I guess, jungling. I'm not sure if this is really an official term. I need to double check me here, Lemon. Have you heard of jungling before? I would like to just...
But I get what you're saying, like roaming around. Like,
yeah. I would like to describe what it is for you, actually, real quick. So jungling basically is the epitome of you rotate around, right? Jungling, when you jungle, the entire point of jungling is, say they have like a Pharaoh composition, right? Say they're going to spam you out and you want to avoid a lot of that damage coming in. So what a lot of teams do is they jungle. That's when you go inside to buildings to avoid taking extra poke damage, maybe avoid getting picked from a Widowmaker, and overall just using a ton of cover from just buildings. And that's what we call jungling at the professional level. I don't really know how many teams actually use that. At least the Atlanta Reign, they use it that way. I don't know. Is that actually teaching anything, or is that just coming up with a fake term?
Going in the forest, staying under the trees, like in a building I'm kind of like visually seeing it. I thought jungling meant more like roaming around and trying to take those off angles, I'm sure.
Like a Roadhog or something.
Yeah, I like that I'm getting kind of the expertise here as we'll be going into our first map shortly between the Dart Monkeys and Altiora Nimbus. Let us know in chat who you're cheering for. Type 1 for Dart Monkeys and 2 for Altiora. Again, 1 for Dart Monkeys, 2 for Altiora, as we'll see how correct your predictions really are. And a big shout out to Calling All Heroes for this event. It's so awesome to see it featured on the Overwatch League channel to just be the stepping stone in our players' career to the next level. If they even want to pursue that next level, it's awesome to showcase these marginalized genders as we'll be starting on Oasis City Center.
Yeah, and this map I think is going to lead to Dart Monkeys maybe playing that Sojourn yet again with that Winston this time, whereas Moving Fish has proven they can maybe flex over to that Orisa, flex over to that Roadhog, as they are a versatile player as well. But on the other side, we talk about Dart Monkeys. Altiora and Nimbus, they're a team to reckon with as well. So I think it's going to be a barn burner of a series so far, and it's an amazing map to start off on, honestly, Lemon.
We're rolling out, and maybe we'll see Sen load in. Maybe not. It's okay though. 4v5, whoa. No panic. Huh? But everyone's heading for that first teleport. You just have Aspen with the snipes, the headshot on the me-man. That's just gonna send them back. Okay, Sen has spawned in. Now we're ready to play. We might even get a reset, to be honest.
I would not be surprised, but we have to wait and see, obviously. That was a little bit of a maybe misplay or maybe miscommunication or something before games. It always happens, right? You always have that one player that, you know, uses the restroom for a bit too long, and then you're like, wait, where? I thought they were here.
Wait, we said R?
Yeah.
You're like, oh!
You're like panicking. You go throughout the spawn, you're like, wait, they're not here. Your heart sinks. Your stomach gets a
You think that timer is like way longer than it actually is. Yeah. It's kind of shortened, but we'll get Sen in. As I guess we're going to go with Sen. And we were wondering if it was going to be AJ or Sen and which tag they're going to use, but maybe some Sojourn.
Yeah, I think, well, obviously, right. Have you seen anything else besides Sojourn?
True.
Be honest. Have we seen anything besides Sojourn? What do we got? No, it always loses, right? Even in ranked games.
It's pretty good. I mean, there's like a rally on social media to get her nerfed, and maybe, okay, Sen will make the case for us. You got Reaper Sojourn, you got mirror matchups.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, it's a really good composition, this Reaper Sojourn composition, and they already moved forward to the backside of the actual coast, it looks like, here to get that flank position on the high ground. And with this high ground, I mean, they just build up that ult charge with the Sojourn to get those railgun shots, and I'm sure it'll work wonders for Altiora Nimbus.
Yeah, that was a great first pick from Aspen, you know, before the pause happened. And I mean, those picks continue through. Headshot from Barcode, but you lost Aspen. I think Altiora are not too comfy, but they think this is the moment to engage on the Dart Monkeys, especially now that they don't have all the healing with Aspen gone. So kind of a big turnaround for Altiora after that.
Yeah, without your main support, I mean, it's going to be hard to actually live here as Dart Monkeys with that full reset. They did get time on the board, however, though, going to all the way up at 36%, it looks like. And with that reset, hopefully they can build some ult charge next fight. But Nimbus, they're leading the ult charge fight right now.
Yeah, engaging through here on Winston. You really want to get through this kind of middle corridor. I don't know if they want to break through the right side or through the middle, if you can jump on Winston. But you remember, you're leaving your backline behind when you do jump in. So I'm wondering how much poke Moving Fish is going to want to take. What is going to be the sign to go in? Because I wonder if Altiora is just going to walk past that Winston and go after the backline. There is that first jump. See Dart Monkeys taking their time. There is the Kitsune rush from Aspen already. Meeman hasn't popped theirs yet. Altiora respecting that space. Dart Monkeys firing away, but still no kills. Moving Fish had to back away, drop down to half health. Will heal back up, has the primal. Now they can play as aggressive as they can as the barrier engaged from SK in response to the Kitsune rush of Altiora. A lot of ults coming from that defending team, as really on this point you could stall out forever.
Yeah, now you have that overclock coming up as well after the Primal Rage from Moving Fish as they're trying to flip that point, but Sen with that pick onto the Sojourn of Barcode on the other side is crucial. And with that pick off as well, I don't think that Dart Monkeys can really delay because they have no more ults here, Lemon, either. I mean, Moving Fish did get Sen, but even off of that pick, I don't think it's enough to sustain. Maybe they'll have that Reaper ult to come back in with, but they're going to have to give it up for now.
That's so painful for Dart Monkeys to commit the way they did for that long and not even get a single flip through that whole skirmish. 75% plus now for Altior and Nimbus. It's coming down to last fight. Dart Monkeys, I mean, you got Death Blossom, you got an Overclock, but you got an Overclock with Barcode using it, okay? I have some faith. Altior, they're going to play their side of the post, maybe deny some of that LOS, and Moving Fish has been bursted down. That's not the start that Dart Monkeys needs, and the Death Blossom gets bubbled off by Steady. And you're just down bad if you're Dart Monkeys. Let's see how long they can stall for reinforcements. But Barcode is making a miracle happen. The double K keeps them still competitive. It's 99% though for Altior and Nimbus, and it's overtime. How will this end up? Moving Fish had to come back on Doomfist just for the speed. See if they can disrupt them. They've quite literally bullied Altior out of the point.
How did they do that? Barcode with the overclock to open it up, get a nice little 3K, and it looks like they're stabilizing here as well. But that's that Sojourn factor, right? We talked about it, Lemon. I mean, the Sojourn is just so deadly at every point in the fight when there's no sound barrier.
Dart Monkeys, I don't know how they salvaged that fight, and it was... Thank goodness for Moving Fish to get back on the Doomfist. And remember, if you shoot that block, the slow is even more painful. And then Barcode, she's a magician on that Sojourn. I can't wait to watch her more. And it's the overclock from Sen, playing on their staircase, dodging the Doomfist just narrowly as the Reaper Wraith from Zem to just respect that. And the engage punishes Aspen as Altior used the Kitsune Rush to finish what they've started. Man, but the sound barrier from SK, how much time will this really buy them? Well, enough for Barcode and friends to get some responding picks as Altiora rushed in off the Kitsune Rush, and now we're really at last fight territory.
You thought that was over for Dart Monkey after Aspen used that Kitsune Rush, but now 90% of the board. They've got that Doomfist ult. Altiora and Nimbus is going to have a Winston ult to delay as well. So this is going to easily go into overtime leading to the next fight, but with Altiora and Nimbus, they're going to have to get on that point. And now they do. It's contested, but with so many ults on Dart Monkey's side coming up soon, it's going to be hard for Altiora and Nimbus.
Yeah, the Meteor Strike is gonna be giving up some space, while as the Primal Rage can occupy it for so much longer. Steady is on top of Aspen, and she backs away. And Altiora really utilizing their space well. Soundbear for Altiora, they have just way more health to work with. Barcode is in there. Dart Monkeys is missing out on damage. Aspen will teleport out of getting pummeled from the Primal Rage as Altiora and Nimbus are ahead. But they need to remove Dart Monkeys completely to win this map. And as the chaos ensues, Dart Monkeys, you can never count them out. Somehow Zemrit is just getting escorted around by SK and was able to just get all these kills, including even SK fragging out. It was Altior that were at 99%, and Dart Monkeys turned it around at the last second. Overtime goes away, and City Center goes to Dart Monkeys.
How do they keep doing it? How does Dart Monkeys keep coming back last second after losing one just continuously? Even though Steady found that opening pick on the Winston, it wasn't enough to stop, like you mentioned, SK and the rest of Team Dart Monkeys coming back in a 4 versus 5 scenario. And I mean, it's been a lot more viable, I think, in 5 versus 5 to actually come back when you're down a member, right? In 6 versus 6, I mean, it is pretty hard to lose a member, but at the same time, in 4 versus 5s, that's actually pretty rare. I changed my mind here actually a little bit, Lemon. I'm changing the analysis.
Okay.
4 versus 5 is actually really hard to win. Somehow Dart Monkeys winning 2 4 versus 5s. In hindsight, that's at the time I thought it wasn't that crazy. Now I'm looking back at it. How did Dart Monkeys just win that round?
It's insane. Like, sometimes they would get punished, but they were just way better at punishing Altiora, especially during the Kitsune Rush of Me-Man. Now it's the fight for the high ground here on Oasis Gardens. Altiora's bubble has been popped physically and morally at 6 HP. Barcode is punished by the Disruptor shot 5v4 for Altiora as they have the high ground. Dart Monkeys will hide in the corridor. Altiora still have to be careful how they enter this, especially with the Reaper of Zemrit. Has been a real threat, especially with the Taxi of SK. Looks like the point will be capped in a second by Altiora as Dart Monkeys wait for the reinforcements.
I loved how Sen played that, just trusting that disruptor shot at the staircase already early on in that fight. Really shut down Dart Monkeys on the inside, and Moving Fish taking a lot of poke coming in and using bubbles, not good, but off the back of a Barcode pick, that just enables Dart Monkey to come to this point for free.
Yeah, as a Sojourn, you can build up a lot of energy off of these Winston bubbles and not give him the attention, but the people around him. And that's how Dart Monkeys, namely Barcode, got that first pick, and now the second 5v3 as Dart Monkeys to send Altiora packing after only giving up 30% to them. Not too bad.
The little Reaper to just delay the point for a bit. Sorry, Isol, you will go down, but about 34%, 35. Wait, is it 36 again? No, but it's almost identical to the first round where it went over to 36 before the point flip. But Altiora a little bit behind in ultimates, even though they had the point flip first. Dart Monkeys did a great job farming up those ultimates. They'll have the Kitsune Rush first. They'll have a Primal Rage first up as well. But both teams are totally fine taking this neutral game Kitsune Rush.
And we'll see if Aspen's 10% difference here is going to make a splash this fight. She's going to be real close to it now. Has it in a second. And I wonder if it's just going to be insta-pop with that first pick. Do you need it? Both Reapers exchange 4v4. Dart Monkeys just keeping Altior trapped in this hallway. And Karen decides to invest the sound barrier in response to the Aspen Kiriko Kitsune Rush. SK sound barrier second. A lot more value. Dart Monkeys have the health. They're going to play aggressive. And they even had the Primal Rage of moving fish to assure Altiora stay trapped. Now there's a re-engage from Altiora because they really didn't lose that many members. Kitsune Rush and the Primal Rage, but as soon as they emerge, Barcode found the foreheads. She might need to find some healers though. She is very unhealthy. And Dart Monkeys still have the point, but for really how long?
I don't know. It doesn't seem like they actually can get sustained on this point, but they're actually doing so. They had the Lucio heals. They had the Kariko heals from Aspen, who came back. And off of Barcode not dying there, 5 HP at the staircase. Just phenomenal play from her and the rest of Dart Monkeys to sustain there. Moving fish as well. Earlier on in that fight to not go down and even use a little bit Suzu from Aspen, sure, but to not die as fast as they were in previous rounds really enabled Dart Monkeys to do work on the comeback. Barcode to also trade back Sensut was a huge pick that they found early on.
Dart Monkeys one fight away from taking our first map. It is a 1st to 3. Altiora gonna see if they can get any picks, starting with these overclock. They're gonna play really safe. Bubble placement from Moving Fish is fine, but of course there's many doors. Sen, she's looking for any targets on the high ground. It's a tough ankle to cut. Now that ultimate is done, and Altiora have already used a couple of important cooldowns, including the Wraith from the Reaper of Essel. Will have to hang around a little bit more, but somebody has to touch, and nobody thought of that. Altiora were on the high ground, but they forgot about the objective. Dart Monkeys take map number 1.
I can't believe it. Nobody touched the point yet again. I mean, this always happens in Overwatch 2 with 5 versus 5, but at a certain point, right, in practice, you would hope somebody would get there, but unfortunately for them, they will be going down 2-0 in this first round. Sorry, losing one map in this 1st to 3, which can be absolutely crucial, right? Dart Monkeys, you can't really give them any leeway. You can't give them any ground because they'll just do what they did and they'll sweep you, right? There's a potential for a 3-0 over Altiora Nimbus, and Nimbus is no team to mess around with, but if they're gonna drop rounds to not even touching the point, it's gonna be rough for them, Lemon.
Yeah, I think the job was a lot easier for Dart Monkeys now that they were able to defend Oasis Gardens, having that Sojourn on the high ground, and also the way Barcode played her life. The way that if they were ever pushed even slightly, she sat in the hallway, used the corners. We saw how many times she got away with 5 HP. Sen, who used her overclock, got bubbled off, and that's just the nature of having to attack from that point. I think if they were going to depend more on Sojourn, maybe use more of the middle of the map rather than the hallway, I feel like they were a lot more accessible by the Winston. Rather, if you play in the middle of the map, then you have a lot more distance. And I don't think a Reaper and a Winston would want to just jump out of the objective towards you if Altiora wanted to depend on that poke a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to figure out that play style, and I guess to maybe turn things to a bit of a positive for Dart Monkeys. I mean, they're looking so much better. I like how you mentioned Barcode living with 5 HP there just so many times. She's done such a good job with this team to actually revolutionize her play style and figure out a bit more and actually, you know, get those pickoffs and live in situations where they would have died earlier, right? Maybe earlier on in the tournament, they didn't actually live. Barcode, unfortunately, got picked off a few times earlier on in day number 1. But coming day number 3, as the tournament goes on, as the stakes go higher, it seems like Barcode is just playing better and better, playing their lives and getting pickoffs on the other Sojourn. That impact cannot be understated.
Whew, yeah, a couple of first picks going to Barcode. I knew I didn't overhype her. I knew she can deliver.
You're right.
And we've also delivered you a map pick. All thanks to Altiora Nimbus. After losing first map, they decided to go to King's Row, which is not too bad. It's not the longest range of map except that first point. It is very narrow, so I wonder, are we going to stick to the Winston or go for something that has more rush and brawl potential?
That's a good point, actually. I don't know. It's tough to say. I mean, I hate to be that analyst who doesn't tell you what like. The thing is, there's so many different options, I think, in this current meta, right? You could run that Orisa. You could run the Roadhog. You could do a bunch of different. You could run the Winston like we just saw on those maps. But King's Row specifically, like you mentioned, does enable those brawl compositions, in which I would go as far to say, if you agree with me, Lemon, it seems like Orisa has become that new brawly character, right? Where you kind of sustain, you run into the other team, and it's kind of like Junker Queen, where these fights last forever because of this Orisa shift. She has so much health, so much armor, so much sustain, and all you got to do, you put some sort of healer, and Kariko has been that healer to just sustain through these fights where they just last like 5 years, and before you know it, you see this fight's been happening, and you look, 2 minutes have passed, 3 minutes have passed, 4 minutes passed, and you're like, wait, has first fight even ended? So on a map like King's Row, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that Orisa composition like you said, Lemon.
Yeah, I think Orisa really excels in the neutral game because her ultimate is just so weak. It's like a budget kind of bad Graviton Surge where you're really using it for that initial pull and slow rather than really the damage you get out of it, because things like a Suzu from Kiriko just kills that immediately. So I think Orisa's really good at holding space, especially with her javelin spin. Just being able to bully a Winston is so powerful. Whenever like you kind of struggle in a tank div, Orisa's always a good break glass, bring out the Orisa. But both teams are going to stick to the Winston, and that's fine. It's just very narrow at certain points, especially at point B, where there's not a lot of high grounds to sit on.
Overwatch players love to do this as well, Lemon, and we have to remember Overwatch players, just like if there's a composition that thinks best, they think nothing else is going to come close, and it seems to be that every situation in the pro play, and also when it comes to calling out heroes as well in this qualifier number 2. Both teams taking that even fight towards the statue, and already a Suzu used on Nimbus, so look at this, Dart Monkeys are trying to take advantage of that.
Such a good engage from Dart Monkeys. Altiora used their bubble first, got immediately busted, steady jump back, and that's where Dart Monkeys identified that window of engage, jumped on it, found a pick into the back line, and that's all she wrote. Dart Monkeys get the point first, and I would have liked to see Steady be in a less in a position of being in the way of fire. They took so much poke and had to use cooldowns without having any point to it.
The only understanding I think of maybe is they want to hold that choke, where they like play around the statue on the left side and push forward deep into enemy territory. But Dart Monkeys, it looked like they were well aware of that and just pushed the pace onto Altiora and Nimbus before they can even set up their potential game plan. And now that gives Dart Monkey the cart and an ultimate advantage coming up soon with Aspen Kitsune Rush that I'm sure she's going to pop early. But actually on the other side, sorry, Meeman going to have a Kitsune Rush, so it's up to Altiora and Nimbus to fight this at the choke point, which this point is really hard to fight for defense.
Oh, Marco, disgusting. Even with the disruptor shot, you can line up those targets real nice. And again, you charge up so much of the Sojourn energy off of that Winston bubble. So you got to be careful if you're the enemy who has to duel a Sojourn. I mean, really, you can't stop a headshot. Of course, it is a one shot. But it's just about your jumps. You know, you don't want to move too predictably around a Sojourn. And you want to try and see if you see that Sojourn charged up, maybe use your Wraith cooldown a little bit sooner to get out. But, you know, sometimes it's just unlucky.
To be honest, on that second point and that like choke point, it's really hard to actually fight on defense. It always just feels like that fight is unwinnable because you don't have a lot of cover. The offense is going to have a lot of that payload cover, a lot of that ult potential. They can just go first, so you kind of have to push into the enemy team spawn to get any value on defense. But this point, this should be a lot easier with all this cover, with all this high ground for this defensive team of Altiora and Nimbus.
Yeah, first bubble for Altiora, second from Dart Monkeys. That's out of the picture. Kitsune Rush is ready. Primal from Dart Monkeys. I'm thinking they want to play aggressive, and so they do. Defensive bubble placed. Altiora respecting that space. Kitsune Rush first for Dart Monkeys, and Meman just pops theirs now as Altiora just want to punish Dart Monkeys while they're in too deep. See Moving Fish backed away, not even using the Primal because they want to use it at the last second, but Zemrit gets headshot again, and wow, both Sojourns gone. So Dart Monkeys, really, how far can they get this? You see this Primal Rage is so close to killing this Kiriko until the sound barrier came out from Care. That was a massive save on the back line.
Yeah, now SK is going to have theirs ready to go for next fight as well. And if Steady actually goes a little too far forward, they could find their head ripped off. But I did like how Altiora and Nimbus played that. I mean, to fall back into the cover. This is what we said on this point. It's very easy. It's easier for the defense to hold here because you have so much room to fall back. You'll have a health pack to fall back to. The map geometry really is a huge deal, especially on King's Row, where every piece of cover matters and every ult you can actually waste out of the enemy team is really, really important.
Oh, is it ending now, Sen? You gotta prove it to me. Sound barrier early from SK. You just throw the Death Blossom into them. And Kara's gone. It's a 4 versus 4 as Dart Monkeys still looking for the point B cap. They got a lot of time to do it. Where is this Death Blossom at? Essel came from above, took a body shot from the Sojourn. Not feeling too good, gonna back away. And I like that Altiora play safe, they play hidden, they disengage, and Dart Monkeys get nothing done.
They're just playing this point so well. I mean, Dart Monkeys, they have to rely on this Kitsune Rush next fight, but to get no value out of SK's beat drop because they got picked off by Sensuk, who has been playing amazing, by the way, has to be rough for sure. But Dart Monkeys at the same time, they're going to push in now with that Kitsune Rush and the overclock Lemon. It's terrifying for Nimbus.
Overclock and Kitsune Rush, everyone run. Hide the kids, hide the wife. Barcode is on the field, a few more meters away, and it's a 5 versus 3. Altior, it's about dying on card. Essel, you know what to do. Do the dance. Do the death one. Oh, that's a cap for Dart Monkeys and almost 4 minutes for C.
Yeah, really good time for Dart Monkeys so far, but Nimbus can't feel too bad. I mean, that Streets phase is really hard to hold on defense. Yes, there are portions where it gets easier and easier as you go on through King's Row. As everybody knows, third point, this is going to be the real test for Dart Monkeys now as they try to build ultimates in this spawn door.
Oh, I don't know about that Kitsune Rush. Dart Monkeys were already leaving, but with the speed of Kara, maybe you can catch one person? So close to killing Barcode. How does she keep living with 5 HP? Now that Kitsune Rush did nothing but scare them.
I mean, no, it's pretty much wasted Kitsune Rush there from Eamon, but I understand the point, I guess, to maybe create some space where you're getting worried that Dart Monkeys are going to push a little too far forward. But that's why they call it dogman ult. Sometimes you don't really get good value out of your ultimates, you know?
Yeah, that's so mean. Don't bully my friend like that. But Dart Monkeys, they're the ones doing all the bullying. They're primal raging in the spawns of Altior. Can we chill out, please? Sen's like, please. I don't know where my spawn room is. There's too many colors at this point. Dart Monkeys got all the kills. They're wraithing back, and they're a few meters away from having a huge time bank.
Now they touch the payload. They have that beat drop as well with the overclock. How does Dart Monkeys close out right here? It's a matter of looking for this backline, I think. And with that Kitsune Rush, Dart Monkeys, they have all of the forward pressure on the Sensucked in that ultimate.
Barcode is also on the high ground. You cannot let her live there. Sen has no angle to take. A sound barrier from Dart Monkeys. They have the health, so they have the firepower, and they try to deal with this primal rage of Steady, who has been at least removed temporarily. Got Suzu'd on the engage, but it's the backline that's just crumbling for Altiora. Dart Monkeys haven't lost anyone on this engage. Wow, what a performance. 2 minutes and 5 seconds on this attack. That's pretty good.
This team is looking so good. I don't know if it's the power of J-Lulk, but as a unit, they've been doing a great job. And specifically, I guess, Moving Fish, too. Like, this team as a whole, just even 2 days ago, they didn't look anything like they do right now. They look like a force to be reckoned with. They look like a super team almost, with Moving Fish, with Barcode, and you know, I would say that in day one, SK and Aspen and their backline took a lot of the shine maybe away from the other members of Dart Monkeys. Not anything due to their own skill, but I would say like the team has been synergizing so well where it allows the carries of this meta, the Winston and the Sojourn, to truly pop off, and Moving Fish and Barcode really have been doing that thus far.
That's so facts. Dart Monkeys, they went undefeated in the Swiss bracket. Altiora, one of the few teams they lost to, guess who? It was Dart Monkeys. So, I mean, the score is starting to be settled here. Both these teams have qualified into the main event. So the script writes itself. They might even meet again where the stakes are even higher, where there's money on the line. I mean, thousands and thousands of dollars in the main event, and seeding matters so much. This is what's being decided here today. Altiora down in the series. They're not down too bad yet. They got to go and complete the map, and with the snowball that you could create on King's Row, it's very possible to match that time bank.
Well, you know what's funny is that I believe both teams, well, I guess if you don't qualify, or if you win the entire tournament, you will be going against, I believe, another Altiora team, unless it's 1:30 time zone. So we could see an Altiora Nimbus versus Altiora lineup in the actual finals in December.
Oh, Moving Fish is very low, so is Steady, which Reaper can really get the punish, and wow, we got a 4 versus 4. Remember, respawns are closer for Altiora, so through every skirmish, if things are even, they're going to get the reinforcements back quicker, and they're the ones that can take the point. So Dart Monkeys have to play this smart and play it disengage if things get a little hairy, and I don't think they really know how to do that. They are losing bodies left and right. The attacking team's on the point. SK's somehow killing Winston's, and Dart Monkeys are kind of coming back.
Oh no, a scrappy fight did not work out for Nimbus. Nimbus were fully in control, but Meeman and Karopia, I guess they were a little bit separated from each other, and then also losing Sensuk early on. They didn't have a lot of that damage that maybe they assumed they had, and now Moving Fish is feeling confident enough to go all the way towards the spawn doors versus 5 members, so that's how you know where Dart Monkey's mental space is at right now.
I'm just surprised Altiora couldn't even get a single tick, and I think he pointed it right out. They got split up, and we're so close to getting that first 33%. SK! Oh, okay, not getting avoided yet in this lobby, but Barco gets the punish on Essel. 5 versus 4 for the defense. Oh, they want more. They got booped away. Or, no, they're just hanging around on the bus.
Aspen's got to be very grateful for Aspen at this point. Those Suzus have been crazy to actually land these to save their Lucio so many times. You're not even seeing really, I mean, no, like Meeman hasn't been able to get that value to the Suzu like Aspen has, where Aspen's just allowing her team to just play so aggressive and then bailing them out every time.
Sune rush from Dart Monkeys on the defense. They see Altiora going through Hotel, and they still get a jump on the Care. And, well, Moving Fish continues to move towards the spawn room doors. You want an ego check? High five that spawn room door. That's when you're going to get into the heads of your opponent.
For some reason, I imagine Winston is a flopping fish around now after you said that. He's just flopping at you. Maybe the devs will add a little game mode for that.
No, I wish. Use the splash.
Nimbus is going to have that Kitsune rush for this fight, also the Primal Rage, but Dart Monkeys, look how many ults they have here, Lemon. They have 4 ultimates coming into this next fight.
How's this gonna work? Kitsune Rush, I think, is the most important one for Altiora. They're gonna pop that immediately. Sound Barrier in response from SK, but it doesn't hit Zemrit. So Sen gets the punish. 5 versus 4 for Altiora. When does Care want to use the Sound Barrier? Well, you don't even need it because the Primal Rage is steady. It's just doing so much work. They've gotten the first take and maybe the second. SK Little Demon has been removed from the lobby for now, as Altiora will be capping.
I mean, that's 4 minutes off the clock, though, so Dart Monkeys has to feel good about that. However, they did commit a lot of ultimates to try to win. The only thing they'll have is that Reaper ultimate, so the thing they're relying on here is Altiora and Nimbus to actually maybe feed with some of these ultimates. Maybe disengage they could heavily, but at the same time, I imagine Dart Monkeys, they're just going to want to go fast with this Reaper ult and try to catch Nimbus out of position, and they're setting up for this corner just for that.
The Altiora, what kind of snowball can you create? It starts with the overclock, and might have spotted Barcode and just kind of preemptively jumped. It's Altiora continuing to chase them, but not really too aggressively, because you just never know. As you turn your head around the corner, there could be a charged up Sojourn, and your fight's just so dead. And that was a critical headshot onto Barcode, not enough to kill her. As Moving Fish is going to jump in, less than half health. The Suzu has to be thrown. The Kitsune Rush of Aspen to help out, but they walk into the Death Blossom of Vestal, and his Dart Monkey's losing too. But it was a critical sound barrier from Care of Altiora to assure success to this attacking team.
Unfortunately for Dart Monkeys there, that position that they wanted to fight is not optimal in King's Row. Usually you see people fight in the second phase, more towards the beginning, towards that arch, or towards the end of the second phase. And now that they committed ultimates, they're coming against the Kitsune Rush, where Nimbus has all of the space to work with here. All they have to do is pop it early and just run on Dart Monkeys as soon as they know their position.
Oh, they're gonna keep on running, all right. Altiora is the snowball we were worried about. Kitsune Rush, they have it for the last fight at point B. Dart Monkeys, they're trying to hide, but can they live? And you don't have Meeman, though. Altiora have such limited heals, and they used the Sound Barrier last fight, so they don't have the resources for an extended fight. But Steady might be able to just Primal Rage and force the C9, and they kill 2. That is insane. 3.5 minutes for Altiora for C.
It looked like Dark Monkeys wanted to win that fight, but good for them to actually save those ultimates coming to this fight. It may be a blessing in disguise. However, Nimbus, to just roll through their streets phase and have 3-minute time bank on third point, that's great for them. However, having this huge ultimate disadvantage is going to be rough unless Sensa can build that overclock.
Altiora haven't lost a fight in a while since the start of the round. Primal Rage available for Dart Monkeys and an overclock. You combine that as a pain sandwich. Altiora got to be ready for this as, Essel has been separated from the flock, and the bubble in the middle gives Barcode all the space in the world to take headshots into the backline of Altiora that emerged to maybe help out Essel, who was out of position. Dart Monkey, I think if you're Altiora, you're okay with this. Let them use ults. It's okay.
Yeah, this is totally fine for Altior and Nimbus to just waste out that overclock, because we have to bear in mind Barcode has been dangerous, like you mentioned, with that overclock, and then she's even been dangerous without overclock with just having that railgun shot. So it's always a factor you have to look out for, is this Sojourn on Dart Monkeys. And Sensuck's been doing kind of the same thing, but only to an overly aggressive Lucio of SK sometimes.
Overclock from Sen. Is it over? It's over in the hallway. Oh no, the Primal Rage. You're getting tossed. This is not going to work out. What shot can you take if you can't even see? Dart Monkeys. 5v4. Oh, you're not even going to let them go back to spawn. The disrespect. Moving Fish. All right, Dart Monkeys back to back.
Moving Fish has really revitalized themselves leading into Sunday, into today, and that's been really a factor for Dart Monkeys to do as well as they have. At the other side, Nimbus used that overclock, and now coming to his next fight, they don't really have as big of an advantage as they once had. They just have that Reaper ult, that Lucio, and that Kariko. But Dart Monkeys, I'm sure SK is going to perfectly time their B drop to counter Nimbus's plan.
Yeah, and then you just wait for the Kitsune rush of Niemen, and that's the big winning condition that LTR can work towards. The time bank difference isn't too bad, but if they lose this fight, it's not too good. Soundbeer is dropped. Care calls for the fight, engage, but they want to burst the bubble of Moving Fish first. Now the Kitsune rush on top of that. That Soundbeer didn't really do much. That Blossom at the back from Essel has been punished by Aspen. You got a 4v4, and LTR just can't afford to lose anyone on these engages. Remember, the respawn advantage for the defense is so strong that if you just lose anyone on the attack, you're just losing momentum.
Oh my god. Aspen somehow back in this fight, though. The Primal Rage has to be popped from Steady. They assumed they would kill Moving Fish there, but Aspen just teleported right under their Winston to spawn. They popped the Reaper ult to gain some space, maybe force Steady to fall back. Hopefully, they wish they got some ultimates, or they got some kills there, because now Steady found SK. They're down their Lucio against the Kitsune rush. They do have that support now, so Nimbus has to fall back, even though they found that early pick.
Oh, you're so happy if you're Altiora. Maybe not about this time bank, but the fact you got so many important ultimates out. Soundbearer, Death Blossom, Kitsune Rush. Now Altiora don't have to worry about anything but the Primal Rage and maybe an Overclock, but then as soon as they approach, they get stomped on by Moving Fish. An actual bully in this lobby, by the way. Not even stopping. Has the Primal Rage, you don't even need it, because Kara was like 1 HP. 13 seconds left. If Altiora don't get something done, Dart Monkeys are going to series point.
They have to swap to that Tracer to go touch that point. Can they really do so against Moving Fish? No, Moving Fish just jumps on the Tracer on the inside, and it's only Steady to touch the point. Overtime ticks down. The Lucio's coming to touch, but it's too little too late, unfortunately. Altiora and Nimbus are going to go down 2 in this series so far to Dart Monkeys.
That is clinical. Just when you thought Altior and Nimbus were cooking up something good, they hadn't lost a fight till Point C happened. Well, till specifically Moving Fish happened. That Winston is scary aggressive. And I would like to see Essel shift her attention more towards punishing the Winston. That's kind of like the best thing you can do. Burst the bubble quickly, force the Winston out, and then kind of take it one step at a time. I'm seeing Essel maybe go for a lot of teleport plays, kind of Death Blossoms out in the open, and you really have to take, like, kind of go step by step. Make sure the Sojourn's out of the fight before that, because you're just going to get headshot. Make sure they don't have Primal. Didn't really wait for that. Because Essel's getting punished a lot, and I'd like to see them maybe just play more front to back.
I think it might be a bit of a team synergy problem at the current moment for Team Nimbus, sadly. I mean, it seems like Dart Monkeys over the course of 3 days have progressed so much, and Nimbus have kind of stagnated to some degree, right? It's a little bit hard for them to actually make these changes mid-tournament, because not only are you making these mistakes in the tournament, but also you have to think about fixing these mistakes mid-matches, in which sometimes, Lemon, you could easily overestimate what you got to do, right? Maybe kill the Winston, for example, right? But then what do? You try to kill the Winston, now you don't have any frontline pressure, so there's so many things, you know, going on in their minds, I'm sure, where it's very hard to actually make such huge changes. So I guess, like you mentioned, go step by step, try to do these things slowly, and maybe eventually they could fix some of the problems they're having at the current moment.
I would say Altiora and Nimbus's best showing, though. Like, I felt like it got away from them in terms of the coordination, but King's Row, it got that much better. But when it comes to synergy, you can't deny what Dart Monkeys have done. My favorite play of that entire map was when Moving Fish just placed a bubble, like, right in the middle of Point C. Barco just sat in it, popped Overclock, and started popping heads. I was like, oh, man. And I think it was just an awkward position for Altior to be in, because Essel had pushed in Mega Pack room, and they were still heading back to spawn, so the supports were like, Can we help her? And then when they tried to do that, they got headshot by Barcode. And there's nothing you could do about that because she's sitting in Winston bubble. And if your Winston could set up your DPS like that, that bubble is such an important safe space for your DPS to operate in.
Yeah, and Barcode is one to take advantage of that. There's not many Sojourns that, to be fair to other Sojourns and other Winston players, not many Sojourns that could do what she's doing. And she's been around in the scene for such a long time in the Overwatch community. To pop off as she's still doing after years of playing Overwatch is it's kind of insane, to be honest. You have to play at a high level to continuously be able to do this well and continuously be one of the best Sojourns that we have in the entirety of Overwatch, because it's not very common to come across players that could do what Barcode is doing, right? And to be honest, Barcode as well is a pretty reasonable person to not actually maybe have a bit of an ego and do what some of these other Sojourns do at the overall scale when you have to hit those shots.
Well, we've hit our halftime point in our first semifinal of our Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup qualifier number 2. We're going to take quite a short break. Let's see if Altior can get their bearings. Dart Monkeys are going to get Jake Overwatch on the phone, and we'll see you after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. We're in the middle of a sizzling series between the Dart Monkeys and Altior and Nimbus in our first semifinal to see who's going to the Grands. And yeah, Dart Monkeys kind of good.
Yeah, they do be kind of good though. And I think like overall they look really strong compared to, like I said, 2 days ago. Like the team looks almost like a completely different team, Lemon. They're just doing everything right. And coming into Route 66, that's another map where Winston's going to be terrifying. And moving Fish the entire time has been popping off, doing those, getting huge value to Primal Rage, getting huge value to positioning, getting huge even utility out of bubble, which how often do you even see, like you mentioned before we went to break, how often do you see a Winston bubbling for Sojourns to get value out of your Sojourn railgun?
Yeah, and that also speaks to just the kind of difference in Winston play between moving fish and steady. I would say I'd like to see, and we already saw it apparently on Steady's defense, where they just kind of sat on Statue, they put bubble down, jumped away, and then Dart Monkeys just chased after them. You don't want to be the first to pop your very important cooldowns like your bubble. That's like your get out of jail free card along with your Reaper Wraith and stuff like that. As casters, we watch for that. As players, they do that even more. As soon as you see that window of engage, you see Dart Monkeys, they immediately dart after them. So I want to see Steady just be more conscientious of how they're using their bubble and what they're accomplishing with that bubble. Are you splitting up the fight? Are you defending for your Sojourn? Are you creating a nice happy camp for your Sojourn? Steady has to think of a lot of things.
Yeah, and I want to just expand on it, I guess, a little bit. Like you mentioned, that that Winston bubble. There's so many other things like that as well that all these players are looking for, right? It's that Winston bubble. It's the Kariko Suzu. It's Reaper Fade, right? All of these things. You see one of those, they pounce on those things, and it's kind of harder to tell, I guess, when we're watching the games. You see, like how often you're going to see this half a second Suzu, right? Like it's not very like you see like them glow for a second. Like it's really hard to tell. So a lot of the times, if these players maybe engaged too far for maybe your opinion, and a lot of the times it's because they're seeing some of these some of these abilities be used that can be totally fight winning and fight changing. That's why Kariko is even meta, because Suzu's been so damn strong to give you invulnerability and to also give her invulnerability on her teleporter Kariko. It just makes this character so damn strong, and it really applies to every character in the cast of this current meta.
I just love her kit too. I think the teleport makes her completely undiveable. Like, you want to force that out early. You want to notice that teleport too, especially if you're running a Winston comp, which we might be moving away from. We'll see in a second if moving fish sticks to the Hammond or Winston, but both kind of occupy the same type of dive-esque thing. But I think Hammond, you get a lot more mobility and survivability, while Winston can hold space for a lot longer.
Oh yeah, Winston pretty much the absolute I mean, it's not even like overkidded. He's just such a good character in this current meta, right? Just continuously, like you said, play their lives, jump away on short cooldowns, and have utility for their team. I mean, Winston's perfect for the current situation.
Ooh, that's a first pick from the attack. Dartmouth's Altior is just playing in this Metro, and they kind of stuck in the middle of Metro in the next corner and didn't really decide if they wanted to engage or disengage, and Sen just falls off the map. So clean fight for Dart Monkeys.
Is that what am I allowed to call this out here? Did I just see Zemrit doing a little bit of crouch motion after they fell off the map? Is that real? Can I do
the Jake Yoga, you know? It's one
yeah,
two.
Yeah.
It's Warrior 1, Warrior 2.
Mr. Zen coming into well, actually that's like the opposite, isn't it? It's a little bit of they're doing some yoga, you know. That's my analysis here. They're doing some yoga.
Oh god, moving fish got so low, jumps back to the card. Altior have the high ground, but Dart Monkeys are playing on the other side of the sign. Not sure how long you want to stay there for, but giving the Sojourn the high ground is where she can get so many better angles, and Sen proves me right. Snipes SK down. If you're Dart Monkeys though, this isn't the worst position. You can play under big Earls, have access to the Mega, and just play out of line of sight. So you can avoid the high ground and play smart, but Dart Monkeys got hosed on, so not gonna happen.
Altior actually doing a great job so far on this defensive side, as Sen's trying to get value, but it's just constantly dealing with moving fish, jumping on that. But now the adjustments, Esol's coming back for that Winston, as SK did find Sen finally, but look how much pressure they're putting onto Sen. They can't even set up the Sojourn shots on the barcode.
Oh, Altior trying to play safe because they lost Sen and they re-engaged with the Kitsune Rush of Mimen, and Dart Monkeys just round the corner. Every time you see a Kitsune Rush, Baptiste Amplification Matrix, don't fight into it. You're gonna lose it 100% of the time. Disengage, respect it, wait for it to leave, and go back. Dart Monkeys do just that. Back on the high ground. That Blossom from the defensive Altior. They'll give even the Sound Bearer to give that sustain over. As meters away, Dart Monkeys will be sent away.
I'm liking this. Altior and Nimbus has been playing perfectly. Sen Suck is being hard focused. Dart Monkeys, their main strategy, their only strategy they've been doing is get rid of the Sojourn on the other side. And now that Altior and Nimbus knows that, it has taken them 2 maps. They're starting to counter by letting Sen just continually run away, eventually die. But as long as they trade back and allow themselves to waste Dart Monkeys healing in the backline and allow them to actually waste their cooldowns, that's how they find the kills here.
Okay, you force out the teleport of Aspen. You see Steady just looking for her, but the sound barrier from SK buys them a lot of time. Dart Monkeys needing to figure out a plan, see if they can burn out this Winston. Steady at 200 HP will jump back to the end of point B, right into the Death Blossom of Zemrit. 2K as Dart Monkeys head for the end of point A, but it cost them a lot of time.
Now, on the opposite side, right, the second phase. Okay, Sensuck, just nice little turning the DPI meter up. Is that a script or is that allowed here? Okay. Dart Monkeys, though, fantastic for them to finally cap out here. But like you mentioned, they only did it with a minute left. Now, into this Streets phase, they can get this 4 positioning onto Altior and Nimbus so they could snowball past here. And really, they're hoping to capture out with 3 minutes coming into third phase. Because this second phase, it's so hard to come back on a defense. Because look at this. They have to come through this tight choke versus so much spam.
Altior are going to see if they can push them off the high ground. They're successful at doing so, and I think Dart Monkeys disengaged because Moving Fish got their armor cracked, and it's so important to play around your armor as a tank, especially in Overwatch 2, as it's just that much stronger. Dart Monkeys are okay just getting some cart push, getting a halfway through, because that means if they win this next fight, they'll pretty much cap B. Kitsune Rush activated from Aspen. It's already a 5-on-4 after you picked off Sen, but Moving Fish didn't pop Primal. That might have been just burst that overwhelmed them. They absolutely needed to use that Primal to survive in that moment and carry the momentum that Kitsune Rush provided them, as a Kitsune Rush in response by the defense will clean up this fight for Altiora.
That's exactly what we were talking about before, where Altiora and Nimbus are just trying to disengage. They understand Sensuck is going to die because Dart Monkeys just want to take them out. As long as Easel can come back with the trades and kill one of Dart Monkey doesn't know what to do after they kill Sensuck. They don't have any chain focus after they get rid of the Sojourn. All they know is they got to take them out. But since then, Dart Monkeys, they're going to have to elaborate on their playstyle. Maybe add some more to it after they get rid of Sensuck.
So Dart Monkeys go through cave just to deny some of the LOS. I think I just saw Zemrit TP to the top of the bar, and Essel creeps to the backline and killed SK. Or I don't know, SK be skating around sometimes. I don't know where she's at. Dart Monkeys, they activate the Primal, see how much space, how much chaos can they produce. Well, it scared Altior enough to use the Sound Bear. It's not like they're producing any kills out of it. It's almost the Primal Rage of that Reaper off the map. Essel lives for now. Can't say the same for Dart Monkeys. 3K for Essel as Dart Monkeys are gone again.
Essel's been doing so well in this series thus far. To counteract, like we mentioned, what Dart Monkeys have been doing, they're just popping off, killing SK early. That's surprising, actually. What an opening pick for them on the top of that bar to get rid of SK, who was going for that boop, like you mentioned. It's just so crucial. And then they come back with that Reaper ultimate after the Suzu was used of Aspen. Chef Kiss, perfectly timed.
Another cave push from Dart Monkeys. I think you could start the overclock as soon as you see anyone. Barcode, what first pick can she get? Steady just moves past. Bubbles behind Moving Fish. Just realizes now. Drops a half health. Suzu from Aspen assures their success. Now Dart Monkeys use a Sound Barrier to engage. They'll see if they can burn down Steady. Now they're going to start to back away towards the end of point B. They're getting really overwhelmed by the resources of Dart Monkeys. And of course, they got to respect that Kitsune Rush from Aspen. Still waiting for the DPS ultimates of Dart Monkeys, but they're very far away. Overclocks being exchanged. Oh, actually, no. Now it is. And Sen is getting pushed by a monkey, and that's not gonna happen today. Dart Monkey, though, 15 seconds remaining, and thank goodness they won this fight.
Yeah, they've committed pretty much every ultimate there. They're just going to have that Primal Rage coming up in the next fight, but with just that overclock, Steady was into the backline bunch. Unfortunately for Sensuck, you can't do much about Barcode, who has been just pumping in that damage, even against Steady on the Winston. Maybe Steady would like a little bit more support from their team, maybe Nimbus to actually push in with Easel like they were doing before to allow Steady to actually counter Barcode. But Barcode has been doing a great job. The team has been doing a great job of just peeling for Barcode to find those railgun shots in the overclock form.
Oh, they wanted to punish Steady there. The armor is cracked. They're very vulnerable. They went to the top right, but our Monkey has still got a shot in. So they'll kind of break through the start of point C, but you don't want to get too over-eager here. This is the most long-range part of the map, so you can maybe start to think about how you want to establish yourselves on the top left of the American truck.
To maybe set up over there would be crucial for Nimbus here to get that health pack, especially since being low. But no, they came over to the left side flank to actually go early. Had to use their Suzu. Pop the Kitsune Rush. It's in such an awkward position because now Sensuck's out of his Primal Rage. And with them gone, how does Nimbus stabilize? Even with this Kitsune Rush, Easel's being booped around as well. And Dart Monkeys Perfectly placed Primal Rage, and a little bit of an aggressive push by Nimbus.
Oh, I think Moving Fish wanted to grab Mega, but it got stolen. I think they might... Oh, yeah, they managed to survive. I didn't like the start of that engage at all from Altior. They had to move through a Disruptor shot from Sojourn, so they all dropped down to half health. That's how Dart Monkeys got that first pick. So Dart Monkeys are a few meters away from capping. This is last fight. 12 seconds left. Altiora have the ultimates and respawn advantage. Surely you don't choke this, right? Well, Altiora starts to just at least zone off the left Mecha Pack side. And the Sound Barrier from Kara's drop, but Steady didn't get any of that. Sound Barrier is second from Dart Monkeys as they only focus on the objective, but Moving Fish is overwhelmed by a Reaper. That was Essel giving them the business. 4 versus 4. Overclock from Barcode. It's off the top. Steady need to give her attention a lot sooner. Death Blossom on top, and that's all she wrote for Dart Monkeys, capping the end of C.
I got a feel for Sensuck right now. Great job, obviously, from Dart Monkeys, but it looks like they're just not getting enough support from their backline, from their support, right? We noticed on the other side, Barcode has been getting crazy heals from both SK. Yes, you know SK is being that aggressive Lucio, but SK is doing a great job at actually peeling for Barcode when they need the heals. Aspen immediately looking at Barcode when Barcode is low. On the other side, sadly, Sensuck has been in a situation where they have to hide for cover because they're not really, well, obviously getting taken damage is, it's never going to be good, right? So you have to go back into cover, but at the same time, you're going to need those heals immediately, right? As Sojourn from your backline, from your Kariko, from your Lucio. And Neiman, it's taking even that split second of hesitation where they're looking for maybe some kunai and actually looking for damage. It's unfortunately leading Sensuck into not having any positioning to deal with Barcode. Because Barcode popped that overclock over the top side, Sensuck's under in cover. You know Sensuck's gonna have to wait for those heals. Barcode just looks for that overclock headshot as soon as Sensuck peeks that cover, and it's just over for Altiora and Nimbus.
Yeah, it started with a snowball, and it started like this, right? It's just OT push into point B for Dart Monkeys to an OT push in point C, and Altiora, they kind of had their momentum just so much stifled when they just rocked into that disruptor shot of Barcode. They had to play at the end of point B, and Dart Monkeys, they got to just control the pace of play as Dart Monkeys going for a close hold. The more fights you can force, the more time it takes for Altiora to cap, no matter the result. As Essel teleports to the actually bottom right side. Usually you want to kind of try to control the top left, so the Sojourn of aka Barcode isn't going to have too much freedom, but they actually all of Altiora focus down the Winston and the people on the ground, and Dart Monkeys, well, they're contesting, but really not for much longer.
The DPSs of Nimbus have been absolutely putting their team on their backs. Sensuck to find that opening pick, and Iso with that perfectly timed positioning to take care of Moving Fish. And now, you know, Nimbus, maybe they're finding their feet here at the current moment. Yes, I'm sure. Isn't a Nimbus like a flying cloud or something? So
yeah,
maybe they don't actually have feet, but, you know, they're starting to find some positioning and actually take Dart Monkeys back to the spawn door.
All right, Dart Monkeys just playing in cover, trying to not take too much poke. Now they emerge. Moving Fish dives in, takes back the high ground for the defense. Altiora, again, you can play under this roof into big Earls, use the Mega Pack. It's not necessary to take the high ground. You just have to play around it. Now there are some card push, but because of Moving Fish, Altiora get no progress, so they have to take this fight. Dart Monkeys are not going to allow them any progress, but there hasn't been really any kills or anyone dropping too low. Altiora get the punish on Moving Fish though, and this is where the avalanche starts. Once you find Rescase Hine, she's been contesting the card for too long.
How is she still alive?
Looking for stuff.
How is she still alive on this payload? SK just became a tank there, just not dying at all. Dart Monkeys are now back in this fight. He even forces Me-Man to use their Kitsune Rush, but they have to get out of its range to deal with Barcode, who is on the flank. But now this is going to allow Dart Monkeys to regroup, build that Kitsune Rush, and come into this next fight for free.
At least Altiora getting this done a lot quicker than Dart Monkeys have. Well, at least we'll see the result of this fight. Good first bubble by Steady. Armor was there, goes to grab Mega. They're going to take their time with this. And Kitsune Rush plus Death Blossom. What a barrier from Care. Saves the entirety of Altiora. But here's the fight back. Here's the clap back. Altiora with the Primal. But they're taking so much damage. I mean, Steady is about to get burned down, waiting for the heals of Neiman. And Dart Monkeys, they know how to get their revenge.
Damn. Altiora and Nimbus, it's been rough for them, honestly. The supports are having a really hard time, Neiman and both Karampi. But hopefully they can regroup, re-synergize, because they have that overclock. They'll have the reroll for next fight. Yes, they're going against Barcode with their overclock, but Moving Fish is going to have that Primal Rage. However, with SK's Sound Barrier, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Moving Fish go extra aggressive on Sensok and the overclock.
Overclock being exchanged. Sound barrier from SK and oh my god, Barcode! Register this! Steady just says, I'm just done. End it now. Dart Monkeys back on the defense. 1 minute left for Altior. You cannot go down on a full hold. I will not allow it.
Barcode at checkout just said, are you just buying gift boxes? Or are you not trying to win the $25,000 that's at stake? Because with those shots, with those overclocks perfectly placed, and it allows Moving Fish to now push forward onto this high ground. And now they know Easel has his reroll. However, Easel has been the difference maker. So this could allow Nimbus to finally cap out this first point.
There's a teleport at the back. No, that was maybe Zemrit, but Essel's now going to get involved. That's lots of catches. SK went for the boop, got punished. Altior have 27 seconds left. It's going pretty okay. They're going to get on the high ground. Dart Monkey's going to take their time, and this is where Altior need to go for the punish. They are ahead in kills, and they need to chase down these last reinforcements, not let Dart Monkeys have another solid fight. Aspen drops the Suzu. They see Altior approach. Kitsune rush from Miman. Altior going to absolutely send it, but so is Aspen and her mirrored ultimate. 3 meters left and 3 seconds left. Altior, the series is on the line, and Senna's found the first pick. Dart Monkeys are just panicking. The Primal Rage is real nice for Moving Fish, but there's no damage. But there is a point cap in the waits for Altiora, who just got it now.
There we go. Miman finally with a really good Kitsune rush, maybe coming online in this series, but down 2 maps. How does Altior and Nimbus come back here? They're going to have that Primal Rage. They'll have an overclock and a beat drop. Dart Monkeys, they did commit a lot towards that fight with that Primal Rage. SK will be having that beat drop, the reroll in just a second. But as long as Zermit is a little bit out of position here, Nimbus should actually push forward and capture them. But now, Dart Monkeys have regrouped. They're ready to fight on this payload. And Nimbus, they haven't even set up their game plan. They have so many ults, but they've been willing to go second too many times.
Altiora just see if they can kind of soft dive this high ground, if they can set up Sen for success. Kind of needs to get healed up though. Miman must be having their hands tied, but so they'll go for the health pack instead. Overclock. Sen wants to be as far away from this fight as possible. Almost got the pick onto one of the members of Dart Monkeys, and the sound barrier from SK saves them. Now the aggressive push from the defense. Steady gets out. Actually, Dart Monkeys just kind of respect it. They're going to poke them down. Here's the reroll from Zemrit, who goes into the small room to avoid any kind of sojourn poke, and Zemrit still delivers a 2K. Dart Monkeys are clinical.
So smart. I mean, just max value, honestly. Max value to the beat drop, max value to reroll, right? Nimbus, they had all the advantage there, but unfortunately they're not popping their ultimates soon enough. Now down to a minute left. I can't help but think maybe there's some sort of mental crutch here where you realize you're playing against Barcode, Aspen, SK, some of the top, talent that we have in the Overwatch scene. Maybe there's some sort of mental barrier here, but they come into this fight. Now they pop the overclock. This is Sensok's time to do work against Barcode, who's overclocking their side.
The bubble for Moving Fish split up the sound barrier from Care, so Altior, only 3 members got hit by that, and they kind of were too scared to move. They had to pop the bubble first. That Blossom from Essel, the Suzu from Aspen saves them. They get the punish. It's a 5v4 for Dart Monkeys, and Kitsune rushes are exchanged. And Altior taking way too much damage. But it's all right, I guess. You got 31 seconds. Altior will have one last fight, and Dart Monkeys are exhausted of all their ultimates.
Aspen has to be one of our best Karikos in the entire game, and I'm not even over-exaggerating. She has been playing amazing, and honestly, compared to a lot of Karikos I've seen even in Overwatch League, she is up there with the very best. And now coming to this next fight, Nimbus, they have 83% on that Primal Rage. Steady's going to have to go big with it. They have done it before, and against Dart Monkeys with no ultimates, besides that beat drop coming up, SK is going to have to get picked early.
Altior on the card. Overtime starts now. A loss in this fight means Altior will be out of this qualifier, but they'll still be at the main event. But you don't want to drop 3-0 to the Dart Monkeys. No, sir. But 4 versus 4. Aspen is gone. A real chance for Altior to just extend this fight. They have more heals, and they sure are delivering in the damage. Zemmer with the Death Blossom, a well-timed Suzu from Eamon saves themselves, and Altiora just have to get this Winston off the cart. But SK is a little demon herself. She's healing, moving fish. They're staying safe in the bubble, and SK has been deserted. She's in a 1v2, and she just skates out.
They found Isol, though. That could allow them to actually finish on this payload. Moving Fish jumps back, drops the ball on the payload. There's no tank here, and tanks are so important because nobody can touch with a primal win or with a Winston in your face. Dart Monkeys win 3-0.
What a series! What a series! And this is not the last you're gonna see of them. Both of these teams have qualified into our Calling All Heroes main event. Was it a $25,000 prize pool you said? And then you get the play of the game for Barcode. Who else? I feel like you should give it to her every single time. And the way that they were able to burn down Steady a lot, I felt bad. I would be panicking trying to Primal Rage. You have the most health in the game, and I'd be scared to move around that Sojourn.
You said you've been playing tank recently. I mean, let's see you in there, Lemon. Why don't you? Why not? You can't do what Steady could do. I mean, it's been hard, right, for Steady. I mean, like you mentioned, it's been a tough series, and I don't even think it's necessarily Steady's fault. It's just as a team, Dart Monkeys looks amazing.
They are amazing. And guess what? We talk to amazing people here. We're going to throw it to a break. When we get back, we're going to have an interview with someone from Dart Monkeys. They're going to the grand finals. And after that interview, we'll have our next semi-final. You won't want to miss it. Keep those butts in those seats. welcome back, everyone, to the Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup, where we talk to winners here. We have a very special interview with the legend, the Winston legend. We have Moving Fish from Dart Monkeys on the line. Hello, congratulations on the win today.
Thank you.
Justin, do the honors.
Okay, yeah. So obviously, moving Fisher, Winston was amazing. I mean, I think that was on both of our minds, if I'm going to be honest. Your Winston was phenomenal positionally. I mean, you were incredibly aggressive. Is this because, I mean, obviously over the past couple of days, would you guys feel, or do you feel that your team has maybe synergized around your aggressive play style, and you guys feel a lot more comfortable right now?
Oh yeah, for sure. A lot of what we do is just based off of what me and my Reaper does, and we usually try and just be proactive, make a lot of aggressive plays and stuff like that. And yeah, basically that is just our play style. That's kind of how we do it.
Y'all have a lot of personalities on your team. I would just love some insight on the comms going on right now. Like, is everyone screaming when Barcode gets a shot? Is SK screaming when she's getting picked off the roof? Like, what's just kind of the vibes like within the team?
Yeah, if Barco gets a pick, we're all kind of just like nice, and we start screaming, and we're just like go in, go in, go in. And yeah, sometimes the comms are a little messy. We just like, but we usually stay on the same target. I think that's more of just like passion.
Well, and I think you play like a very specific, like utilitarian or utility kind of Winston, right? I think we noticed on King's Row, Lemon pointed out, you like bubbled for Barcode at one point. Are these like set strategies that you guys have come up with to maybe enable Barcode a bit better?
Sometimes, yeah, but I think most of the time I kind of just think of it on the fly. I don't really use bubble for a lot of things, so I kind of just save it for when for plays like that, I guess, just to, like enable my team.
Well, speaking about thinking of set plays or creating plays on the fly, I see y'all have Jake Overwatch as your coach. I don't know if anyone's asked you this before, but I'm very curious. What's he telling the team? What's he providing? Is there a level of zen when he's on the team? Because I feel like he might just kind of keep y'all focused, or how does he help the team? I'm curious.
Oh, I think we're so lucky to have Jake. I think compared to our first day in the charity, we've changed so much in terms of like how we play this comp. I think we've all improved a lot as players. I know that personally, my Winston has gotten so much better because of him. I don't know. He's really giving us like all like the tips and tricks for like just doing well in this meta and just playing proactive. You know, we all know we all have a better idea of what we can do because of him. I'm very thankful.
That's awesome, and this is such a cool initiative. I mean, the first for Overwatch to really showcase marginalized genders. So do you have any words about kind of how this platform, this showcase has made you feel, has made the team feel, and given you a platform to perform on?
Yeah, for sure. I think I've met a lot of really awesome people. And I'm really glad I've been able to play with them. I've had a lot of fun personally. I think it's really cool competing against people I would not have necessarily have met a lot. A lot of new faces, and I don't know, it's just really cool seeing these really great players and just being able to play against them in this tourney.
That's really awesome to hear. And we were kind of making jokes, like, oh, is there some trash talk? But honestly, it's been really wholesome to see how everyone is interacting, getting to know each other, and even getting coached by OWL level coaches. So this has been an amazing opportunity. I've had a lot of fun casting y'all, and good luck in the finals. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
That was Moving Fish, everyone. Winston extraordinaire from Dart Monkeys going to the finals.
Yeah, good to talk to them, honestly. I mean, what a great team. And we're going to look at the brackets, I guess, for the overarching situation that we have in this qualifier number 2. Dart Monkeys obviously moving forward. And the next match that we have coming up is going to be a barn burner of a series, Lemon. We got Ban on Chonky Milk versus Timeless Ethereal. And both of these teams have been competing tirelessly throughout the tournament. Obviously, Timeless to take out Mochi earlier on, and then Mochi take out Unironic as well. I mean, this has been a crazy playoff so far. And Moxie, obviously, between these two teams, it's going to be a hard matchup in the grand finals for either of them versus Dart Monkeys.
Oh, my friend Aramori is also on one of the teams. I'm super excited because I recognize so many faces here, and I also get to know the community that I'm part of, and getting to put a showcase, like we've said, on these marginalized genders on the Overwatch League channel. Like, it doesn't get any better than this. So we have one semifinal around the corner. Everybody, go get your popcorn. Go get your friends, go get the wife. Ban on Chalky Milk versus Timeless Ethereal will be on stream next. It's going to be another best of 5. Everyone's qualified from here on out. It's about seeding, and it's about the ego, and it's about you sticking in your seats, because we'll be back after this break. Welcome back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes Challenger Cup. We have another semifinal around the corner. Ban on Chalky Milk, that's a vibe. Timeless Ethereal, very nice name. 2 different energies happening.
Completely. I mean, we were kind of joking about it, where it's like, yeah, maybe we aren't actually fully like in the position where we could say we're Timeless Ethereal. But anyways, Ban on Chalky Milk, I think at the same time, has been performing pretty well throughout this entire tournament. And same with Timeless Ethereal. To be this far in the tournament, to allow yourselves in the position to be in the semifinal spot, to not only already be qualified, but also make it in high seeding, that's what you're going for. And obviously with Ban on Chalky Milk, with Momo, with Open and a friend, they have a very, very strong support backline on top of a good DPS duo with a really strong tank player. I would see Ban on Chalky Milk really performing incredibly strong versus Timeless Ethereal. However, at the same time, the other team that they're going against, it's going to be so hard for Ban on Chalky Milk.
And here's Timeless Ethereal's roster. I also have to pop this joke. Is a Fran just Defran without the D? I gotta find out. They're on support though. But I'd be looking at Timeless Ethereal. You have the roster right here. Jim Jam. Oh, that's gonna be a fun thing to mess up during the cast. But maybe they'll play together. So it's kind of like peanut butter and jelly.
And Jim's been so good, really. I mean, maybe Jim Jam really is peanut butter and jelly. You're right, because Jim's been phenomenal in this tournament so far, and also in the previous qualifiers. I believe we saw them play before. And Jim really is a star-studded DPS. Is one of the best that we have in the Challengers Cup. Really performing continuously, just that consistent play style you would like to see out of your DPS players, because a lot of time you may have some a little bit shaky stats, a little bit shaky positioning for your DPSs, but not Jim. Jim is rock solid, rock steady, and has been a consistent factor for Timeless Ethereal.
I just love the logos. Timeless Ethereal, You got the hourglass, it's timeless, then you got no chalky milk. What is wrong with chalky milk? If anything, we should ban regular milk, only chalky. As we'll go to Busan. Let's settle on that.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think actually people would agree with you, surprisingly. Like I thought about it. I was like, wait, is that like a hot take, or is that? No, that's pretty reasonable. I think people like chalky milk more than regular milk, right? What about strawberry milk then, Lemon?
Oh, that's kind of niche. I'm gonna go with chocolate. It probably depends the strawberry though. Are you?
What shake do you get if you get a shake at like a
vanilla
restaurant?
shake. I'm very boring.
Vanilla shake? You are a monster.
It's
you
safe.
are a monster,
it's so
dude.
Safe.
So is strawberry. What do you mean?
Oh, by the way, you know what's safe? Go into callingallheroes.gg. If it's your first time here on the Overwatch League channel, you're wondering where your exclamation point tokens are, we'll learn about this initiative. It's all about showcasing our marginalized genders, as we'll be featuring these two teams in our first semifinal, or second semifinal.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal rolling out on the right side. They have the Roadhog, by the way, and Tracer. So a little bit of an off-meta composition from them, but Ruby already taking a crap ton of damage. Had to fall back into that Disruptor shot, but got max value out of the Breather. But they're actually getting around this point on the Ben and Chalky Milk, who they're supposed to just fall back together, but they're taking a lot of poke here, Lemon.
Yeah, Tracer now a poke hero. I love to see it. And Roadhog is going to be a great punish against this Winston. I think Zetsubu found that out the hard way. Hook, line, and sinker. Timeless Ethereal, you do not want to be anywhere near this hog. And if you're not running an Ana, it's going to be very difficult to deal with this Roadhog.
Oh, yeah, I think that, you can get the anti-grenade. Maybe, but in fact, they could counter in that regard, but they're going to swap to make mirrors. Actually, a mirror composition running Gory on Tracer instead of Reaper, and then Zetsubu on the Roadhog. Reaper has been a focus. You would think that Reaper would counter Roadhog, but in a lot of situations, it's the Roadhog who counter the DPSs. They trade out Ruby, but for two, is it actually good for Chalky Milk? No, it's not. They're going to have to reset again.
Oh boy, and playing defense with a Sojourn is so nice. You can just take pot shots and not really be in a dangerous situation, especially there's no Winston. What are they gonna do, walk towards you? That's exactly what Timeless Ethereal want.
Oh yeah, no, Timeless Ethereal want them to just run at them so they get those hooks off, and the entire time they're building up that pulse bomb, which Jim has already.
See how long this will work. Pulse bomb is a whiff. Jim is on the hunt, going towards the back line, and Ruby just waits 2 more seconds. That hook is online, and you're mine. A Fran is gone, and Timeless Ethereal are halfway to taking the round.
Oh my god, this meta really is so, or at least when you run Roadhog mirror, it's really dependent on your Roadhog, and Ruby's showing why Roadhog is such a good character. And in these matchups, you have to mechanically outplay the enemy Roadhog. But now with ultimates online, Chalky Milk may counter Timeless Ethereal on their engage.
Ban on Chalky Milk. Where is the fight win? Where are the kills? It starts with the Kitsune rush, and they're getting just pushed away by the whole hog, and against the wall, you can't dodge it. Well, yeah, at least dodge the hook. That's the start of something good. But kind of a Roadhog gap. Ruby popping off. So is the rest of Timeless Ethereal. It's 85% plus, and someone from Ban on Chalky Milk has to think about touching the point.
No, it doesn't look like they can. 90%. They're going to have ultimates. But wait a second. Zetsubu found Jim already early pick. That could be crucial. And they pop the early beat. Counter beat comes out from Afrin as well as they touch the point with the overclock.
Oh, that's an echoed Sojourn ultimate. And Maka is missing not a lot of heals from Ban on Chalky Milk. But Momo is saving the day. And Kaori gets the last kill. Okay, signs of life from the Chalky Milks.
Important. Banna Chalky Milk needed to win that fight. Obviously, it's very self-explanatory, but to get that early pick on the gym, it was all set up from Zetsubu. So Zetsubu is probably going to look for a lot of these early flanks to find the picks, but that's going to allow themselves to be out of position to be hooked by Ruby in that counter hook play.
All right, Ban on Chalky Milk has to play perfect from here on out. That's a whole hog from Zetsubu right as Ruby went for the hook. And you actually don't want to hook a hog ulting in Overwatch 2 because the ult doesn't get canceled anymore, baby. So Ruby probably glad they missed that as they're just getting hammered with damage. And this is great for Ban on Chalky Milk because they kind of need to farm some ultimates as Zetsubu wanted the counter hook, but the Suzu from Aramori ended up saving them. Now you got a whole hog from Ruby, but it just pushes everyone to safety.
Oh.
And yeah, you can hook during the whole hog now. Roadhog is very good.
Yeah, really strong character. Now they push towards the point. They have the pulse bomb, have Kitsune rush if they want to pop it to try to win this fight because Ruby does want to win, but out of position. Ruby went around the backside. They didn't have the Kuriko, but Jim came back. Now it's Kuriko. Kitsune rush versus Kitsune rush. Jim has that pulse bomb, but can't just find out. Lucio, how did they... What? Jim just got hit by the train while being on the side of the map. They were too close to the edge, and it allows Chalky Milk to stabilize on the point.
How did Timeless Ethereal lose that while starting the Kitsune rush and you had your Tracer in it? They just lost Ruby early, and I think they got a little flustered. Then the second Kitsune rush came much, much later from Macabre, and that's when Ban on Chalky Milk somehow saved that. This is very deja vu from our last series. The 0 to 100 comeback, is it happening? Ban on Chalky Milk. They have the whole hog. I would say just set up at the choke, because what is Timeless Ethereal gonna do? Suzu? I guess you could depend on Momo getting a first pick. 100 charge, ready. Timeless Ethereal have to touch soon. You depend on Jim to do just that. The whole hog starts from Zetsubu, and they can heal during this, but the sound barrier from a Fran might just be enough. The hook misses. There's just so much going on. Ban on Chalky Milk just had to hold on a little bit longer as Azure gets sniped by Momo. And I think that is all she wrote. Timeless Ethereal, all three on the point. Ban on Chalky Milk, though, they lost control of the objective, and Ruby creates the Roadhog gap. This is chaos. The whole hog forces C9, and Timeless Ethereal saved the day.
Oh my god, Momo was coming online. It's unfortunate at the last second to find that overclock pick, but at the same time, at the other end, like you mentioned, Ruby has been too good on Roadhog, honestly. Just continually putting that aggression forward, just one foot after the other, running at Zetsubu. And Zetsubu really doesn't have a counter. They're trying to maybe like go for some hooks back, but they're continually backing up, so it kind of gives the positioning up to Ruby, whereas even if Ruby's low, they always have take a breather. They always have the Suzu from the Kuriko, and it just allows Ruby to live for so long, even though they're pretty much constantly frontlining and putting pressure on Chalky Milk.
That was so incredibly close. I mean, 99 to 99 in the first round. Are you kidding me? Now we go to Sanctuary. This is a very open map, so control of this bottom side drum is the safest place you can keep your supports, and just keeping them out of LOS from any type of hooks. You want to respect that space. You want to keep away from the hog until it's time to engage. Suzu usage, very important, maybe for when the hook goes through. You want to save someone from dying, you absolutely send it. You see Ban on Chalky Milk already posing themselves. They cross from the drum to the point to go for the cap first. Timeless Ethereal maybe need to present themselves to try and deny this, as a Tracer duel from Jim versus Calorie will go down on the right side, and the Roadhog gap still exists.
Ruby, huge pick onto Zetsubu. Now Ban on Chalky Milk. They don't have their tank, and Ruby's still alive in this fight. We take a breather back to full HP. That's just what tanks do in this game. But Momo, we have to mention they're also in the lobby. This is really a show-off of the Roadhog versus the Sojourn carry. And right now, Momo is still alive somehow. Has a lot of peel. Great movement as well. But they're kind of getting out the point. They have the Lucio on the point. Jim's going to get that pulse bomb in just a second. But Amori found Momo as well early on. And now they just have that peel. But the trade-off, they got rid of Ruby, and they have their tank back.
Wow, that's an early Kitsune rush too from Aramori, and Timeless Ethereal, they've been so close to flipping the point, but Ban on Chalky Milk, I mean, they started losing this pretty early. It was just about living on the point and extending this to 38%. Timeless Ethereal had to use the Kitsune rush just to finally end this, as Ban on Chalky Milk will have theirs, and they'll be coming back with vengeance.
Ruby's going to have that whole hog, pulse bomb coming up, overclock as well. Kaori, unfortunately, is only going to be 30% on that pulse bomb after using it in the last fight points. Yeah, that Kitsune rush being lose last fight, that was crucial for Timeless Eternal, especially without that beat drop coming in as Chalky Milk re-engage.
Right, now just sitting in the middle of the map. is banned on Chalky Milk, especially that Sojourn, just seeing as Timeless Ethereal play in the open, what kind of first pick you can get. That's kind of this dead space, is you wait for the Sojourns to do something. Now both Hogs dancing around this middle drum looking for any type of hooks, and I think that was the first hook by Zetsubu, who draws Ruby in, but the whole hog from Ruby is activated. They get Susan by Aramori, and they finally finish off Zetsubu and the rest of Ban on Chalky Milk that were even just still existing, but at a distance. Momo finds a double kill, and McAvoy with the third makes this actually even and winnable, but you still need to flip the point if you're Ban on Chalky Milk, because Timeless Ethereal are reaching 60%. Momo just can't seem to find this Kiriko, and the sound wave from Jam is only hitting themselves and Aramori. I'm not sure about this one.
Well, at least they forced both beat drops out, but that's interesting to commit towards this fight as Jim drops the pulse bomb as well. Yet another whiff, but that's fine for the Tracer because they build it up so fast. On the other side, Azure found the pick on Akori as well, and Jam gets rid of Momo. So they actually made this fight work somehow, Lemon.
I don't know how. It surely wasn't off the two-person sound barrier, but Timeless Ethereal, hold on. It's 90% and a map win away. Ban on Chalky Milk. It'll be up to Kaori or a Fran to touch the point. It'll have to be soon.
Yeah, they got to touch 96, 97. Ruby gets rid of Akori. Nobody can touch now. The Lucio tries. Oh, no.
Yeah, Timeless Ethereal take map number 1, and yeah, the two people that were supposed to start that overtime got kind of crossed up in the process, but good performance. I mean, that was fun, and this has been very, very close rounds between these two teams.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a back and forth between both Momo and Ruby. You wouldn't think that the Sojourn player, well, actually at the other side, Azure played very well at the same time. We can't really forget about them, but you know, at the other side, you have that Sojourn that is incredibly talented. You're gonna need to have that tank player, right? You would know as a tank player, Lemon. It just seems like pretty hard, I would say, as every other role to do as much as these tanks do. I mean, as you know, Siegel, top Overwatch streamer and a community member that we have, he said, you know, Overwatch 2, it feels like you're seeing two Godzillas slamming against each other, you know, like constantly. And at the same time, that's what it felt like. Ruby was just on a tear the entire match.
And I think Ruby played that really smart in terms of positioning too, just dancing around the drum when they had point control, hooking people in. It's kind of tough when you don't have the hook though to find that consistent damage because of just the enormous spread of the primary fire, the weird kind of range you need to be for the alternate fire. But Ruby never kind of pushed past that halfway mark of the drum. You can play your side of the point and really just force them to get into your line of sight where you can hook them, hook, line, and sinker. And the comms must have been crazy. The fact that you call sound barriers and Kitsune rushes when you're down a few members, that's someone on the team that either has a lot of confidence in winning these fights or has some next level knowledge on how to turn these fights.
I think it's the latter. I think it's what you said originally, right? I think they're a confident team. I think you can tell in their gameplay because they know they've really taken it to every team thus far. I believe, if I remember right, Timeless Eternal versus Dart Monkeys earlier on in the Swiss format even took a map off of Dart Monkeys. So you know Timeless Eternal or Ethereal is one of the best teams that we have so far in Challengers Cup and have the best names too, like you pointed out before we even started, right? I mean, I would say Challengers Cup, and this is no exaggeration, have the best team names in any Overwatch tournament ever. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. It's been cool to see, and it's some pretty decent branding. I like the, okay, maybe, I know it was Liz posting in chat about being lactose intolerant, even though I don't know why that message didn't go through, but I found that hilarious. It must be some kind of lactose intolerance. Maybe that's why they have a ban on Chalky Milk. But we do have a map choice from Chalky Milk, speaking of which, who want to go to King's Row. No surprise, everyone loves that map.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, they can utilize a lot of this Roadhog. I think that Roadhog is a good character on King's Row, right? We saw Winston in the previous matchup with Dart Monkeys versus Nimbus, but in that situation, right, it was just a mere matchup, right? I wonder if we get to the grand finals, like both of these teams like playing the Roadhog, if we're going to see Roadhog versus Winston on King's Row, where I think that the Roadhog actually does better on King's Row based on positioning, right? It can constantly, like I said, jungle. It's going to have a shotgun in your face with the Reaper potentially instead of a Tracer, and you're just continually being ran at by a Roadhog that is the equivalent of like 2 DPSs. So, you know, how can you deal with this Roadhog if you're just a silly little Winston boy that's just trying to jump in and zap things?
Yeah, I was maybe expecting like more Kirikos to be using Suzu's like against the hooks to try and save somebody, but I think it's hard to keep track of the entire fight while also having like a millisecond reaction of throwing, because the Suzu has to be thrown, then there's like a small activation time. So I think I'm noticing more that Suzus are being used to protect the Roadhog and assert their positioning on the map rather than use it kind of counteractively against the other Roadhog. It's the more to keep your own front line intact. So I think that's why Ruby is looking just a little bit that much better. They are receiving a lot of Suzu love.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just a great job from the supports of their team to keep their Roadhog alive. And Ruby, knowing they're an aggressive player, yeah, it's to play around that playstyle. You really have to have a lot of faith in your team. And how you mentioned, I guess, with the Suzu, I guess to the experience I had on Kiriko, yes, we didn't play Kiriko professionally, whatever. But at the same time, the Suzu is really hard to hit on because the projectile is so slow, right? It's almost like Roadhog's hook is faster. The Suzu couldn't even get there. It's just too inconsistent. And in Overwatch, it's a game where you kind of have to play perfect as a team. You don't want many outliers, right? As a team, you want to have things be kind of like just continually moving forward, right? You want to have a consistent lineup of heroes. And to maybe go back when support players, remember Lemon, when they had to play Roadhog, Atlanta Reign head coach Sefi, he told me once, he said, because I try to go for crazy hooks on the Lucios, people that would flank and stuff, but a lot of these hooks are hard to hit and they're not consistent. So a lot of the time, what you were seeing in game, these Roadhogs are just going for consistent hooks, either on the other Roadhog or on a DPS that's really slow movement speed wise, because if you're going for these low percentage hooks, as they call it, you're going to maybe put your team behind because you can just get a pick off very easy.
Yeah, and the best counter, I like that we just immediately got off the Winston against the Hog, because the best counter to Hog is just another Hog. And they're gonna send it. But I'm thinking Ruby's looking that much better, and it's usually around, I haven't seen like a big difference in mechanics. Maybe Zetsubu has to be a little bit more careful on when to use the hook first, because you really want to use the hook first when maybe they're trying to use their take a breather, when they're low health and trying to escape, never when they're really at full health, because then they'll counter hook you again. It's like the #1 rule in Overwatch is don't hook first. Going to King's Row shortly though.
Oh, yes. And on King's Row, I think that you kind of have to maybe have that aggressive positioning that we've seen Ethereal constantly push out. And I mean, like you mentioned, you don't really want to hook first. It's going to be really hard to actually get value out of your team to actually hook first. Now, at the same time, if the other Roadhog's low, like you go for it, right?
Yeah. A friend tweeted at me and said, "No, I'm not the Fran. I'm a Fran 10 times better." I was just making a joke. I know you're 100 times better. So, yeah, we'll have Ban on Chalky Milk on the offense first. And I don't know, Setsubu. I think you see that Hog and you immediately swap off. But Ruby is a different beast on this one.
Yeah, Ruby's been crazy. And I like the new Roadhog skin, by the way. The Overwatch 2 version, he has like some chain on his shoulder. It's kind of cool looking, right?
Super sick. We're going to stay... Oh, we need a Reaper to bust up this Roadhog. Maybe that's the answer.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's going to work on King's Row, I think, because, I mean, it's a map where Reaper does well with these inside corridors. And maybe with these flanks not being able to be committed on by Tracers, it could be good, but no, they're going to get back to Tracer, and I guess you called it before. Tracer is a bit of a ranged DPS now, right?
Yeah. So the Tracers are back. You can have a no fall off within the 19 meters or less on Tracers. So now a poke hero. We'll see how that works. Yeah. Zabi is going to be playing very close to the team. Ban on Chalky Milk is doing some scouting because they might have spotted Jim and Aramori up on this top right side, and they definitely want to dislodge them as Zabi with 10 HP recalls the 60. Needs some love from Kaori as Ban on Chalky Milk just head to the point.
By the way, Sabi now in the game. Momo finds Jim as well, but counter hook by Setsubu actually comes out on top, but there we go. Both Suzus on both sides. However, Ruby in the healthier state at the current moment. Momo just farming off Ruby the entire time and eventually get traded out.
Yeah, I guess you take those. I was going to say Zetsubu was very low during that, but Ban on Chalky Milk, they've gotten 2 ticks and they have a respawn advantage, so I don't doubt that they can keep taking this. Timeless and Zero don't have a tank too to kind of soak up some damage at the front and really create any space, so it's up to the DPS to make a splash, and Jim does just that. Even looks into the camera with the face and everything, like from The Office, but 2 ticks is all Ban on Chalky Milk's going to get, all because of Jim.
Yep, Jim, great work by them to move towards that clock tower on the inside. Allows them to build that pulse bomb up very, very fast, whilst they also have this overclock before Momo at 64% is a bit behind.
All right, one tick. You just need to push him off just a little. Just a little bit of bullying. I'll allow it. You got a Kitsune rush from Ban on Chalky Milk, and there's a flank from Ruby through Hotel, and almost got a cheeky hook. I think they missed and just got punished, and that's a feast or famine play. I like it. Ban on Chalky Milk are up by 2, and that should be enough to seal the deal.
Finally, Sabby to actually come in and deal that damage, but they only had to commit Kitsune rush, whereas Timeless on the other side used their Sojourn ultimate, the overclock, in that last fight, and that now Ban on Chalky Milk. They're going to have 4 ultimates coming to this next fight. Really good job by them to save up that ult bank, ready to go into this Streets phase.
And this is where the Roadhogs, there's nowhere to hide. This hog will own you if they get any type of hook on you. So it's kind of the mind games between Ruby and Zetsubu, as I think Zetsubu got some kind of hook in. Yeah, onto Azure before we clicked away. It was R-rated. We didn't want to show that kind of death. We're not going to do him dirty like that. He got an overclock through the hallway, and Jim was playing chicken on that one. Receives the tough end of the stick, and oh my god, Ruby just hooked in Zetsubu, but they both heal back up. But the Sojourn damage from above from Momo is just simply going to overwhelm Timeless Ethereal, as Ban on Chalky Milk are halfway to beat.
Yeah, great job from them to push forward when they needed to, and to actually push forward into the second phase over the old spawn of Timeless Eternal is perfectly positioned. And this is what we were talking about in the previous series, where Ban on Chalky Milk, they're going to want to continue to put this pressure on the Timeless, so they can't even ult. So Timeless is going to have to ult early to even have a chance to come back into this fight.
Last fight for B. Momo's charged up, ready to go. Who wants a headshot? You get a headshot. You get a headshot, but you're also getting the whole hog. They've actually displaced Ruby, but Ruby received the sound barrier from Jam. They really had to skate for that one, as the Kitsune rush from Cavalry during that moment, and the action sound barrier just evaporated. So much damage came out of Timeless Ethereal and the whole hog and everything in between. And such an important win from Timeless Ethereal to stop that snowball.
Yeah, and Azure is taking a lot of, or sorry, I should say Ruby is taking a lot of the limelight away from their team, just because Roadhog is that type of character where it's a little bit selfless and just pumps out that damage. But Azure has been hitting shot after shot and has been a very consistent Sojourn for Timeless Ethereal when they need it most. Azure with a nice little 2K there, has the overclock in the next fight against Momo, where Momo's going to have to build the overclock amidst the fight.
Ban on Chalky Milk, just looking for hooks, and it's where you got to be wary on the defensive flanks coming through the back alley, and it looks like Zetsubu might be heading there with Zabi. And you could even split this and get attention from multiple sides. Zabi recruiting way too much attention on the left side, and Jim not overextending through that. Meanwhile, Zetsubu is free to push up, has Ruby in their path. You have overclock ready. I think Ruby just went for a hook, and Zetsubu got Suzu by Kaori, and they're fine for now. Momo jumped in front of the overclock of Azure, and you just don't do that.
Unfortunately, they were in a little bit of a sticky situation. Both hogs using their E, and they back up. No, without your Sojourn, you can't really do much, but you did force Azure's overclock out. Ruby's still here far forward, missing the hook around the corner. They're going to have to back up, but they get hooked back in.
That's where overextending, you get punished by the hook, especially when you miss. There's this whole hog is going ham. Oh, and the hook, the cherry on top, the Roadhog Canyon is existing.
No emo, Ruby? Why not, man? Why go for the emo? You know, showboat a little bit after that. That was great from them, honestly.
That was pretty sick. You gotta hit him with the 1-2 punch. Well, there's only a minute left. Man, it's been back-to-back lost fights.
Yeah. No, this is going to be rough. Now, Momo's going to come in with this overclock into this fight. It's going to be important that Jim lands a pulse bomb. Maybe forces the Suzu out so this overclock can get maximum value on the offensive side. But no Suzu there. Jim with the pulse bomb. Bye-bye, Momo and Ashen.
Jim just sent you back to the office. Ban on Chalky Milk. You got to reset real quick. You got 40 seconds. Don't worry about it. No pulse bomb to worry about. The backline is safe. But what can Zabi do? I want to see a Zabi pulse bomb.
80%. They're going to have to get this flank off, though. You know, how does Zabi get this flank set up? Because on the offensive side, you're always going to be called out on Tracer. It's going to be really hard to set up a flank.
And on Chalky Milk, they got to get point B. This is Not the best push, especially when you're down in the series. As Zabi, their flank is denied, the healing is not coming fast enough. Kaori's not really using that teleport to get to Zabi when they're on these off angles. At least Ban on Chalky Milk are on the point. Ashen drops the barrier to keep the front line on. Timeless Ethereal are kind of split on their approach as Zabi gets the pulse bomb. I thought it was out to Zetsubu, but Jam must have been real close. Either way, 5 versus 3 for the attack. You gotta finish what you started. The Suzu, just to kind of make them feel real safe. What a hook! Goodbye, Aramori. I'm sorry. No heals for the defense for the moment. It might just be about stalling things out, but Jim ain't living much longer. And Ban on Chalky Milk just got point B.
1 minute and 30 seconds now. Ban on Chalky Milk. I like how you mentioned Zabi maybe trying to pulse bomb Jam there. Or sorry, Ruby, but it landing on Jam. I don't know. Maybe it's just a little bit of a prediction, but I would assume, I think coming to Overwatch 2, it feels like the pulse bomb AI is a little bit different. They land kind of a bit differently, so it kind of connects on maybe to like a small target. I'm not sure how exactly it works, but Zabi to open up with that pulse bomb was crucial for Ban on Chalky Milk to move to the third phase.
Hey, I said I wanted to see a Zabi pulse bomb, and they sure delivered. Oh, the hook to get Ruby in a horrible position. And now on this 5-on-4, you send it. Uh-oh, Jim is in trouble. Oh, they don't escape the hook. Oh, Senzubi does it again. Kitsune rush from the defense when you're down by 2. I don't know about this. Yeah, Ban on Chalky Milk. You just leave this. Maybe you could even, I don't know if you wanted to answer with that after you already backed away. Now, at least you forced the sound barrier from Jam. Timeless Ethereal getting hit by a whole hog by Setsubu just to create real estate. A nasty hook from Ruby sends Zabi packing. 25 seconds left, and Ban on Chalky Milk don't have any ultimates for this next fight, really.
Nope, they have nothing to go into this next fight. They're going to have that pulse bomb from Zabi. They've done it before. Can they do it again? Momo's going to have the overclock. They'll have a beat drop coming up, but with 10 seconds left, the time window, it's not favoring them to touch this payload with ultimates.
And on Chalky Milk, oh, they have Momo on the high ground. This is really good if they can get the overclock going, but Ruby's just walking into them with a whole hog. Somebody do something about this. The Suzu to allow them to get back into position. Zetsubu misses the hook. Pulse bomb thrown by Zabi. Sound Bear from Ashen. They're absolutely sending it. And they punished Ruby, who escaped into Mega Room when maybe they need to escape back to their spawn room doors. Ban on Chalky Milk are ahead for now. They got the overclock harassing the left side, and Azure has no space to work with. Has to go heal back up from spawn as Timeless Ethereal are contesting with everything they can. The respawn advantage just really doesn't matter. And you have Ruby back on the Hammond, but they step. Actually, it's Ban on Chalky Milk that step off. Oh my God, Dustin, what did we just see?
No way. Oh my God, the Hammond. It booped them away, I guess. That's the only situation. It just stinks because, you know, you're down without that member in Overwatch 2, 5 versus 5. They come back. They just push them off the payload. I don't even think they expected that. You think that Jim and Ruby are like, yes, we're going to boop them off the payload. This is perfectly timed our play, you know, to stop Ban on Chalky Milk from capping on a King's Row.
That is an egregious scene. That is so bad.
Don't laugh, don't laugh, don't laugh.
I'm trying. I'm imagining chat right now. It's fine. Smile.jpg. Ban on Chalky Milk almost got the cap. It's still far. They almost got held at B, so there's like a silver lining if you squint hard enough. But Timeless Ethereal, they could go to series point if they can go all the way to the end.
And maybe to give it a little bit of a analysis on that third point, right? It's just, you need to kill things very, very fast. You saw kind of the panic in Momo's eyes when they noticed they didn't start killing things. In the back line, Azure was just avoiding the overclock, and Momo kind of wasted the rest of it. And after that, there was a couple seconds of downtime where we saw no kills in the kill feed. And that's always a bad sign. I think every Overwatch player knows that when you're trying to cap out on King's Row, you need to get kills as they come in, as people move in. But Ashen, the movement was perfect. Or sorry, Jam movement was perfect, and it prevented any kills from happening in quick succession.
The little snowball that thought they could. Ban on Chalky Milk should have capped. Still mad about it. But Timeless Ethereal, they're chilling with that. They're like, Ruby MVP. Hog Canyon there, and you force the C9. You'll love to see it, but we'll see if Timeless Ethereal can even get to point C. Ban on Chalky Milk. You turn it around, starting now with a hold to tie the series. Oh, Jim got the chase down of the zombie. Almost got the one clip. That was kind of nasty.
Tracer battle happening on the inside. Jim has the support though, and Zabi doesn't. Just shot around like a fish in a barrel. Azure found the early pick on the opposite side of the high ground, and they're down a member in this fight.
Okay, maybe it's not a canyon. It's not a Grand Canyon anymore. It's a mini canyon. Zetsubu edges Ruby for that moment. Is ban on Chalky Milk. Oh, they don't have Zetsubu anymore. Just trying to hype them up. All right, well, you got no tanks. So that means it's up to the DPS to shine. And that's when you're using Hotel for flanks is very important for either side and keeping intel there. But Zabi gets the diff on the Gym. And Timeless Ethereal, they don't really want a pressure point. They don't have enough people to do so.
No, they have to back up here, but they have 4 members, so they can continue to look for these opening picks with the railgun charge for Azure. As long as they're all there, Azure is pretty safe to just look for the backline. Both teams calling out when both Sojourns have that railgun shot because she has to charge it up. As you see, the visual indicator when that Sojourn's gun is really bright blue. That's when you know they can just rip your head off. It's the danger meter. It's the opposite of red when that Sojourn is nice and charged up.
That Roadhog head, real thick though. It's gonna take a few more of those. You definitely don't want to focus down the Roadhog if necessary. You're just gonna give that team ult charge and overclock from Azure. Getting harassed by Ashen. Is that an SK impression that I'm seeing? But no punish though, as that Lucio from Ashen will escape. Timeless Ethereal. Oh, they get dragged into the fight against their will. Kiriko ult from ban on Chucky Milk, and the sound barrier from Ashen I don't think hit everybody. Nonetheless, the whole hog from Ruby made a ton of space. Gets them at least the first tick as they were kind of checking their back line there. Not sure who's knocking. Timeless Ethereal should be capping here. I don't think ban on Chalky Milk have so many wars going on and so many different parts of the map. They can't contest.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but like using the Kitsune rush after you're down a member and then using the beat drop when you lose one more member is a bit of a mistake. Sure, they did hold for about like 3 minutes. That's very, very good timing. However, coming to the Streets phase, Timeless Ethereal, if they snowball in the Streets phase and not allow ban on Chalky Milk to even win one team fight, that should give them a very smooth transition in the third phase to cap out, which, if we remember, ban on Chalky Milk didn't even full cap. They see 9'd on the last point.
Timeless Ethereal, the snowball starts now, but gets shot in the face. Momo, it ends. That's the sound you like to see if you're Timeless Ethereal. Well, they could just keep spraying and praying because they have a charge up Sojourn who don't give a damn, and Jim was almost on a flank, up to no good. Timeless Ethereal halfway to B, and ban on Chalky Milk. It's so important for them to hold this the end of B. This is a powerful position for the defense.
Yeah, very powerful indeed because they have this choke point. Jim's trying to break it to the flank and on the front line. They're losing a lot of members. They have to use the beat drop early to sustain and make sure everybody's still alive, but Jim's doing a good job keeping their own life as they pop the Tune Rush on both sides. Azure did find Zetsubu, which allows Timeless Eternal to keep snowballing Lemon.
If you want a dopamine rush, put Kitsune Rush with a whole hog, and you'll never go to any other game ever again. You'll stick around for Overwatch 5 after you experience what that's like. I got a 5K with that combo, and I'm never going back. Timeless Ethereal, though, they're heading to B.
That must be why there's so many Roadhog mains. They have the dopamine levels maxed out. It's just ruining my games, though. There's no dopamine here, okay? Azure found Ashton, though. Early pick. Nice job from them.
You're still mad. Yeah, you can't be telling you're content creating now. There's something on the line. It's okay. I still get pissed about Roadhogs, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You're right.
Honestly, in this game, it's a viable character, though, right? On both sides, both Roadhogs have been putting in so much work, and it allows Jim to look for an early pulse bomb. If he finds this pickoff, it should be hook, line, and sinker for ban on Chalky Milk.
What's Jim even doing up here? What is Ashen doing up here? What is going on? Jim just finished off Zetsubu, and this is how the avalanche starts. Timeless Ethereal 5v4, box of victory there for the series point, and ban on Chalky Milk. They'll try to sustain with the sound barrier. They have the respawn advantage, but really it's about this overclock from Momo, and they've already caught Jam. Who else can you get? Can you get Jim and Jam together? Ban on Chalky Milk, looks like they've weathered the storm for now.
Yeah, that payload almost gonna push in. It's always intimidating to look at this. But Jim, how did he just find the backline? Recall is back up, almost finds Momo. Jim is feeling it today. Now they don't have Kawori in this fight, but Timeless, they're a little bit too far back. The respawns aren't in their favor, and ban on Chalky Milk are still here. Zabi praying that his team stops getting picked off by a Tracer 1v5.
Yeah, we've had enough C9s today. Thank you, observers, for making sure no one was sneaking on the payload for Timeless Ethereal. Kitsune Rush available. This is gonna be a Wrath God of a fight. No sound barriers. Jam is real close. Kitsune Rush started so early from Calorie that if you're Timeless Ethereal, you would completely avoid that fight and you take the guaranteed one next.
I mean, it sounds simple and easy, but yeah, you take an ultimate and you run away, right? It's as simple as that. Just make sure they waste their ult and you get the positioning.
We just like disappear into the shadows. That was a Zetsubu hook out of nowhere, but it forces out the Kitsune Rush from Arahori. And how about this for breakfast? The whole hog against the wall. Ruby is here to stay. And that is a clean win from Timeless Ethereal. They go 2-0 in the series.
Timeless Ether looking so good in this fight, in this matchup. I mean, they just look absolutely dominant at the current moment. They're firing on all cylinders, and of course, it's a Ruby play of the game because who else would it be? I mean, Ruby has been a standout player on the Roadhog. It seems like in the Roadhog matchups, they kind of take the forefront of the games, Lemon, where we're just constantly talking about these Roadhog players that are putting in work because it's kind of hard to focus on anyone else, but these Roadhogs are just doing so much.
Me thinking Roadhog was gonna get some like crazy rework. All you needed to do to fix this hero was make it so his ult didn't get canceled and maybe add, you know, a Kitsune Rush into the game. And now, wow, Roadhog dominates the field. I was expecting a rework, maybe even him being I was like having these nice ideas, and maybe Roadhog could be a DPS, you know, he could just be a chonky one. And they just made him actually a very viable thing. I'm excited for the upcoming Overwatch League meta or how the patches are gonna go, but a Roadhog meta, we haven't seen that since like when Shock and Super were running like Roadhog and at the finals. It's been a while.
Yeah, was that season 3, I guess, Overwatch League?
I forgot.
Yeah, I think it was. And I mean, well, now that you mentioned like Roadhog becoming a DPS, I mean, imagine like small teddy bear Roadhog or something, and then that got me thinking like, what are the next character? Maybe they're gonna add a shrink ray into the game, and what if you shrink a tank and they become a DPS
like
or something?
Ant-Man?
You know?
Just make it sway in the backline?
Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know.
Or like Nano Boost makes people bigger. You just like do the opposite, enlarge them. It'd be great.
I mean, if that's in the capabilities of the server, who knows? You know, maybe we're trying to shove on too many things onto this onto our development team.
It would just be like two mechas just like battling. It'd be two super tanks. And you thought tanks were strong, now wait till we give them more bells and whistles.
Oh god, no, please no. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, the tanks are just so dang strong. That's why, well, honestly, to flip it back onto a more serious note, I mean, that's why Roadhog is meta, right? I mean that's why he's meta, because the other tanks kind of got nerfed, right? I mean, obviously Diva got nerfed, Zarya got nerfed, and the tanks themselves are just in such a strong position where that's kind of, you know, you need some of the other tanks to get nerfed to see some of these other ones like Roadhog, like Winston, like Orisa kind of get the shine they deserve, because, you know, tanks are in such a position where pretty much all of them are so strong, but we just need a little bit of a nerf to some of these stronger ones for others to shine.
And because there's so much crowd control that got taken out in Overwatch 2, that was one of the things that countered Roadhog, is if you could interrupt the take a breather, the healing, that's when you could really punish a Roadhog, or just throw an anti-nade at them. I'm like insta-swapping to Ana if I see a hog, because that is just kryptonite. As we'll be going to Route 66 as chosen by by Chalky Milk. Ban on Chalky Milk, in fact.
Yeah, careful.
I know. I want that. I want Chalky Milk reinstated, okay? I can tolerate lactose just fine.
Just take a pill, right? I mean, that's all you got to do to deal with lactose. It's that simple, right? I mean,
so modern.
Yeah, do you have friends that do that when you go to ice cream and then like, yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, but I don't care. I'll have 5
Hurix, he does
pills.
That.
He does?
Yeah, he pulls out his little purse full of lactose pills or whatever they take, and I hope I didn't expose my good friend. Hopefully he's not here, but yeah, I have that friend. No.
It's okay. Hurix, I'm sure, will be fine. We know him as an ice cream lover. Is that really that bad?
Like you wouldn't be able to tell that lactose intolerant people are intolerant because they still eat it probably just as much. They just regret it a lot more. But we'll see if Ban on Chalky Milk will regret Circuit Royale. That's different. That's going to be about the Sojourns, maybe even some niche snipers coming in.
We could even see Sigma, right? We haven't seen Sigma in so long, but at the same time, right, if you play that Roadhog, you don't give your team, your backline, those picks. And I like how you mentioned snipers. We could see Widowmaker as well, but with how strong Sojourn has become, Lemon, do you think that we actually see these people swap off a character that they're so amazing on these days?
It depends. There's different styles. I definitely think the Sojourn is the must pick. It's what you kind of dance around the Sojourn. Sometimes people will pick Hanzo just to have the Stormbow into the Sigma shield, win the shield war. If you want to just play around the shield, then you play Widow and take off angles, although it's going to be tricky. It's a rather narrow map. Or if you want a hybrid of front and back pressure, then maybe even a Genji or a Tracer. Genji was very relevant in the meta due to that. The Sojourn, or really anyone, could get a target low, and you had that finishing power of Genji dashing in. But Genji, I believe, got nerfed a lot in his damage, so I haven't really seen him since.
No, yeah, Genji cannot really to be seen because of those nerfs, sadly. I mean, those were huge nerfs, to be honest, too. If you don't know, there's a lot of changes that happened recently. Zarya got changed so she's not as good anymore. Same with Diva, same with Genji. I mean, who else am I missing? Junkrat, right? The trap was nerfed as well.
Yeah, why? Like, why?
Dude, he's so annoying. That's why. The character itself, you don't like running into those huge balls, do you?
No, and Jake is like punching air right now. They're like, this will shut him up real good.
Okay, I gotta come up and think about the XQC moment. Clunk, 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 clunk for Jake's minds.
Sometimes that's what the brain sounds like. But got a Widow and a Sojourn, and then the Hanzo Sojourn. So those are the kind of flavors of sniper you might see. Hanzo is a lot more shield pressure, obviously, but Widow, finishing power, a lot better.
A nice POV. That's what you have to do as Widowmaker, sadly. Just shoot the shield of Sigma when it's in your face. But such an aggressive position from Timeless, and it allows Momo and Zetsu to kind of get those two picks walking forward with their shield.
Yeah, I'm surprised with Jim just being in the top left. They couldn't do more than that. And Ban Chalky Milk didn't really panic on trying to dislodge that. They really just fought the 5v4 that was in front of them, as Jim just became kind of irrelevant in that situation.
Yeah, unfortunately for Jim, they are going to go down, but now Ruby's going to swap over to that Sigma to take that trade-off. You kind of see that on Circuit Royale, but maybe that's why a lot of teams don't like playing it, because they don't want to play this slower, sniper-reliant composition when you can play the consistency that is Roadhog or Winston, which is funny to say these days. But both teams just allowing their snipers to get positioning, and at the end of the day, it's going to be on who hits that railgun, and Azure does it first.
All right, we got to keep track of the Sojourn score. That's one for Azure. I think Momo had some nice ones. I remember just wheezing in laughter on King's Row after Momo canceled out the overclock. But oh, Jim gets one back. Okay.
All right, Jim may be coming online now, and they have to, right? This map has so long sightlines. This Widowmaker does work, but there we go, disrupt the shot from Azure, and that's why they're up 2-0 in the series thus far, is off the back of Azure and Ruby doing so much work on that tank and that Sojourn role.
I know this feels like a bit of a stalemate, but you have to watch these Sojourns, how they get charged up, how they use their shift. You can actually use this aggressively, although it's just safer to not. But it's when you want to use it that matters. And Ban Chalky Milk have established themselves into the, well, top left from their position, top right from your perspective at the moment. And a Fran has been picked, and so is Zabi. The sniper dip is real strong at the moment.
Oh my God, Jim. You tell he's been practicing in those like lobbies where you know the meme where it's like you track in that training range when you go to an actual game, and then you just don't do that at all.
The training range pays off. Just shooting the sky.
For Jim, it is. I mean, like, he's looking at the ground, so maybe he's not playing the training range right, huh?
Gotta hit the backs. Pan Chalky Milk round the corner, and this is the scary part, how these random headshots happen. You have to time it with your Sigma, and they're dead already. And really, the Sigma shield is only so wide. They can't cover every angle in existence. It's not like Hold Orisa, where it's like kind of like a half dome. That's a grab flux. I guess Zetsu's frustrated. He's like, I don't need a back. They're like, they don't need a backline. They just need themselves. And this kind of kicks off the fight in a good way for Ban Chalky Milk, although Momo is going to get slammed down. Couldn't drop down into the immortality in time. And that Ant Matrix from Jam just sprayed down and hosed down Ban Chalky Milk. They still somehow think it's winnable. They're investing the Transcendence from Kaori. And you see Ruby's in a dangerous position. And Ban Chalky Milk couldn't even punish kind of the open sidelines that they had.
This is rough from Kaori so far. I mean, I don't mean to call them out a bit here, but unfortunately the Zenyatta play hasn't been working out. So smartly, they're going to change to the Kuriko, or intelligently to change to the Kuriko to allow them to have maybe a little more mobility, maybe avoid getting that headshot from the Widowmaker. But with Jim playing as well as they have been, how much can you really do on this Kuriko?
And on Chalky Milk, 15 seconds. You can't get full health. Also, was that a missed grapple from Zabi? We're panicking now. But Jim has just been hard scoped on that corner, and Zabi is just having a hard time. The Sigma Shield from Zetsubu just wasn't there to even allow Zabi to get into any kind of position at all. They'll have to swap to something else. It's actually a 4v4 as Azuri just got picked. Ban on Chalky Milk. It's overtime. They got to stay on the cart. And you swap to a good Widow counter. It's the Tracer. Jim, though, if you pulled off that headshot, I would have absolutely lost it. Ban on Chalky Milk. This could be a loss if they get off this car, and they're going to be physically removed. The ground flux, the dodge on the accretion. It's disgusting. Timeless Ethereal. It's just a matter of time before they really send a ban of Chalky Milk packing.
Yeah, but Jim did find Momo at the other side, and nobody can touch yet again. Ban on Chalky Milk, and Jim really showing the chops that they have on Widowmaker and popping off as well as they have been. I mean, it felt like every pick or every fight was just a pick for Jim. It was just so hard for Ban on Chalky Milk to do anything when, you know, Zabi is getting, it's a little bit of a diff. You know, but it's not a bad thing to get diffed on Widow. It's just you're not really a Widow main, right?
It's not bad if you get diffed. Spoken like a true
it's
cope.
hard cope.
It's kind of hard cope. But it's true. Like, there's always other options. Like, going with someone with a lot of mobility, like a Tracer. We even see some Hanzos where you can just focus on bursting down the shield. That front-to-back war matters just as much, because if there's no Sigma shield, there's no protection. And I think that was the real issue with Ban on Chalky Milk, is there's a lot of just pressure on Zetsubu to constantly maintain the shield. Look where Jim was. Look where Jam was. Look where everyone was. And try to block all of that damage. And Ban on Chalky Milk never had kind of a head start in these fights.
Well, here you go. You got your wish, Lemon. I mean, they're gonna swap to that Winston composition to try to change things up because they realize they can't really fight against Jim's Widowmaker. So they're gonna try to take the even trade because that did go a little bit better for them on the previous two maps. And maybe playing this composition could give them a little bit more leeway. However, Timeless Ethereal, I mean, they're so used to putting Ruby on Roadhog and just shutting down this Winston.
Oh man, that box of victory is right at the end of point A. Timeless Ethereal on series point, a grand finals ticket on the line to face the favorites of Dart Monkeys. And, you know, Chalky Milk already lost a friend. This is not good. Jim is kind of disgusting. This Widow, it doesn't really miss too often. I like the creative angles they're taking, though, through the left doorways. And if they ever get too close to a Winston, they have the roof cover. They're doing the juggling thing you talked about.
Yeah, they're doing a good job just staying inside towards that health pack, and Momo did take down Azure, so now that's a lot of damage gone, but Jim's still in the field and can look for that backline, but Momo just ran at them to make sure Jim couldn't get that one shot, just got close range on them. With that SMG, you win in that trade versus Widowmaker unless Jim can hit those shots, but Sojourn, when she 80-80 strafes, it's very hard to hit that hitbox. However, Jim looks like he's going to stay on that Widowmaker and just swap Ruby over to Roadhog.
Yeah, the Roadhog is going to be a solid counter, and it already got Zetsubu hooked in a little bit low. And as long as Zetsubu takes those hooks, you're happier than anyone else taking that hook. And Zabi gets headshot by Azure through the right room, and that's where the Avalanche can start. Timeless Ethereal, well, they actually get hit by a Kitsune rush of cavalry, and this is how Ban on Chalky Milk just rush into them, and Timeless Ethereal are caught without cooldowns. They even have respawn advantage, but there hasn't been any trades favoring them, so Timeless Ethereal will have almost half their time bank cut in half.
I like this from Ban on Chalky Milk to maybe swap to that Winston, and they're playing it well, honestly, just bubbling off the Roadhog. He can't kill the bubble in time, and then eventually they get the kills, but now with Jim on the front line, he found the early pick yet again.
Okay. Yeah, bring the 76 out. Uh-oh. What are you up to, Zabi? This isn't Tracer. What is Momo doing? Momo, you shifted in. See, this is a prime lesson, everybody, of shifting in and when not to do that. But trades back and forth. Timeless Ethereal, they won the fight, but the war still continues. The box of victory is around this corner. One more fight.
I don't like this positioning for the payload, though. I mean, it's in such a bad position for Ban on Chalky Milk. They can only win one fight here, and this fight's only winnable if you have that bridge that now Timeless Ethereal is passing, so they don't even have good cover. They're going to have to play inside, and Timeless is going to be set up with a Kitsune Rush and this Sojourn Ultimate.
Yeah, might as well just pop this early. Zetsubu pops the Primal, though. See if they can toss the backline, or really, even if you can get the Sojourn into a bad position. They do just that. They cancel the Azure overclock, and Ban on Chalky Milk have equalized. nice. Momo even punishing Jim. And they've established themselves back on this top bridge. And if you can stagger Ruby again, it's just more precious seconds back to ban on Chalky Milk.
Wow. I mean, dude, Jim is being countered by Momo, and now he's going to have to swap to Echo because of it. I'm not sure if I like that swap, considering maybe you could play the Reaper or something to maybe mirror match them, but maybe Jim feels a bit more comfortable on this Echo after his Widow was a little bit countered.
You can just try to play the keep away game, and that burst is really good against Winston's, punishing their movement as Ruby... Huh? That hook was funny. The sound barrier, not funny. We'll see how much ban on Chalky Milk will be laughing. The sound barrier, the Kitsune Rush, Timeless, Ethereal, get hit by the bulldozer. And ban on Chalky Milk, they've been able to get some trading blows. They just want to play cart and live for now. Timeless, Ethereal, they only have 25 seconds left. This might not be a 3-0, Dustin.
No, it might not be. And Ruby got sports car diffed, I think, there by the tail end of that car. He just got the hook, or they just got the hook, but unfortunately couldn't find the kill that was so important for Timeless to cap out.
Last fight, Timeless Ethereal, they have the whole hog and almost a Kitsune Rush. The dopamine rush, I'm so ready for it. Jim also has duplicate. We could see a lot of business happening. You got him trapped. The shopping spree has ended. The whole hog activated. And Mal Roadhog might need to be nerfed after this. Timeless Ethereal in the last fight take the map and the series. They're going to the grand finals.
2 3-0s for our semifinals, and that, you know what that means, Lemon. We are gonna have an insane series in our grand finals for the final spot for the 5th seed. Now, everybody's been qualified, but for the 5th seed, it's gonna be a crazy series in just a second, because Jim was crazy on Widowmaker when he was uncontested, Jim was crazy on Widowmaker when they were uncontested. However, changing over to that Roadhog really allowed them to finally cap out on that point, even though they were running Sigma for the entire time. I mean, what a series from Timeless Ethereal. They played amazing versus Ban on Chalky Milk.
Well, Ban on Chalky Milk really made him sweat for it at the end. I was thinking, oh, maybe this is not winnable. Maybe this could be not a 3-0. They've really put him down to the wire, almost an OT push at the end. The weirdest hook I've ever seen on the race car, as you pointed out. So yeah, we have our grand finals. Timeless Ethereal versus Dart Monkeys. And you know, we like to talk to winners here. So after this break, before we get to the finals, we're going to have an interview with someone from Timeless Ethereal. So excited to talk through this Roadhog strategy that seems to be featured on our stream. You won't want to miss it. See you after the break, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes. We like to talk to winners here, and I want to talk to the queen herself. Roadhog who? Queen Hog. We have Ruby on the line from Timeless Ethereal. Congratulations on the win. Are you on the line? Can you hear us?
Thank you so much.
Okay, I can hear you now. Sweet. Yo, your hog is insane. How many hours do you have going on? Do you main hog?
Okay, no. So the funny thing is like I haven't played a ton of Hog. The only time I really played Hog was in Orisa Hog meta forever ago. But because of Overwatch 2 and the fact that I'm an off tank player from Overwatch 1, mainly like a diva player, I was like, okay, I'll start practicing a little Hog. But I haven't really been able to scrim it much, so it was kind of just like the pocket pick. But yeah, I was honestly a little surprised myself.
Were you surprised with how much you could get away with? Because it seems like your backline was doing a great job at keeping you nice and healthy when you were just constantly putting pressure. You did a great job. Was that cognitive of you just to continue pushing forward and making sure the other team felt your presence just by walking at them?
Oh, for sure. Armory and Jam, I've been on a team with them for about a year, so there's a lot of trust and synergy between us three for sure. So, you know, I kind of just in and trust my backline to back me up because I know they usually will. But yeah, I'm still feeling it out with the Hog, how much I can get away with, you know, limit testing a bit. But if it wasn't for Ara and Jam, I definitely would be hard inting.
It's been really cool to cast y'all and watch this Roadhog meta. This is my first time casting it, and if you're kind of the demonstration of how this is gonna go, I'm really excited and also scared at the same time. But I want to get to know the personalities on your team. Y'all sound like a lot of fun. Tell me about the people on your team. What are the comms like when you're getting these nasty hooks in?
Oh, wow. Yeah, so our team's fairly new. We were kind of just like half of one team and half of another, kind of like Frankenstein together last minute. And we've just been scrimming like nonstop, prepping for the tournament. I love this team. We are pretty goofy. I would say that in our free time, we're just like making jokes, but comms are pretty serious, surprisingly. And when you know when I'm playing the Hog, I'm just trusting my team. They call the cooldowns, and I just walk in as soon as I know they've used cooldowns. I'm in there. But I love my team so much, and it's a great group of people to play with.
Y'all sound like you're having a blast. I mean, if I could watch you play Hog, I'm sitting back and I'm watching the magic happen. And you talk about that level of trust that you have in your team, and I feel like that's really important between a Hog and a Kiriko. So do you guys like communicate, like maybe when you need Suzu, like help me, like Suzu me, or like what's the way to play Roadhog with a Kiriko these days?
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of comms. We like to always call for the meat grinder. That's the Kiriko and the Hoggle. We call that the meat grinder. So we always calm that. But especially when I've noticed a lot when playing against a Winston, and a good Winston, especially like the last team, their Winston on circuit was making me sweat a bit because the bubbles were really good. Like being vocal about, you know, like my team breaking the bubble so my Kiriko can like give me the resources that I need to, you know, kind of make some space was really important. But Ari and I definitely talk back and forth quite a bit to make some plays.
And what worries you most when it comes to a DPS matchup? Are you worried about a Reaper being locked on the other team or a Tracer? Because I feel like the Silver and Plats in chat might be arguing like, oh, Reaper's the tank buster, but Tracer has more mobility, but she's hard to hit a hook on. So what is the key to countering Hog these days?
Yeah, I think for sure it depends on the like if it's a Tracer player with like insane movement, it can be pretty stressful as a Hog because, you know, good Tracers, they can just be so unpredictable. But Reaper's really scary if you miss the hook. If you miss the hook on Reaper and you're in there and you don't have like breather, you kind of accept your fate at that point, I think. But I think it just really depends on the player. I think both have their pros and cons to play against as Hog.
I feel you on both of those. As me getting my hours up on Roadhog, I stress on if I miss any hook on anyone at all.
Absolutely,
but,
it's nerve-wracking for sure.
I'm excited to see you play in the finals soon, but first I want to leave you with shout outs. Calling All Heroes, this is such an amazing initiative for marginalized genders and to give everyone a showcase and a platform on the Overwatch League channel. So what does this platform, this tournament mean to you and the team to have a fun place to play with friends?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this tournament has meant a lot to me. Before this team, I was actually on Mochi, which is a marginalized gender team, and I've been on that team for over a year. And so, when this tournament was announced, I was super excited because I've competed in open division and collegiate and all of that, but like
Oh,
this
cool.
tournament feels so different to be in. Like it feels just so much more wholesome. Like I just feel like I'm playing against a lot of my friends. Like it just feels a lot more connected. Like there's a community there. But in terms of shout outs, I mean, my whole team is great. I'm very happy. I was signed as the off take player. I know we've been playing a lot of Winston for most of the tournament, but occasionally they're like, all right, Ruby, we see this chance. Let's put you in. So I just want to thank my coaches. They both have been super awesome, just helping me improve in the short amount of time that I've been with them. Um, Ara and Jam, my backline, my supports, just for dealing with my shenanigans,
Dealing with
my a
you.
little bit yeah, my inting, my DPS are just insane. My DPS are crazy. They're some of the most cracked DPS I've ever gotten to play with. And of course, my monkey for teaching me how to play monkey because I am not a main tank player. And so the little bit of help I've gotten from my Winston player has been very, very helpful in me learning how to play main tank as well.
Well, you're doing incredible. Shout out to you, Ruby. You're making casting so easy when you just give us the content like that. And make sure y'all check out Ruby, CU Boulder, and all the teams she plays in. Encourage her through Open Division and encourage everyone through their endeavors. Thank you so much for the interview, Ruby. And good luck in the finals.
Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing me on.
Well, Dustin, I know the ladies were having a chat. You just have to sit there
Yeah,
and
you
watch.
guys are no,
We're
you guys are
vibing.
vibing. I like it. I mean, it makes
Girl
my
time.
job easier. Yeah, it makes my. I mean, listen, she was saying a lot of good things that I think are incredibly valuable to people. Finding a team that can really support you on Roadhog is incredibly important. Finding a group of people, like she said, she plays against her friends basically in the Challengers Cup, which is really cool to see. Honestly, as a group, I mean, and speaking of friends, I mean, we're gonna see Dart Monkey versus them in the grand finals. Lemon. I mean, that's gonna be a crazy grand finals that we're gonna see in just a moment because Dart Monkeys has been on a roll like we saw throughout the entire tournament, and Timeless kind of running off that friend vibes, I guess, throughout the entire tournament has allowed them to move forward to this grand finals for that 5th and 6th seed.
And Dart Monkeys, they haven't dropped a single game, map, whatever you want to call it today. They are scary. Timeless Ethereal, almost flawless. I think they lost one map to Mochi. We might have seen that on stream, maybe. Either way, this is going to be a finals for the books. All top 4 are qualified, by the way. So Dart Monkeys, Timeless Ethereal, Ban on Chalky Milk, Altior, and Nimbus. You're going to see them at the main event competing for a $25,000 prize pool. If you like this initiative, if you want to see this platform grow for these marginalized genders, these amazing talented people, please just continue to watch, tweet at us, whatever you want to do. Let me know who you think is going to win in the chat. We're going to throw a 2-way break. Make sure our teams are ready to go. Timeless Ethereal versus Dart Monkeys. You won't want to miss it. heroes, rise up. It's time to get in the lobby, cause Qualifier 2, who will be the best of the best? It's Dart Monkeys, it's Timeless Ethereal, and this is gonna be a banger.
Oh yeah, no, we are looking forward to this since the semifinals. Obviously, Dart Monkeys, we've been seeing the entire tournament just kind of dominate in Qualifier number 2. But coming into this matchup, this is going to be the hardest test just yet. Obviously, on the other side, I mean, in Dart Monkey's lineup, they've got Barcode, which, Lemon, we just saw Barcode pop the heck off in the previous maps. And then Aspen on Kariko has been very consistent. And like I said, one of the best Karikos, I think, in the game in its entirety.
Yeah, Aspen finds those like random headshots. That's how she began that control map in the semifinals. I'm maybe slightly worried about if Moving Fish is gonna want to stick on Winston, because Ruby, or I wonder, okay, Ruby might not be starting for Timeless Ethereal. They're gonna have Santana, which I believe is their Winston player. Ruby was alluding to Santana being the main tank, so we might just have that Winston mirror then.
Huh, interesting. To actually sub back in Santana, like we haven't seen on broadcast, is quite the play, or at least in this specific time frame, because coming into this map, which is Busan, it's going to be a lot more hard, I guess, to maybe stick with that Roadhog composition. Yes, it's good on like certain maps here, maybe even this one that we're going to right now. However, Santana being subbed in, when they know that Dark Monkey wants to play the Winston, they just want that mirror matchup, right, Lemon? They don't want to play that Roadhog because they know, maybe they're confident, maybe we can beat them in the mirror matchup.
Yeah, I thought like Roadhog would be such a good counter to Winston, but you heard it even in the interview that Ruby said, like, the placement of the bubble can be the kryptonite of Roadhog, cutting off those resources. So we have the mirrored matchup and Barcode versus Azure on Busan Downtown.
All right. Or the left side, Moving Fish going to play inside the health pack as well. But look at this, Lemon. They're in kind of the inside position. And Dart Monkeys are looking for the dive right now onto the back line. They're just waiting for that moment. They're looking for that Kariko to pop for Suzu early, or just take the Winston trade like they are right now.
And these close range matchups, this is where the Reapers can have some good punish on the Winstons too. And you have to be smart with your jumps when you're playing that main tank to just measure how much damage you could be taking. So usually at half health, that's the threshold you'll see most Winstons leave the fight, and especially when that armor starts to crack. It's very powerful in Overwatch 2, and double kill for Barcode. She is truly the goddess of Sojourn in this Calling All Heroes tournament, and we'll see if Azure can keep up another time. Timeless Ethereal might have gotten the point first, but I'm not sure they can hold on much longer.
And Barcode is having a heck of a tournament. I mean, here comes Santana to delay for a bit longer, but we've seen every team that drops first towards this point as Zarey gets the pick onto Moving Fish. This is actually doable here for Timeless. They're still alive, and they're actually trying to fight this as Barcode tries to go for the flank in a one-shot here.
Somehow the flip goes through from Dart Monkeys. They don't have Zemrit. Reaper gone. Finished off by the Lucio, and you got the Kitsune Rush from Aspen, but you have no DPS! So it'll just have to be up to Aspen all by herself. And Timeless Ethereal, they use their Kitsune Rush late, and there's really only 2 people left from Dart Monkeys, so not necessary at all. So Dart Monkeys might be happy after all.
Yeah, considering they use the beat drop early, that's pretty rough. However, at the same time, they do have the point control, and Dart Monkey's not coming back into this. They're going to have to be the ones to go first with that beat drop, and then also with that overclock as well. But Moving Fish probably going to go in with that Winston Primal Rage early on to distract Azure in the back line. But Azure, wait a second, the pick on Aspen. What?
It does, in fact, end now. Azure, massive pick on Aspen. Limited heals available from Dart Monkeys. They have the sustain with Salivir from SK only hits themselves and Barcode. At least it keeps Barcode alive, I guess. Moving Fish didn't really need it. They had Primal Rage, but eventually gets burned down by Timeless Ether and namely Jim on the Reaper. We go back to the point. That blossom from Jim cleans up the fight. It's an ace from Timeless Ethereal.
Ooh. You thought Dart Monkeys had it, but Zemrud, unfortunately, the Reaper just a little out of position as Santana was there with the Winston bubble to block off that damage, and then immediately Jim sees that Suzu go down on the Zemrud, then immediately Reaper ultimates onto the point and gets that huge ace.
Now 80%, Timeless Ethereal just have to hold on a little bit longer, win this fight to take the round, and that's a good dive from Santana to remove Barcode from this fight. She is a threat in 5 versus 3. Dart Monkeys, they disengage. They'll have a chance to touch. This won't be ideal, and that's an overextension from Jim. A good punish. You gotta look left and right before you cross the road. Timeless Ethereal, 97%. Someone has to touch from Dart Monkeys, and I think Aspen is heading to it. Has at least the Lucio of SK to teleport to, and to keep the overtime wick burning, as everyone from Timeless Ether is focusing on this Lucio, but they forgot about the rest of the team. Dart Monkeys will be flipping the point and forcing more time on the map.
There we go. Dart Monkeys now to cap it back. They did use some ultimates here, and now they're on Doomfist. So Moving Fish probably going to run back to spawn and change. Unless they tried to, they actually want to play this Doomfist. It's going to be interesting. I think they continue to run this Doomfist to look for some punches early. But Timeless, they're just going to be at a hero advantage because they have that Winston, and Doomfist is not really a meta for them, unfortunately.
And Doomfist is just to bully the Winston around and actually just jump past them as a Sounder drops some Timeless Ether in perfect timing, because Moving Fish just slowed the entirety of that. But really, you don't slow down the pain train that is Jim. It was a double kill, but it's traded right back. 3 versus 3. Meteor Strike to the point to stop the flip from Timeless Ether. Primal Rage available from Santana. Moving Fish, if you don't move, Santana's gonna move you for him. Santana's actually going after the backline. Don't care about this Doomfist whatsoever. Limited heals available now that Aspen is gone. Santana returns to the point and just backhands Barcode to death. And Dart Monkeys, it's about just stemming the bleeding, putting a band-aid on this sinking ship, but I think it's too little and it's too late. Timeless Ether will be flipping, and there's no one else left to touch. Round 1, downtown goes to Timeless Ethereal.
I mean, sure, we can like blame the Doomfist there, but you know, Moving Fish to lock the Doomfist. That's why Doomfist does get outmatched by Winston, right? The Primal Rage ultimate is just so strong from Winston. It's why you partially play Winston, because Primal Rage just does so much damage and disrupts at the same time. Meanwhile, Doomfist with his ultimate, it's incredibly easy to dodge. So all Moving Fish does is land on Doomfist. You walk out of the way, and great, that's the ultimate committed. Where in the meanwhile, on the opposite side, we saw Santana's POV. I mean, they were popping off, getting a boop off the map and an opening kill. I mean, that's just the equivalent, inequivalent exchange for the Winston versus a Doomfist matchup at the very end.
I think the Doomfist was just to get back quick, and then you're just stuck with it, the Reaper and all that. That is not fun to deal with. I'm glad Moving Fish is not on Winston. That's where Santana's like, all right, Ruby, tag in, but we'll have to think about that next map. This Roadhog can be the kryptonite of Santana, or really just anyone who gets close enough. But we'll see if Moving Fish is even a Roadhog player. Well, now they're hooking Ghosts, so maybe not.
Looking for the backline maybe, but unfortunately, yeah, they're not really close to anybody. They're looking for a Ghastly in this backline, but unfortunately for them, the hook is up now, looks for support, but unfortunately they're out of range. Timeless Ether or Ethereal doing a great job at just ranging this Roadhog hook, knowing how far away it is, and it forces Barcode to flank around this backside and maybe look for supports, but doing a great job just playing this cover.
The Timeless Ethereal just took so much damage trying to stop the capture from Dart Monkeys, but now it's too late. There it is. And now Moving Fish can just play this point. Timeless Ethereal have to all commit on this Roadhog, because usually the best counter to a Roadhog is another Roadhog to force them in a bad position. They just went for a hook onto a Susan Winston. That gets negated, and without that hook, you heard it from Ruby in the interview, you're just a sitting duck. Really not much you can do. Now that Moving Fish is removed, Timeless Ether pressure the point to get the flip. They've already sprayed down SK, and there's no one much left to contest, so Timeless Ether get the flip.
Yeah, I don't know what happened on the side of Dart Monkeys. Moving Fish trying to look for those hooks, but just didn't hit them, and without them getting a pick and also Barcode, it's hard to do anything there. They were doing a good job coming into the point and abusing cover, but unfortunately Moving Fish really couldn't find those one-shots onto the backline of Timeless Ether, with Jam and Amori doing a good job just playing their lives.
Whereas Sojourn pick would be big here for Barcode or Azure. The bubble is placed in the middle. Santana barely gets away with their life. Suzu's being exchanged to keep those tanks sustained. Overclock through the middle of the map to finish off Moving Fish, who's just caught in the open with no cooldowns. And you see Timeless Ether, mainly Jam, calls the speed. They want more. They found Zemmer in their hiding spot. This is an overextension that's paying off. Staggering Dart Monkeys here is so pivotal.
Yeah, it is. Now Dart Monkeys, they're going to have to come back into this with 50% already off the board. That's half. And Timeless doing a great job just keeping this point under control with this Winston composition, because Roadhog is never in position to find a hook. There's just too much distance to close.
Sound barrier engaged from Timeless Ether, but they walk into a whole hog, but just couldn't get the right angle. And the DPS ults from Timeless Ether unleashed the Primal Rage from Santana to preserve their own life. It was an expensive fight. With the 70%, Timeless Ether are still happy they even still have the point. And SK went for a barrier there in a last fight, so you're gonna kind of wish you had that one back so that you had some kind of tool for this last fight coming up.
Dart Monkeys showing a little bit of indecisiveness, now swapping back over to Winston and Reaper, admitting to their mistake maybe, and not wanting to opt and to run to that Roadhog play. But at this point, you know, they did get all the ultimates out of Timeless, so this is going to be even no ult versus no ult fight coming up next.
Timeless Ether just playing slow, around the drum, around the point. Bubble first from Moving Fish. There's the pressure. Maybe the start of a flip from Dart Monkeys. Timeless Ether trying to contest this. Suzu being used. The front lines maintain as Jim is found on an island. Manages to race back to safety, but is now completely surrounded by Dart Monkeys. And what could they possibly do? There's no ultimates from Timeless Ether. It's just about surviving and finishing off Dart Monkeys. And without Aspen, this is critical. And Aramori actually gets traded out too. Very limited heals. Almost all damage is permanent. And Dart Monkeys strike through the hearts of Timeless Ether and will get the flip at the last second.
And you wonder for Dart Monkeys, you know, maybe they should have been running this composition the entire time. The Roadhog comp, it could have worked. It was decent at the end of the day. It wasn't a bad idea. However, Moving Fish couldn't find value out of the Roadhog, and they realized consistency-wise, this Reaper Winston composition, it allows them to take this mirror fight and give Barcode a bit more space.
Dart Monkeys have to play perfect from here on out, or map number 1 goes to Timeless Ether in this grand final. It's still a best of 5, first to 3. There's that small jump from Moving Fish, just bubble placed right at the choke. It's easily burnt down. Overclock from the defense of a Barcode and friends of Dart Monkey, as using already shift jump is a little sketchy, and they got Sound Barrier from SK and the Kiriko ult of Aspen. Dart Monkeys just have all the ultimates, but here's the response of Timeless Ether. Jim with the Death Blossom, it burns through the Sound Barrier, and the finishing blow from Azure. The triple kill, the clapback against Barcode and the friends of Dart Monkeys, but no one was on the point, so Timeless Ether will take game number 1.
Great job from Azure with that overclock at the very end to close it out for for Timeless Ethereal. And obviously the play of the game goes to one of the best players in the lobby. What an opening from them. And really that's why you want to run this Winston composition, is to give this Sojourn so much space with that bubble, with the beat drop that's also popped. Unfortunately for Dart Monkeys, they didn't get as much value out of theirs. And then Barcode as well on the opposite side to have to go down first to the enemy Sojourn. That's got to feel rough.
Ooh, we like to see a good Sojourn matchup. That's what we've been watching in Overwatch League for so long. And of course, Calling All Heroes is going to have the content too. And this has been the first map that Dart Monkeys has dropped all qualifier. And Timeless Ethereal, the ones to do it. And we said this final was going to be sizzling hot, and it already is. It was a 2-0, but it was blow after blow. It was shot after shot.
It really was. I mean, at the same time, Timeless Ethereal, they were the ones to get a map from Dart Monkeys, or I believe it was in the Swiss format rather, to actually get a map over Dart Monkeys earlier on. And now to come back and take the very first map, that might flip the cards. That might change everything here at the end of the day, because realistically, you know, Timeless, they were definitely the underdogs coming in here. Dart Monkeys were on a roll, but to make Dart Monkeys confused, to get them out of their comfort zone, to force them to play Roadhog and change up their compositions, I mean, it's just working out phenomenally for them right now.
So Timeless Ethereal will lead our series. That means map choice to Dart Monkeys, and you heard it. We always go to King's Row. It's one of the best. And you heard from Ruby during that interview that she learned a lot about how to play Winston from Santana, and maybe Santana took a lesson or two of how to play Roadhog for Ruby, because like you said, they were kind of off their maybe their main hero, and they still won the map. So it's cool to see just the synergy within Timeless Ethereal, the trust. Ruby already talked about the trust that they have. They've been playing all together, like speaking of everyone else but Ruby, because she was subbed out. It's important, especially as a Roadhog, to depend on your supports and sometimes give a sorry here and there with what they have to be put through, because the hogs, they do be extending and costing a lot of resources to maintain.
That's a great point. Supports are at the current moment in this meta forced to do so much. And that's why we see Dart Monkeys, that's why we're praising Aspen so much in the backline with SK as well. And on the other side for Timeless, because they really do have a lot on their plate. They have to not only hit the Suzu, but they also have to teleport towards their teammate to heal them up and keep them healthy whilst focusing on both tanks and DPSs. And sometimes the Lucio as well, when you have to pop a Suzu on them. And then on top of that, on top of everything that a Kiriko has to do, then you have to have a good Kitsune rush at the end of it. So there's so many things that a Kiriko has to do, so many things a Lucio player has to do to make sure they win these team fights, because on both sides, the backlines have been amazing and borderline flawless. I mean, Aspen doing great in their own right. However, on the opposite side, Jam and Aramora have been doing amazing with their Kitsune rushes in Suzu placement as well.
Even Jim had their own moment to shine. Like that ace Death Blossom on Busan downtown was so sick. Then you had Azure almost getting an ace with an overclock on Sanctuary. Like, they're putting in the work. They're pulling their weight for sure. And it makes playing tank so easy when you have DPS that can kill things. So we go to Kings Row to see Dart Monkeys can tie the series.
Yeah, Dart Monkeys gonna lock that Winston composition on offense instead of locking more towards that Roadhog. They did attempt to try to run the Roadhog on Busan. Obviously, it didn't work out for them. So coming into Kings Row, maybe they think the mirror matchup is in their cards, because it was close on Busan when they mirror matchup, but unfortunately, Timeless, Ethereal, they just had so much time on the clock on Busan.
You just have to be so careful how you use this bubble. This is going to be the point of engage. Who's using bubble first on the Winstons? How is it getting popped? What cooldowns are being used? First Suzu from the defense of Timeless Ethereal. Dart Monkey, this is not like a window of engage, but just something to keep in mind on of how aggressive you want to play beyond that, because there's no tool to save them. Small little jump for Moving Fish, just inch by inch. Yeah, maybe a punish onto Jam, but Barcode just didn't have the angle on it. You force it, Timeless Ethereal to take a room in hotel. Dart Monkeys have the first take, and you can even give up a second if you're the defense, but it's how you re-engage that matters, and Santana went way too deep, and Moving Fish placed a bubble between Santana and the rest of the team. No heals for them, and no defense allowed.
And this is what you want to see as Dart Monkeys, to make sure that Barcode is coming online. On Kings Row, it's a bit more straightforward, so maybe Busan, not a map where Barcode is allowed to pop off for a lot of fallback locations, because it's a bit more linear, but you're given more space to fall back and run backwards towards your team, away from the enemy team when they're ulting, or when the other team has Overclock or Railgun that can easily rip your head off, because Barcode now pretty much doubling Azure's ult charge, just showing complete dominance at the moment after first point.
I like the Observer had to give a shot of the payload, because SK has been tweeting about how many times she's just straight up emoted on the cart, and that's how most of her gameplay has been on maps like this. But she's got to follow along with the push. You never know what's going to happen, and the call is made. Aspen pops the Kitsune rush, and Aramori pops theirs too, but Timeless Ethereal lose the most important member you need in a Kitsune rush, and why Reaper is meta in the first place. Jim went down early, and that's the rest of Timeless Ethereal running for the hills after that.
And Moving Fish to play their lives at the end too, perfectly transitioned for Dart Monkeys to only use that Kitsune rush against Aramori's Kitsune rush as well. Coming into this fight, they're going to have all of the positional advantage, playing towards the inside of that subway, playing in towards main, and then they can set up this overclock with the Primal Rage and maybe beat drop early as well.
Overclock first from Barcode. You see that Santana just jumps in, places the bubble right in her line of sight. Sound Barrier drops on both sides. Overclock still into effect, but she doesn't have great silence, now having to disengage through halfway through streets. No one actually died through all of that. I mean, Primal Rages just now. Moving Fish gets punished. Santana also dropped like 25% HP, and not sure about that one, Zemrit, but Dart Monkeys will be resetting anyway.
I mean, there's so much damage on the field with this Winston, with the Sojourn, with the Reaper. Like you said, you need the Reaper and the Kitsune Rush just to pump out that damage. And it's true, because at this meta, you need to pop the Sound Barrier early to prevent any of that damage coming through. The Sound Barrier was used just to prevent all of that damage, like double HP of each character in that last fight, until at the very last moment when the barrier was finally gone, Timeless finally got the opening pick to win the fight.
Just a soft dive from Dart Monkeys. just to get kind of themselves established and to bait Timeless Ethereal into the Kitsune Rush of Aspen. But they walk into the Disruptor shot and took so much damage. But the responding Kitsune Rush is truly the pain. Timeless Ethereal had a better response, but they actually have no DPS remaining. Dart Monkey still have all the damage in the lobby. And it's just a game of chess, a back and forth, the tango that hurts at the end of the day. Dart Monkeys, they will get to point B and they'll have a ton of time for C.
Oh, no wonder they chose this map. I mean, they did very well versus Timeless Ethereal on this map as well in the best out of, or the first to two rather, earlier in the Swiss system. And now that it's first to three, they're given a bit more leeway to come back from this one map deficit. But how do they do so? In this third phase, they're going to have to use this beat drop early to counteract the overclock on their side and then pop their own primal and overclock later as well.
Overclock from Azure. Sound Barrier and a Primal Rage. Dart Monkeys are going to deny that space from Azure and send her right back where she came from in the spawn room doors. And you're already halfway to see if you're Dart Monkeys. A 4-minute time bank would just be insurmountable. Timeless Ethereal need just a singular pick to slow them down. But Dart Monkeys are so good at disengaging.
It's not good for Dart Monkeys to actually get no kill there because Jim on the other side found Zemrit. And now you have the overclock, but now the beat drop counters it. And they're going to just have to back up, take that beat for overclock trade, and there's gonna be no kills here. It's really unfortunate they couldn't find it in the previous fight because it's led to them having a really rough second fight.
Yeah, at least we're happy Timeless Ethereal got a punish because that was gonna be too much to have a 4-minute time bank. Kitsune Rush from Aspen, but they lost the Winston of Moving Fish as they jumped in, and that's the counter punish that Timeless Ethereal just had. It was the first pick on the Zemrit last fight, it's the first pick on the Moving Fish, but it's now equalized. As Timeless Ethereal lost some of their DPS, but they have respawn advantage. They can play things slow. Dart Monkeys, I don't know if they know that definition. They jump in, they place the bubble right after the payload as Santana dives into the back with the Primal Rage. It really wants to go after that Sojourner Barcode and is successful. Has the follow-up of Jim, and Dart Monkeys will have to reset again.
Once more, they're going to have to back up. The Reaper ult is available for Dart Monkeys. However, on the offense, on the defense, however, Azure is going to have that overclock, and usually the overclock is what deals with Reaper ult very easily. So Zemrit's going to be aware of that into this fight. So he's probably going to use his Reaper ult late, unless he wants to go early after he sees Azure uses her shift to back up early.
Yeah, Barcode was charged up. Took some poke. Looking for any target is Zemrit teleported to the high ground, dropped with Death Blossom, and somehow had no effect. Timeless Ethereal must have sped away. Or maybe there was a bubble. I swear I saw Santana jump past it. Either way, Dart Monkeys didn't get anything out of Plan A. Santana's still around the car. Dart Monkeys can be looking to punish that as Azure is safe in the back, taking shots into Dart Monkeys, but no kills quite yet. Kitsune Rush from Aspen, but they walk into the Jim Death Blossom, and they're not allowed to proceed any further. No kills at all through these DPS ultimates until Barcode hits the field. It's one onto Jam. Zemrit follows up. Dart Monkeys stuff them back into the spawn room doors, and it's only a minute and a half left to finish.
No, can they even touch? I mean, against SK, perfect boop from them yet again. But they touch, but does it really matter because Barcode ripping the head out of everybody. 3 kills for them in this fight. It's a Doomfist delay. But guess who gets the final blow on literally every character, almost making it 6 for Barcode and capping out with a minute and 12 seconds. That's amazing for Dart Monkeys.
The Dart Monkeys, they had 4 minutes, something like that. Got brought down to 112. If you're a Timeless Ethereal, you're sponsored by Flexio because you stopped a sinking ship on that one. There's a lot of holes in that boat, and it was not looking good. But bringing Dart Monkeys down to a level of a minute, it's respectable, it's beatable. Timeless Ethereal, though, they got to go all the way, or Dart Monkeys could be tying the series here.
There's one fight that sticks out for Timeless, unfortunately for them, where Jim saw the Suzu was used by Aspen, and he immediately noticed, or sorry, they immediately noticed that, okay, now it's time to use my Death Blossom. However, on Dart Monkey's side, they know they just used Suzu. SK is like, okay, Jim's going to come in for that Reaper ult, and then boops him away, negates the entirety of the Reaper ult, also uses the beat to re-engage, allowing Dart Monkeys to push forward into this third point. And is SK flexing right now? Did she just do a rollout underneath the map to land on that pole yet again, like she just posted on Twitter the other day?
Yeah, That blew my mind.
That was wild.
This is why SK is just like an insane Lucio. I can't even do the rollout she just did now, let alone going underneath the map. I would die every single time. I would get avoided. It is what it is.
You would, but SK still avoided. So really, it's honestly quite hard to be in
Maybe
that.
She misses those.
Now on defense, it looks like they're gonna play the Sojourn though. What do you think about the Lemon? So they're gonna play the Sojourn mirror comp yet again at this choke point. It's gonna be tough for them, but look, they had to use the bubble early, like you called it earlier.
Yeah, Moving Fish doesn't have armor too, and they're still hanging around. I'm surprised Jim and friends don't want to be a little more aggressive. Suzu's now been used by Aspen. They really got to back away. Moving Fish went not backwards. It went towards their death. The Shadow Realm. Without that Winston, there's just no defending this. You can give up a tick or two, but if you get staggered, yeah, this is just chalked. Really good punish on Timeless Ethereal there.
Yeah, nice job to force Moving Fish's bubble out early. I'm not sure what caused him to do it so early, but maybe they wanted to go for the early fight yet again. However, we're seeing time and time again, you can't really take that fight at the statue. It's been so hard for these teams, but Moving Fish wants to hold this choke point. However, we haven't seen too many teams, Lemon, here hold this choke point. It seems really hard on the defensive side to actually hold this archway.
Yeah, you kind of have this like hybrid setup where the Reaper likes to hold chokes and Sojourn not so much. Barcode says, I don't care if there's a choke point or who's on the other side. Azure is dead, and you absolutely send it if you're Dart Monkeys. And as you crept through that choke point, you hear the Kitsune rush of Maramori, and you just respect that. You disengage. Aspen now counterattacks with her own Kitsune rush, and that's going to get a lot more value, but neither team wants to overextend too much.
Yeah, they're happy with that trade-off, Kitsune rush for Kitsune rush. You don't want to overextend and take an L to a Reaper ult afterwards, especially if you use the Suzu early. But Jim on the flank, perfectly timed for the Suzu to capitalize as well. That's a 2K and opens things for Timeless Ethereal.
Jimothy popping off again. I love to see it. We need a Jim montage with the, the office music and everything. I want to see it. Timeless Ethereal halfway to B. That was a sick ult.
Yeah, perfectly placed, man. Through the window, topside TP. I mean, that's just exactly what you want. Now they can go forward onto the Streets phase. They see that Aspen is teleporting forward, but this Kariko is almost impossible to kill. And Dart Monkeys, they're afforded all this space. They're actually given a pretty good spot to hold here. Maybe Timeless has something in plan here to take this fight early.
Oh yeah, these are free dives for Santana, but you wish you didn't have that Reaper in your face, so Santana has to pop the Primal. Was a little bit scared, popped to 50% HP. Sound barrier in response from Dart Monkeys, and that's where Santana has to jump out. Maybe you can have a trading blow from Azure. Now that the sound barrier is gone, and it's working out. Zemrit finished off, and so are the rest of Dart Monkeys, as Timeless Ethereal, if they cap here, that is just going to be an even bigger time bank than Dart Monkeys had.
They got out the beat shot for Dart Monkeys. They got the Sojourn ult as well and the Primal Rage. Dart Monkeys is in a rough position at the current moment as Winston's body moves along with the payload.
5 minutes. That's a minute more. But the defense can really drain a lot of precious seconds here, so Dart Monkeys have to play smart.
And they have to. I mean, it's up to them to make sure they can win this fight off the back of Zemrit's Reaper. Maybe he goes in early, and then they pop the Kitsune rush, but Aramori on the other side pop their own. And Jim, with just his little blasters, takes down SK as well. Now towards the health pack goes the other Reaper of Zemrit. And Jim, Moxie, you call to get everything for this person at the moment. They are popping off.
Yeah, Dart Monkeys are okay with that because that's the fight to get halfway to B. Really, you want to save your ultimates for the end of the point, because if you reset the other team, they have to run from so far back, and Death Monster from Zemrit and the Kitsune rush. That is going to be a lot of damage from Timeless Ethereal to deal with, and yup, called it exactly right. That'll reset Timeless Ethereal, and Dart Monkeys are safe for now.
And just barely at that, right? It relied entirely off a barcode to hit those shots to stop that Reaper ultimate, because that could have been devastating for them, for Jim to hold on to that Reaper ult against nothing on the other team. Yet with 0 ultimates, besides the Kitsune rush, barcode hits that shot and shuts down everything for Timeless Ethereal.
Lots of time. Timeless Ethereal, even just getting 2 minutes or more, I think that's the significant advantage. 1 minute or less is pretty insignificant. That's enough for like half a rotation on a fight or one fight. This is where Timeless Ethereal, they just need to take their time and use these ultimates smartly. Because the defense, they have respawn advantage. You have to kill the entirety of them without losing any of your members because the respawn advantage is huge. Suzu from the defense. Timeless Ethereal, that's their window to engage. They've gotten the defense off the high ground. Azure can pop off here. She's forced them to high. She has the overclock. And Primal Rage from Santana is trying to move these targets in the line of sight. The sound barrier from SK was almost costly. It did hit Barcode. She's coming out of respawn shortly. Timeless Ethereal, this is their real estate. The box, the end of the map is in their sight. But Barcode is back from respawn and she has overclock. Azure gets her revenge. And now Timeless Ethereal sending it right back to the payload. Kitsune rush and the Suzu to save Santana. But the Dart Monkey's bubble keeps Zemrit safe. Barcode is back on the Bastion. This is the burst damage that could overwhelm Timeless Ethereal if they don't see this coming. But I don't know how long they can keep this up.
Wait, they play on the left side, though. It's so smart to pop the bubble. Now they know the Bastion's here. All they got to do is kill the left side of the payload, and they're doing so. But no! Zemrit came back on the Reaper. Doesn't even have to use Reaper at this point because now they're down Santana. There's no main tank to finally close out on this point, and it forced the Suzu. If ultimates are committed here from Timeless, what are they doing? It might be crucial for them to actually lose this, but Azure gets Zemrit on the other side. It allows time for the Winston to come back, but Aramore at the other side got two, and the Winston's back. Santana's here, but they have no damage in this fight.
Kitsune rush is ready soon from Aramori, and that could be just what they need to edge themselves to the end of the map. But at this point, the time banks are insignificant. What's going to be important is who is attacking first and who will set that pace. As the Bastion shift from Barcode is off on the right side, you got the sound barrier from the defense. A soft disengage from Timeless keeps them alive as Azure shoots from a distance. Aspen shouldn't have been on the card. She was trying to hide as the Primal Rage from Santana is trying to force the C9. It's 1 meter away, and Barcode went for the ultimate to just land it on the cart, and Timeless Ethereal reacted perfectly. They've removed her from the fight. Timeless Ethereal just need to finish this, and Aramori's chasing down the backline. Dart Monkeys, they have the respawn advantage, but I don't think they have enough bodies to keep this contested. It's just a Reaper and a Lucio there, and this is truly the fight that never ends. This was 5 minutes for C, and it's shaved down to less than a minute. And surely this is the end, right?
No, it's not. Moving Fish on Doomfist touches away. Oh, they almost got off less than a meter. But the Suzu's here as well. The Kitsune rush to stabilize and Timeless. They're still trying to fight it. Aramore is tilted. They did so much, and yet it wasn't enough. 35 seconds. How long was that, Lemon? 2 minutes?
Too damn long. I aged 5 years because of that fight. 30 seconds left. I'm sure Timeless Theory will feel the same way.
Oh, must they? Well, no, they're timeless, right? So maybe they're still in the moment. 20 seconds left. They're going to have that overclock ready to go. Barcode's on Bastion now, so no Sojourn. But, you know, Bastion kind of soft counter Sojourn, the character at least, because you have so much health and armor.
Yeah, I like that Barcode is playing the right side so that it's hard to get a good LOS on her, and she's just going to focus down that Winston, I think, too. Get that armor, or not, no longer Winston, or actually Santana's still on it. The Doomfist is coming from Moving Fish. Dart Monkeys, they are holding on, but no longer. Headshot after headshot. Azure will end this once and for all, but Timeless Ethereal, it was in overtime.
Oh my God, what a map, what a series we have on our hands. You wouldn't think this is just proceeding because the grand finals of Qualifier number 2 really is a banger of a series. And, you know, just to go back, to rehash what we talked about before, Lemon, Moving Fish, again, locking, was it them that were on the Doomfist before? And
Moving Fish.
Yeah.
Or...
like on Busan. And they were on the Doomfist and they just stuck it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them on the re-engage because, you know, as you saw, Santana and Winston, just so much value for Timeless to close out. Now, they didn't do it with any time, right? So now coming into first point, Dart Monkeys are allotted at least a draw for this map.
Man, colors were like blending together at that point. We just casted like a 5-minute fight, and yeah, I think the Bastion was interesting. I think you just don't bother with that ultimate, to be honest, but Barcode thought she was safe at some point. And quick reactions. I love the bubble usage from the defense of just placing it right on the cart, because that meant that everyone could contest and in a safe location, and the people that were ranged, like your Sojourns, like Azure, wouldn't have an impact until that bubble was bursted, because you either play in the bubble or you play out of line of sight from that Sojourn, which is usually on that right side where Barcode was. Minute 12, and only 33% is all they need. That's how much 12 seconds made a difference.
God, yeah, that's a huge deal. Now they're coming to the statue. Dart Monkeys around the other side. Maybe they can punish like Timeless did on their attack, right? But no, it's Azure builds up that railgun charge and gets rid of Barcode.
I think, yeah, with a minute 12, you have time to kind of disengage here, and you don't have to totally go back to spawn. It's only Azure you have to worry about with these one-shots and who's going to present themselves. But you got one fight left, and Timeless Ethereal are playing for the draw.
That draw is important for them to get because they need to keep up in this series. However, at the statue, they have to drop bubble early. Jim's taking a lot of damage. Suzu forced. Reaper Fade about to be forced as well, but at the opposite side, Moving Fish taking a lot of damage.
Oh, draw ball? This has been multiple first picks by the defense of Timeless Ethereal. And as long as you keep Jim up, you're chilling. You drop the Suzu just in case. And you stagger Zemrit. This is no bueno. Dart Monkeys are going to have to play without them. Someone has to touch SK. I know she's skating around somewhere. Or I guess you just have Moving Fish jump on in. Going to be already dropped down to half health. Kitsune Rush from Aspen. The last chance for Dart Monkeys. Moving Fish can't even build up to Primal in time. The flank from Timeless Ethereal through the hotel. And the Kitsune Rush from Aramori behind is simply too much. There is your draw in the grand final. Timeless Ethereal are still up in the series.
Oh god, Kings Row is at 2 CP. Are we back in Overwatch 1? Do we have Anubis back? It really feels like it, Lemon, because I mean, what a last point leading into this one as well. And that's off the back of Aramore, right? Those picks on Kariko, we don't talk about them that much, but it just keeps happening. Pick after pick from Aramore, bringing back their team in this series where they're up already a map. And on Kariko, we talked about Aspen, but Aramori has been amazing to get those opening picks and give their team that edge that, unfortunately, for the opposite side, hasn't been happening.
Well, you've hit our halfway point. It's 1-0 for Timeless Ethereal, and Azure has been keeping toe-to-toe with Barcode. This has been the most exciting match of Calling All Heroes. We hope you'll stick around, grab some popcorn, because we're not out of the woods yet. Let us know who you think is going to take the series, and we'll see you after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes. We're calling you to help us figure out who's going to take the series. Timeless Ethereal are up, but they also forced a tie, or a draw, on King's Row after a 12-second difference. After a 5-minute point C got brought down to under a minute, meant only a 33% cap on King's Row, and then a draw. This is wild, Destin.
Yeah, when was the last time you've seen a draw on King's Row? I mean, that never happens. We haven't seen, at least I haven't seen one. I think every cast I've done, I've never seen a draw on King's Row. Even on Hybrid. I mean, how often do you see a draw on Hybrid? On Peta maybe? Like, with first point, boy, I mean, not on King's Row, that's for sure.
Well, can't go to a draw, at least very unlikely. On Escort, our next map is chosen by Dart Monkeys. They want to go to Route 66, I believe, just like last time. This is a great Winston map, so I'm excited to see if they can actually tie it up this time. They should have on King's Row, but not a lot of time.
No, yeah, they couldn't. I mean, yeah, with 1 minute and 12 seconds, you lose first fight, you're just done, right? Like, how do you win at that point? I don't know. And on Route, I mean, how do you get a draw on Route, by the way? Like, what do you have to do? I've always wondered. Both teams
not push at all.
Yeah, no, either
both teams suck.
You have to do more than suck. You have to throw. I'm pretty sure at that point. Like, there's no way you could draw on Route 66 or any payload map that's not hybrid.
All right, chat. We'll get your clips ready. He said it could never happen.
Come on. I have been jinxing it, to be honest. Every time I say something's going to happen in this series, like, the opposite happens. I'm like, oh yes, a beat drop's going to happen, and the team that beat drops wins. Nope, doesn't happen. Other team just wins.
Yeah, I can't. When I make a missed call like that, like, oh, surely they're gonna do this. Like when I called the, I thought there's barcode was gonna overclock once, and she just like didn't. I can't tell if that makes me just like smart or dumb.
No,
you know.
the trick that I've realized, you know, after thousands of hours of playing professionally and playing this game, all you gotta do is predict everything. Just there's 3 ultimates. Say there's
just see the future.
Yeah, just see the future. Say there's overclock, beat drop, Cariqual. As a caster, just say they're gonna use all of them, and then you're not wrong, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about it. Like, at this point, you know, I can't be wrong if I say Azure and Jim don't have ultimates, because they don't. They don't have ults.
True. That's facts.
Yeah, facts spoken.
Talk with your eyes. Along with this comp also is called apparently the Banana Rush. Community has decided. I don't know. It's a banana with the Winston and then the Rush with the Kiriko. I don't know. I don't ask questions. Community's weird sometimes, but that's a close hold from Timeless Ethereal. We'll see if Dart Monkeys how they want to get rid of this.
I mean, they're going to slowly work towards this payload, and on the top side, Timeless just sitting into that train, but Moving Fish just taking a brunt of that damage, making sure they can play their lives, but the Suzu is forced already from Aspen, and on the other side, it's sure to be forced in just a second, but look at Barcode's positioning just on this top train. It's just railgun for free up here.
Yeah, the top left is such a good power position for offense or defense. A good place for these Sojourns to battle, as somehow there's still a contest from Timeless Ethereal denying the progress, and really the more fights, like I said, you can force, the more time you take away. And Moving Fish is so incredibly low, crouching behind the car. Jim can just shoot under it even. And Dart Monkeys, without that Winston, you're just leaving it up to Sojourns and Fate at this point.
And what an aggressive hold. We don't really see this happen too much besides when maybe you're smurfing on an opponent, because at this moment, Timeless Ethereal holding incredibly close in such a dangerous position, but it works out because Moving Fish, they want to play aggressive, but it's resulting in them getting taken out first.
All right, Dart Monkeys, round number 2. Don't lose your Winston challenge. May be impossible. Kitsune Rush already available. Who's gonna pop it first though? Uh-oh, Jim is kind of low. Healed him back up. A barrier 2 from SK. Jam doesn't have theirs yet. Dart Monkey just trying to send it away. That locks him from Jim. Hits 2. And Dart Monkeys surely have to reset at this point.
Wait, what? But no, but Moving Fish is still in this because they're on the payload and the beat drop was canceled. What the heck? Jam's beat drop, he was killed mid beat drop. Yes, they're still on the payload and delayed, but the beat was canceled by, was it Winston? I think it was Reaper or something. Jim almost brought it back, but unfortunately it wasn't enough because SK just built the beat drop too fast comparatively, and then Jam felt the pressure back, but unfortunately got canceled.
Oh, didn't expect to see an Ajax, a C9, a 5-minute fight. Really, Calling All Heroes has some good content today. Dart Monkeys, how long are they going to keep this high ground? They got the DPS ultimate. Zemrit could just absolutely send it with the Death Blossom. Gotta wait for the bubble usage to be done first and maybe wait out this Primal too, because Santana's tossing people around. And Moving Fish just got bursted by the Sojourn before they could pop Primal Rage. And you absolutely want to use that this fight, but just got overwhelmed. So Dart Monkeys just have to reset.
They do. They don't have anything. They could use the Primal Rage early, and now 1 minute and 20 seconds left. There's a reason why Timeless Ethereal chose this map. Maybe they know something we don't against Dart Monkeys, because right now Timeless, even though they lost the series in the Swiss rounds, Dart Monkeys, even after a lot of practice, it looks like Timeless is also gaining on them in terms of the overall skill, because they're going to have ultimates in this fight. They'll have Reaper ult, they'll have Kitsune Rush. Dart Monkeys, they're going to need to get massive value out of Aspen's and Moving Fish's ultimates.
Who's gonna pull the trigger first, Aramori or Aspen? Primal Rage just gets that Lucio a little bit low, but Aspen's been shot down. And if you're Timeless Ethereal, you don't need to invest any other ultimates unless you think this is getting dicey. Aspen can teleport back to the fight soon, so Aramori thinks they might be back soon. They pop the Kitsune Rush. They want to clean up and just clean up this fight. They want to get Dart Monkeys out of their face before they strike back, and they stagger them out too, so it's worth it at the end.
And this is Azure's coming out party. What an insane shot from them to take out Aspen, even with that Primal Rage, to avoid that Kitsune Rush that was bound to happen. Having their series of their life right now in the grand finals, have to back up for heals. And on the front line, they've already committed bubble, but they still have Suzu ready to go.
Oh, Dart Monkeys, you can't be boomed. Not after how King's Row went. 5 seconds left. They got to take the fight on the card. At least somebody has to be there. They're going to take the cover under Big Earl. Sound Bear from Jam doesn't hit Jim or Santana, so they got to be careful. They're going to play around Mega Pack and see if they can sneak into Dart Monkeys' backline. Aspen is going to be in trouble. Has to wait for the teleport to keep themselves safe. They even play the high ground as Azure is waiting below. The Death Blossom from Jim sends Dart Monkeys away, but it's Zemrit that fires back. And Timeless Ethereal could not get the full hold. Dart Monkeys sail away to point A.
And overtime as well, Zemrit. What a huge Reaper ult from them and Jim. Unfortunately, Jim had the right idea, right? Overtime sticking down. Reaper ult on the cart because they have to touch. But unfortunately, it's just too far away. Not enough speed boost or something. When you start it all the way at the health pack, it's unfortunately too far. And you don't get the value out of the Reaper ult, allowing Zemrit to then come in with theirs. And it's just a back and forth trade. It's just the heavy hitters, the heavyweights back and forth to allow Dart Monkeys to push forward on this overtime in second point.
Taking top bar or top saloon control on this left building here is a power position on point B. This is why you're going to see both teams dive this, fight for it with everything they can. It has access to the bridge and the back area where the Sojourns like to hang out at. They want to distance themselves from this fight. And you have Azure striking through SK, and the follow-up afterwards is deadly. Dart Monkeys have already dropped 2. And it's fine because they just got to leave quickly and not get staggered.
Azure has been playing so well right now. It's almost like they're cheating. You see that shooting to the wall? Question mark. 0.25 that, Kefri. And on this side, Dart Monkeys, they're coming in with ultimates now, Lemon. They're going to have that Soldier ult. They'll have a Winston Primal. They're going to have a Kitsune Rush and a Beat Drop. Timeless is a little behind after using their overclock earlier.
This ends now.
Okay, and that's Santana just... They're just in there. They got Primal Rage, though. At least they're able to pop it before the Sojourn of Barcode was going to burst them down. The overclock is only focused on that Winston and the Primal Rage that manages to get out safely. Oh, Moving Fish got so close to dying. I think the Kitsune Rush, the fast heals is what saved them at the end. SK still has a Sound Bear. This could be the nail in the coffin for Dart Monkeys and Point B to help them push them through the edge. As Timeless Ethereal just taking a break in Saloon. A hidden place to stay safe and maybe access the backline. But the Sound Bear and the Suzu to save Santana when they drop so low, as Jim dropped the Death Blossom to punish Dart Monkeys on the approach. And it really gets no kills. 31 seconds left. This is all benefiting Timeless Ethereal to drain these precious seconds. And Zemrit with the Death Blossom finds Jim, and Dart Monkeys are ahead in this fight.
Yeah, 20 seconds left now. Dart Monkey's going to push finally into third point. I really liked what Timeless Ethereal did there, however, at the beginning, disengaging when they realized they were down support ults, right? Aspen pops the Kitsune Rush, and I think, well, they popped the beat drop later, but Timeless just pushed inside. They fell back. Even mid-fight, when they thought they could win, they still had to back up and wait out that Kitsune Rush inside because they know Dart Monkeys can't get inside with their own Reaper against another Reaper where they have that positional advantage with the doorway. All you got to do is sit inside and let them push into you. No matter how many ultimates you have, it's always risky to go indoors versus a Reaper.
Gotta be careful of that Reaper. And silver lining, Dart Monkeys almost got full held on A, and now they're making the push for C. It's the Kitsune Rush from the defense. Aramori activates that. The overclock from Azure finds Zemrit as they were just roaming around, and that'll send Dart Monkeys back, but they still have an extra minute.
Yeah, nice shots from Azure yet again. I mean, showing why they're one of the best Sojourns. Going toe-to-toe with Barcode. I mean, both of them have had their moments in the series thus far. However, Azure coming out on top a lot of the times. And Zemrit getting a little bit greedy, using their shift earlier to fight Jim in the 1v1, and then getting blasted by the overclock from their side when they try to teleport.
Now the Kitsune Rushes are staggered too, so it's just going to be fight after fight. Aspen has theirs, wondering when they want to pop this, and going to see maybe what the Overclock and Primal Rage does, and if that doesn't get enough kills, I could see the Kitsune Rush afterwards. Barcode is jumping in, misses that shot on Aramori, and that's a block from Jam, but Jim blocks that with his with their forehead, and Dart Monkeys halfway to C.
Yeah, Santana's going to have that Primal Rage. Reaper coming up for Jim. Jam going to have that beat drop as well. Aspen, the Kitsune Rush with Zemrit. Can it be big like it was on first point? SK is going to have to get the beat drop mid-fight as well.
Kitsune Rush from Aspen, waiting for the final moments. This could push them to the end of C. Timeless Ethereal starting the Primal just to live, and they barely do, and they didn't receive the sound barrier from Jam, but maybe that healing will help Aramori get the Kitsune Rush, and Death Blossom from Zemrit will split the C's. Timeless Ethereal, they try to hide. It's 3 meters away, and Dart Monkeys have the kills. There's no more ultimates left. Aramori has the Kitsune Rush soon, but it's just not enough. You don't have time to build it, and Dart Monkeys went from being almost full health to finishing the map.
No way. What a play from Dart Monkeys to close it out there in overtime. The clutch team, they're just clutch. They got it. They got ice in their veins. You know, you got SK probably pointing at their veins. You know, everybody's just like, oh my god, we're all that, because they are. I mean, to close out overtime first point, was that overtime second point as well? It was pretty close, right?
Yeah, very close.
Third point closing out in overtime. I mean, Dart Monkeys expert plays to just continue to push forward, and having the presence of mind with Zemrit to do proactive Reaper ults has been a real thorn in Timeless Ethereal's side, because Jim, they don't really set up Jim to have aggressive Reaper ults, right? They're just trying to counter Zemrit, but Dart Monkeys on the side, right? They have to deal with Azure hitting shots onto Sojourn, but that's about it, right? You only have to worry about Azure and Sojourn. Meanwhile, Dart Monkeys, they have Barcode on Sojourn, they have Zemrit on Reaper, and that DPS duo has been deadly. So it's on Jim. The onus is on Jim on this attacking side to allow Timeless some space to actually work with and finally close out on Route 66.
I also like that Dart Monkeys, they kept their support ultimates for usually the end of point pushes, so the end of A, the end of B, the end of C. So you just have that like guaranteed sustainability when you have most of the space, because usually at the end of those objectives, the defense has like no space to operate, and if you just outlast them, you'll take the fight, and that's what really propelled Dart Monkeys to the end of B and C especially. Although the A was a bit shaky, being almost full held, but Timeless Ethereal, they got the Echo out.
Oh, they do. Jim on the Echo, that's an interesting pick. I mean, we've seen them on it before. After, I believe it was a Widowmaker on Circuit Royale, then they swapped to Echo. Here's why. Jim early pick on a Zemrit. That opens things for Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, this could just be a strategy just for out the gates, because you're just gonna outrange the Reaper, and if you hit all the stinky bombs on one person, like almost nobody can survive that. You'll get them to at least half health if they're a tank, and focusing beam them down, or DPS are just gonna fall over.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be too much damage to deal with it, sadly, for Dart Monkeys. I wonder how they're going to change to deal with it. It looks like they're not going to do anything, but Echo has been known to be good on Route 66, similar to Pharah, where you just abuse the skybox, right? You can hold the cover over big Earls, fall back over the top side where the bridge is, and you're just continually safe, because Sojourn, you can't really deal with Echo without having that railgun charged up.
And Echo still has to play very safe against the hit scan. She got all the stickies on the barcode, but the focusing beam just went slightly out of range and couldn't get that trade. And I think without Santana, that's going to be really tough. See, moving fish just dropped to like half HP. Focusing beam just not even on cooldown, and the bubble's in the way too. So moving fish has to be really careful with the amount of burst that Timeless Ethereal has.
And I'm sure every team that's already lost in this tournament or were qualified last week are watching in awe right now, where Timeless Ethereal and Dart Monkeys are playing flawlessly individually on both sides, as Jim uses the copy early in this fight.
There's more bubbles to split up this fight. You got the Kitsune Rush from Aspen first. Aaron Mori used their second. Jim is now out of the duplicate form as Timeless Ethereal are so close to A, but the Sound Barrier re-engage from Dart Monkeys just made so much space. Didn't kill anything, but it made some space. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, they have the space now to actually work with. Dart Monkeys going to have that overclock for this fight. No support ults is kind of a pain in this next fight because Jam has that beat drop. As long as they don't AJ again, they have the ultimate advantage in this fight.
Overclock from the defense. Barcode on the high ground somewhere. Actually, she got jumped out by Santana. And that's the finishing blow, so you deny that overclock. That's massive. Primal Rages from both sides, and you want that onto the Sojourn. You're always going to chase that Sojourn with the Primal Rage. It's the easiest target to get to. The rest of Dart Monkeys finishing off the rest of the attack, and Timeless Ethereal left with only 90 seconds.
Zemrit has been phenomenal on this Reaper, 1 minute and 20 seconds, and we see why maybe Dart Monkeys struggled on first point, because the map geometry doesn't really, geometry doesn't really help you on the offensive side. It's so hard to cap out, not a lot of cover for the offensive side, whereas the defense kind of has a little bit more easy rotations, because you drop back as offense underneath the gas station. It's just really obvious where you are, and you can get hunted down by the rest of Dart Monkeys, but Azure, not again.
I'm surprised just Barcode got off of the Soldier for the Cassidy.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a weird pick, because usually you really only do that for maybe a Tracer that's bothersome, but Sojourn is 100 times better than Cassidy ever was. Wondering if they're just feeling off their game today. Azure is pounding this lobby. I feel off my game too. Timeless Ethereal, 36 seconds left, and they're about to cap A and get extra time.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all. The Cassidy is not really, unfortunately, meta at the moment. However, Barcode, we've seen them do it before. They're very comfortable on the Cassidy, but now a little bit out of position, has to go with this Echo. However, the Cass does get that damage down range toward this Echo. That is the one trade-off you have. Whereas, yes, you can consistently pump in those headshots or those body shots, whereas at Sojourn, you need to wait for that railgun. But at the same time, now Azure just can be free on Sojourn to do whatever they want.
It's a good power position for Dart Monkeys to hang around on. And you don't have that first pick potential with the Cassidy anymore, so it's still like a more win conditions from Timeless Ethereal. Kitsune Rush from the defense. They'll drop down, try and chase down Timeless Ethereal, and they don't get a single kill out of it. Azure is quite literally 1 HP, and Dart Monkeys couldn't kill them.
No, and now Timeless are going to come back in with their own Kitsune Rush. Sure, they made them fall back and give up positioning, but now they're at an ult disadvantage. The copy's available. They used it immediately to copy the Reaper into the backline of the Kitsune Rush. It's going to pump a lot of damage, but they're forced to fade early. Now Barcode low in the backline. They just close them out. Now Dart Monkeys has to reset.
See, Jim can play Reaper after all. They just have to copy it and wait a little bit of time, and they even build up to the Death Blossom. So that's pretty nice. They get halfway to point B. Timeless Ethereal have time on their side, and Dart Monkeys don't have a take right now.
Nope. He has to fall back, reset once again. Barcode's going to have the High Noon, but Lemon, you know, even though High Noon was buffed, he takes damage reduction, yada yada. High Noon's still not a good ultimate, is it?
Nah, unless you like catch Jim like mid-flight. That's like the only time that would be worth. So we'll see if they can do that. Dart Monkey's just holding onto the high ground, but someone has to drop and contest, and they managed to do so. But Timeless Ethereal, they have Primal Rage. They can force the C9 as Moving Fish primals into the backline, forces out the Sound Beer from Jam, heads back to the front, and tries to displace and contest where Moving Fish can. Death Blossom and a Deadeye. Dart Monkeys are throwing everything but the kitchen sink. And they might have just bought themselves some peace and quiet for now.
How did they do that? How did they come back in that fight? Zemrit, yet again, with huge Reaper ults. They've committed the Primal Rage. I mean, that's everything, right? They're going to have the Kitsune Rush. They're going to have Beat Drop coming up. But Timeless Ethereal, they've proven they can disengage these support ultimates. It's just going to come down to a matter of 36 seconds left. SK has Beat Drop coming up way before Jam does. So I think it comes down to these support ults for Dart Monkey to hold in this second phase.
30 seconds. This is chokeable. I'm sure you've heard this in Overwatch League. The bag can be fumbled here. Timeless Ethereal. This is like King's Row all over again. Okay, Kitsune Rush, one of the best ults in the game. Dart Monkeys, their backs against the wall. Moving Fish jumps in, drops to half health. Jim is dead on impact. And Azure just can't find a good line of sight with this bubble in their face. And now that that's gone, target-rich environment, Dart Monkeys bring back the bubble because the Kitsune Rush is also haste. You get your cooldowns back quicker. And SK Sound Barrier just gave the health that the defense needed to live just that much longer. Timeless Ethereal don't have the bodies. And you know, I'm not going to criticize Barcode no more because the Cassidy got a game-winning double kill at the end. Dart Monkeys will tie the series 1-1.
And we are going the distance. Dark Monkeys to even it on Route 66, and it really did come down to SK with that beat drop at the very end. Unfortunately for Jam, everything kind of was a little bit sidetracked since first point Route 66, where the beat drop and unfortunately got canceled. But Zemrit yet again, I mean, this is one of the players of the match for sure. Zemrit on Reaper has been a standout, if I'm going to be honest. Barcode played well on the Cassidy to counter that Echo. I mean, it forced them to it forced Jim rather to swap back off the Echo and go back over towards Reaper, and it really made everything work out for them, right? Use the high noon, use that Reaper ult, the high noon to zone, and then the Reaper ult to come back in from the other side, right? I mean, the strategies were amazing from Dart Monkeys to equalize it on such an important map where it looked like everything was lost on first point on their attacking side.
That was crazy. And I think Azuri didn't have the impact that they could have due to the bubble placements of moving Fish. And I think every time you heard Overclock, it's ending now, and you're like, mod check, but where? And it was because they had to deal with the Winston bubble in their way. And then if you kind of take out that one-shot potential of Sojourn, she's just kind of like a Cassidy, where you just have this trickling damage and someone has to go in and finish it. And that's where, you know, we question the Cassidy, but somehow Barcode played around it, and I'm not going to argue with a win now, am I?
No, I mean, it worked, right? I mean, Cassidy is kind of underrated, right? I think a lot of people maybe give him a bit of a bad rep because, you know, we have Sojourn, like you mentioned. It's just such a strong character. Those opening picks are really, really important and incredibly crucial to opening things up, because nobody else could do that besides Widowmaker. But Widowmaker's charge up time just takes too much, and then the damage output from Sojourn is so much at the same time, where it's like you put in the cast and you're looking at a mutt, an unevolved mutt versus a whole ass wolf, right? Okay, sorry, I had to watch my language, but it really is that case. Sojourn just does so much damage, and Cassidy at the same time, you would think it's not that good of a character, but Barcode made it work.
Yeah, the mobility is what I like Sojourn more. I feel like you can just jump to Narnia on that on that hero, and Cassidy just does this pathetic little flip, and it doesn't feel like you go that far, but I'm sure somewhere all the Cassidy mains are smiling like, well, Barcode did it, so can I. Well, you're learning a whole bunch here on Calling All Heroes, where this is an amazing platform that features marginalized genders, and look at the talent that we have today. I see y'all's tweets on the timeline. This is an incredible final. I'm having so much fun. I mean, my eyes are drying out for just not being able to blink in these fights. Like, they're crazy.
They are insane. And yeah, what a series. I mean, we know, I mean, you know, Lemon, it seems like every time there's a complete stomp in the semifinals, the finals are always a banger, right? I mean, it's just every time, right? The semifinals 3-0 on both sides. It just means that both teams are so above the rest of their pack, right? They're just such a dominant team as a unit that, of course, when you go to the grand finals, you're going to have a close series. Unless, of course, it's the San Francisco Shock or something like that, then usually they'll roll them, right? I'd say 50% of the time or whatever, right? They only lost to Shanghai Dragons and then just this last year, right? 50% for them. But Dart Monkeys on their side, they're looking to make a name for themselves right now, because coming in after qualifiers number 2, Lemon, you know, this really, this putting them on the map. You know, Dart Monkeys already was on the map in terms of streaming, but in the game, in gameplay, right? In terms of team environments, you wouldn't expect such a team to do so well in the Challengers Cup, especially versus teams that have been scrimming.
Well, speaking of map, Dustin, great segue. We're going to our next one, chosen by Timeless Ethereal. They want to go to New Queen Street. Push will be our next game type. And this is, yeah, you said it exactly right. I mean, the fact that Dart Monkeys went from almost getting full held to A, we're like, okay, this could be a quick day. I'm down, whatever. This is fun. I'm having a great time. They almost got full health to pushing all the way to the end and then stopping them at B. Like, that was incredible clutch factor. And we go to new Queen Street, where this is the name of the game is momentum. How many fights in a row can you win? I've always said that push, the game type, is kind of like assault, but you both attack at once, if you remember TCP.
Yeah.
That's the analogy I like.
I'd say it's pretty accurate. I think that in both of these team situations, they're going to like that as well, right? They're going to enjoy playing this push play style because it does match their team play as well, right? Both teams love these fights that are just constantly going back and forth. And with both teams being so evenly matched, usually push New Queen Street specifically, it's very hard to capture out the map, right? Like, generally, you don't really see anybody cap out New Queen Street unless the team is just at dominant, right? However, I mean, maybe you can attest to this when you watched that Colosseo match, right? Some of these first fights, especially in Sojourn metas, can be incredibly long.
Yeah, I think that's what the community doesn't like. Like, your average viewer just looks at teams, they're shooting each other, no one dying, no one really moving, as, oh, this is so boring. But it's this chess match of who's going to use their first important cooldown, who's going to realize it and punish it back. And if no one wants to make that first move, it's sometimes better to react than to be proactive. And a lot of teams, depending on their play style, like to play reactively. And you put two teams that are reactive against each other, then no one's going to move. And you're waiting for Sojourns to make that connection, and sometimes it's not the first shot or the second or the third. It takes maybe a first minute before you see that first kill, but it's that tension. At least I like watching it, and and that kind of eagerness also forces teams to make a mistake. When you're that reactive team that is like, well, I'm tired of waiting here, I want to jump in, and you die. That's how you force mistakes. You get impatient.
Yeah, and we're seeing both Sojourns react so well to each other's playstyles, and especially the Winstons as well, right? Because it is a little bit different, right? In this meta, it is quite a bit faster, you know, where you have that Winston jump in onto the Sojourn. You're noticing these Sojourn players, like you said, some of the, you know, worse off Sojourns tend to actually use their shift very early. They use it a little bit too quick, and then the Winston's like, okay, now I can hunt you down, you don't have any cooldown, and you're dead. On the opposite side, we have both Barcode and Azure, and both of them waiting for that Winston to dive them, waiting for a Lucio, waiting for that incredibly hard push, and then just run away. They just book it every single time, and it usually ends up where preserving their life, maybe not going for that incredibly deep and aggressive, a little bit, you know, too risque damage, allows them to actually get more damage into the long term because they're just preserving and playing their lives.
And shift jumping in that's when you know the big difference between a casual and a pro is Sojourns that know when to jump into the heat of the action. And it's usually when they have an overclock. They pop one head and they say, who wants some? Put up the fist, they jump in, and usually they don't get called a feeder. Dustin, I don't think you've had to use that word today.
No.
Everyone's been playing really well. We really have the peak of our Calling All Heroes. And this is just our second and final qualifier, by the way. The main event is still far away, and that has thousands of dollars on the line. This is just for seeding. So if you thought you were entertained today, wait until there's a lot more on the line.
And I would argue qualifier number 2, the one we're in right now, has been incredibly tense, and even more tense than qualifier number 1, because like you said, there is more on the line. What was on the line today, in this weekend, was that qualification into the final days in December. And to actually make it all the way here and final seeds has been very important for both Dart Monkeys and Timeless, right? They both won it incredibly bad, because without this final seed, right, they could end up facing one of the harder teams, one of the harder Altioris teams, which have been so dominant in the Challengers, or in the scene in the Challengers Cup. It's been so hard to compete with them. Dart Monkeys don't want to fight one of the better Altioris teams. You know, maybe they'd be happy playing a team like Shikigami coming into the finals in December.
Oh, that's in December. Ooh, it's the best time of the year for a reason, I think. Had a big weekend. Calling All Heroes. I'm so excited to be involved. They got a cool mentorship program. What was that website one more time? callingallheroes.gg. If you want to know what more this is about, if the YouTube title doesn't tell you enough, go through the VODs, go to the website, or even you could be part of the community. Why not? Do you want to join up at some of our tournaments? You want to make some friends? You want to be mentored on how to cast? Discord.gg/callingallheroes.
Objective
And both teams, you know, are getting that mentorship as well through the likes of Jake. I mean, not every team's going to have Jake on their coaching staff, but Dart Monkeys are incredibly fortunate to have such a top-tier talent coaching them, and top-tier talent as well on the roster deserves to be coached by top-tier talent, as both teams gonna stick to that mere confidence. Zure, yet again, early pick.
Uncharacteristic. Usually it's Aspen who comes knocking in the night, not her dying first. But still, that just means Azure just warming up. Statue control, pretty important for Timeless Ethereal. You have access to the robot, you have a decent high ground, and access to the top tunnel. So we'll get an initial push going for Timeless Ethereal.
And now they're going to push that cart. Jim building up that ultimate, as well as Azure is going to be 50% of the overclock. But it seems like teams on both sides have been building up those ultimates on the other sides. You see how Azure is 50%. SK on the other side built up a lot of healing charge as well. However, one thing that's not in Dart Monkey's favor is this cart. Already 22 meters for Timeless Eternal.
I like Timeless Ethereal doing some scouting over on that top gym room. Getting to 30 meters. Now this is where the Sojourns, this is a pretty long distance part of the map. Lots of coverage for this defensive Dart Monkeys around the car, around the bend. Lots of places to disengage into. Speaking of which, Santana just jumps out of there. Around the corner though, Jim awaits a precious victim. Dart Monkeys don't want to overextend. They might have even seen that Reaper and said, no sir, no ma'am, no thank you at all. But Timeless Ethereal still getting some good push going, and now you're worried about these Kitsune rushes. Barrier burst from SK. It only hits about 3 of them and did not save Moving Fish. Jim responds with an even better Death Blossom as the streak continues for Timeless Ethereal.
And Jim actually calling all heroes right now, calling it back, and honestly on Zemrit, on the Reaper, because look at this, just constantly running at Moving Fish. Moving Fish just died yet again. 57 meters, the robot's stuck, checking out the area, doing a little bit of a, what is leg they call it, the booty shake, the booty scratch, right?
The butt scratch,
yeah. The butt scratch. Well, he's getting
what it does.
It is. He actually scratches his thigh, but in that situation, Moving Fish, unfortunately, getting picked off, is going to have the Primal Rage this fight, so maybe they're not going to die here as Barcode found the opening pick.
Jim was hunting. No more hunting season for them, and you trade this 4v4. Timeless Ethereal can keep this going. You activate the Sound Barrier, the Primal, and the Overclock. They're using a lot. They're at 70 meters, and if they can get to 80, 90, you put yourself in a great winning condition. Then you save your ults just to push back Dart Monkeys every time they get on the bot. Timeless Ethereal can give it up here. You maybe wish you got more meterage out of everything you just used, but getting ults out of Dart Monkeys is perfectly fine if you're Timeless Ethereal.
Yeah, that Reaper ult to close things up. All those ultimates for Timeless are going to be happy with that for sure. They're going to be up on that Kitsune rush, but SK is going to have Beat Drop to also counter that on both sides, in which I would say Beat Drop is a little bit better. Well, better at sustaining than Kitsune rushes. However, on the other side, it's just as good. Dart Monkeys now a bit in the open here against the Timeless Ethereal at the bus area.
Oh, that's a good Suzu from Aspen to save Moving Fish, and they still need to get healed back up. That means SK might have a barrier soon. That could be a win condition. They're going to drop it immediately, and they're going to send it. Timeless Ethereal running away, but they fight back. It's their time for Reventions. Kitsune rush from Aramori. Dart Monkeys, they disengage. They don't lose anyone until Jim sneaks up in the backline with a Death Blossom. 4K, 5K ace for Timeless Ethereal.
Can we call it a pentakill? Can we call it a pentakill for Jim? What a...
if you're old school, yeah.
I think I am. I'll subscribe to Boomer because I think pentakill sounds pretty freaking cool. Aspen on the other side coming back with a Kitsune rush, and Jam's gonna have Beat Drop. We saw Kitsune rush versus Beat Drop in the last fight, and it ended up in a good situation for Timeless Ethereal. Let's see if the same thing can happen for Dark Monkeys.
Yeah, Jim just needs to not overextend like they did last time. They got so many good staggers on Dart Monkeys. That's why they're at 81 meters. You got to be really measured with your approach. Sound Barrier from Jam doesn't hit Santana, but they do have a Primal, so they're going to jump in and they're going to toss. Dart Monkeys, they don't have their Sound Barrier. They got to rely on Kitsune Rush, and Aspen will teleport back to the fight just barely. They almost got slapped to death. Timeless Ethereal not in a great spot either. Aramori is dead, and you just have no heals, but you've got bot presence, so you're able to get this to 85 plus. Remember, Dart Monkeys have to match this in under 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. That's going to be so much time to go by because now Zemret's down, has to come back from spawn. And 88 meters is it's going to be a hill to climb for Dart Monkeys. They're going to have ults to come back into this fight. We got to think about long term though. Maybe they win this fight, but what about the next one?
And everyone just died. Zemret, Death Blossom right into them. The overclock 2 had to use ultimates just to get out of your own base. And Aramori was able to get back to the fight very quickly despite getting picked first. And the teleport, maybe even a taxi from Jam, got them like maybe an extra 5-10 meters, which is crucial in this game.
It is. I mean, that's true. That's going to be a difference maker because that could end up being the home stretch for Timeless Ethereal.
Oh, Kitsune Rush from Aramori. SK with the sounder hits everyone this time. Timeless Ethereal, they got to rely on the damage from Jim. But Dart Monkeys, they just run away so quickly. The sounder wasn't used, it was just used to survive and not really fight back. As Dart Monkeys have established themselves back on the bot. Kitsune Rush available from Aspen. And this is the guaranteed fight they could take unless Timeless Ethereal time their disengage properly. Jim has Death Blossom teleporting to the top Metro, hoping to jump down. The bubble's about to burst, and Moving Fish is gonna die. Jim stuns it with the Death Blossom. Dart Monkeys are gone packing, and Timeless Ethereal looking to extend their lead to the triple digits.
And we called that Jim had to step up on this map on New Queen Street for Timeless Ethereal to continue the snowball forward into Dart Monkey, and they have heavily. Zemret is nowhere to be seen in comparison because look at that. Out of the server, Jim towards the what looks like the mini found the opening pick on Zemret, and now they can get close at this bus stop and get even more picks.
Just got Goomba stomped there. Dart Monkeys, no shot. You get full capped on. This just seems insurmountable with how much time you have left. And Timeless Ethereal have ults and Dart Monkeys don't. The respawn advantage just doesn't really exist. Your Santana is primal raging your door. It's time to wave the white flag. And there is the full cap. Timeless Ethereal take New Queen Street and go to series point.
What a surprising map. I didn't expect this team to actually do so well. I mean, on this map specifically, because it's been so close thus far, but every team, or each team, is taking blow for blow, right? At the same time, Dart Monkeys getting that draw on King's Row was not something they really wanted, but at the next map, they chose a map that was good for them, and then they got the win there. Now coming into New Queen Street, yet again, the map was chosen by Timeless, and it ended up being a win in a pretty surprising fashion. I mean, 3 minutes left over, Lemon. That's insane. That rarely happens on New Queen Street.
And next level understanding of push is obviously winning back-to-back fights, but how you do that is all about the ult economy. And I think they just had a way better understanding of how to stagger out their ultimates, saving the DPS ultimates for the end. And even though the first picks went to maybe on Aramori, she was able to teleport back thanks to a taxi from the Lucio. Like, that was just a complete team diff. And honestly, a game type understanding difference. Like, the ult economy was really well understood.
It really was. I think that Timeless played it perfectly, like you mentioned, and it really was a map that they seemed very practiced on. But everybody, we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we're going to see more of this series in which you're not going to leave. Get more popcorn, go refill your soda, do whatever, because you're going to want to see the conclusion of this series coming up after this short break.
back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes, our second qualifier and our grand final underway. Series point for Timeless Ethereal after full capping New Queen Street. This was supposed to be closed, Dustin. What happened?
Your eyes recovered yet, Lemon? Are you?
I'm okay.
You okay?
See, no hear. No. My eyes are red. Just watching that map.
Are you sure? Are you sure you're not? So you're not a timeless eternal, or well, not eternal.
Eternal.
Eternal. See, I got it stuck in your head now.
I'm a Vegas Eternal now.
Oh God, no.
Let's go.
Is that hockey? What is that? Oh no, it's.
No, that's the Overwatch League. they're coming to Vegas, baby. Not sure who's coming, but I guess we'll find out after the off season.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough for them, honestly. But I mean, especially for the Europeans that potentially have to move, that's gonna be very interesting to see them at.
Vegas is great.
Is it great?
Don't hate it.
Is it? I mean, it's like, I mean, listen, I live in Arizona, so it's quite similar. But next map actually coming through. I hope we get an Arizona map. I guess it's already Route 66, isn't it? Route 66 already is the desert map. We already have a representation, I guess.
Like Oasis. It's like a mix of both of ours. It's actually my least favorite map because it is so beige. I don't like this one either, Nepal, because it's snowy. And I used to come from Canada, and I just can't stand the snow.
I agree. I hate snow. It's cold, right? You gotta shovel snow out the driveway. You gotta dust off your eyelashes when you dip your head in water and you go outside. And wait, can't you get like if you go outside with your hair wet, is that dangerous in the snow in like the winter?
It does freeze, yeah. Your nostrils even freeze if it's cold enough. It's a really weird feeling.
Nepal is dangerous. Okay, don't go to Nepal.
Wear your jackets.
Yeah, wear your jackets. I think is Winston wearing a jacket? He probably is at this point. Maybe he's got space
like
heaters.
A whole suit on, yeah.
Yeah, looking pretty clean. But Dart Monkey's gonna rock out with that cement your TP. Both teams doing so to get out the spawn faster. And Reapers on both sides with Sojourn composition yet again.
And Barcode is dead. Huh? Just the insta headshot. Disgusting. Like, now you can just hold the choke with this Reaper, which is great. And you almost staggered out moving fish. The point hasn't even been unlocked yet. That's crazy.
That's an oofy situation, honestly. 4 minutes left, or 4 seconds left. Now the point will unlock. You think Dart Monkeys will have a recontest here?
No, they're trying. Wait, they kind of missed the jump. Yeah, the count goes through. Kind of a whiff. It's fine. Dart Monkeys might have just miscommed through all the panic, but it's about the war, not just about the one fight. How was Azure diffing Barcode so bad here? They're just on the flank, and I don't think anyone has noticed. Disruptor shot right in the middle of that fight, and that is all she wrote for that. Timeless Ethereal definitely have the point now.
I was telling you, I mean, this is Azure's time to shine. They've just come out in this series, and yes, they've been good thus far in the entire tournament, but in the grand finals, they've come online with all the pressure on their backs. They say ice is in their veins. In Timeless, tossing that disruptor shot at the very beginning, they can't even come to the choke very easily. Barcode being dove on already.
Oh, just Dart Monkeys having issues getting through the choke, and your Winston separated away from the crew, and that's when you know you're in trouble. Dart Monkeys are managing to keep themselves safe from Azure. He's just been sniping everyone, and apparently even Jim too. No shot. Barcode is just 0-3 right now. I'm still on my hands and knees, thinking she's gonna pop off, but just not this map yet.
Everyone's getting their dig at Barcode at the current moment, sadly for her. And it's got to feel rough as a player in that situation, right? Getting picked off early, I'm very well aware of how to do that. So I understand where Barcode's coming from, and the only thing you could do is say, it's not my fault. It's just how we're playing at the current moment. But they have ultimates coming in the next fight, so maybe that's some consolation prize for Dart Monkey.
Can they make this a flawless victory? Well, we have to find out. They were trying to cut off those rotations. They walk, and they actually add the Death Blossom of Jim in that rotation. And Dart Monkeys, they actually thrived through that. They got around to the point, dodged the initial damage of Jim, and clapped back even harder. So no flawless round for Timeless Ethereal.
3%, 4%. Finally, Dart Monkeys are on the board. The percentages of their ult are also going up. Timeless Eternal only committed that Reaper ult in the last fight. They're going to have that beat drop for this fight, but they also committed the Kitsune Rush as well with Aspen. So coming into this fight, Dart Monkeys, they're going to look to play aggressive on this choke. 87% is still enough time for a recontest as well, but Dart Monkeys, they're going to want to win now.
Okay, just holding on to the point where they can, not giving up the contest. Overclock from Azure, slapped by the Death Blossom of Zemrit. And that is all. Is there a beat drop?
Yeah, there was.
Did that get Ajaxed or what happened?
No, they got it off, but it didn't land on anybody, I think.
Oh.
I wish we could do rewind that because I think Jam was like around the corner.
I think it's what you call it, Dustin Oofy.
Yes, Oomphy. That is an Oofy.
Well, Moving Fish had a good bubble placement to cut off Timeless Ethereal, and Santana's thriving through that. They have the Primal Rage, and they're ready to break through by force. Gonna send it towards the point. Kind of need to keep in mind that the team needs to be behind them, and Santana comes back for them heals. That Primal Rage made some space, but it's not getting kills. So overclock from Barcode versus the Kitsune Rush of Aramori, and Dart Monkeys have the Sound Bear on top, so they can live through this for now, and they have the point. This is their safe space, 75% plus, coming down the last fight.
And that's how you do it as a player. That's how you combat a horrible start that Barcode had to open it up with that overclock and allow your team the opportunity to win here. Now they fall back to point. They drop the Kitsune Rush against no Kitsune Rush. 87% on the board. The Reaper Roll comes in, but it's not enough to do anything. Or sorry, the Reaper Roll wasn't popped. In fact, it was just Barcode to shut everything down. With the rest of their team, 94%. Can anybody in Timeless even touch?
Nope. That's it. That's my turn.
Dunzo.
All right, all you. No, I'm just kidding. But that was a great Kitsune Rush from Aspen, like through the point to make sure Moving Fish was healed up. And I just don't think Dart Monkeys had like enough value out of the ults, you know, like the Primal Rage just to like get out of a choke is not as ideal as using a Primal Rage to go after, let's say, and kill a Sojourn. And this was Azure, who was just bodying Barcode in the neutral for the first 90% of that game. So the fact that they lost a round is very surprising.
No, I mean, that goes to show the roster construction of Dart Monkeys to build this team that can carry each other when somebody is down, right? Barcode, unfortunately, starting off 0-3, yet somehow they win the round. It's because Barcode got back into it, right? PMA mentality, positive mental attitude, allowed Barcode to potentially come back. You can't get too hard on yourself, right? You gotta maintain a little bit of ego to come back on Nepal.
We're back. Final round. Can Dart Monkeys force the game 6? Because yes, we had a draw, by the way. Moving Fish is very low, just trying to chill in the bubble. That gets bursted morally and physically as Dart Monkeys are very low and finally get punished. Jim extends, finishes off the kill, and Dart Monkeys trying to dart away as fast as they can.
And that they do. Back to the point. Timeless goes, and now they're going to cap that point out. 40% on ult charge, right? These neutral game fights are going to be so hard for Dart Monkeys because now they got to come through a choke.
All right, at least Dart Monkeys are in this safe space. You don't have to worry about like a Sojourn as much, but they got to worry about Santana just dropping bubble in between them. So Dart Monkeys fake it out. They go towards the point where Santana wasn't there yet. They don't find any kills, and somehow Barcode gets overwhelmed again. 5v4 for Timeless Ethereal, and 20% plus. They'll be winning this fight. How much ult charge can they get? Because this next fight is going to matter. It's going to have Kitsune rushes all over it.
Yeah, Reaper ult coming up for Jim. Asure will have the overclock. Santana going to have Primal Rage. Moving Fish only 40 on their Primal Rage. Sojourn on the side of Barcode and 47. And now for Dart Monkeys, you're just going to have to hope that it goes yet again to maybe 87% at best. Because coming into this next fight, it's going to be rough for Dart Monkeys without any ultimates.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush. But only SK is really close to a sound barrier, and still you gotta wait for the kind of later parts of this fight. Kitsune Rush's exchange, both teams respecting it. Zemmer gets a little too close and gets stomped on by Santana. And that's Timeless Ethereal starting out these fights with the first blood, and that's why they've had a flawless round so far, and they're not even done yet. They're chasing Dart Monkeys and hoping to get stagger. Soundbear from SK only hits 3, including Barcode and Moving Fish, and they just really can't commit to this fight.
Oh no, that's losing. That's fight losing. That's game losing. You can't just use beat drop in that situation when you only have 3 members. It's unfortunate for SK. I mean, maybe they assumed they could win, but they got to go desperation mode, right? They need to win this series. If they lose now, they can go to a 3rd round, and then maybe you lose on that one, and your grand finals is a loss.
Okay, you got the overclock from Azure over on the coast, or actually near the point. It's the Dart Monkeys that were trying to come out through the edge of the map, and that's sketchy to do, especially when Santana had the Primal, and Dart Monkeys just living, existing, not really getting any kills. as we're still waiting for kind of Barcode to make a splash like she's done all tournament. But I'm sure it's been a long day, and you just can't keep it up for that long. Timeless Ethereal finally get the point flipped on them. Dart Monkeys are okay. They wraith away from the Death Blossom of Jim, and that's a good play from Zemrit as they kind of give up some space. It is Moving Fish trying to take up all the damages. There's the Barcode we know and love. Now, where's the second and the third kill, though? Well, we'll wait till the next fight.
How many ults did they commit there, though? They committed both that Reaper ult, Beat Drop in the earlier fight, Sojourn as well. I mean, this is going to be so hard for Dart Monkeys now because Timeless, they're building up the Kitsune Rush. Beat Drop coming up soon towards SK's as well. Azuray's going to have that overclock over Barcode, which is going to be massive.
Have to play perfect from here on out, Dart Monkeys, if you want to force the game 6. Kitsune Rush from Aspen sends Timeless Ethereal running for the hills, and they couldn't get away fast enough. You stagger Azuray, but that's only 1 kill, so we still gotta wait.
And that's the power of Kitsune Rush. Right now, you use that with the other team not using one. You can catch out anybody with how much damage everybody shuts down or pumps out with that attack speed buff, and everybody just pumping out that damage. The Sojourn found the opening pick, and this is looking oddly similar to the last round, actually, Lemon.
Yep. Timeless Ethereal. Is it gonna be a choke again? Don't let it happen. Kitsune Rush from Aramori, and you have the overclock of Azuray. Where are the targets, though? I'll check. It is just a Winston in their way, and they'll take that. Moving Fish had to get out of dodge, was so close to dying. Timeless Ethereal just have to zone them off. C9 still available, really, and SK drops a Soundbeer, gets Dart Monkeys involved into this point, but the kills still aren't happening. Dart Monkeys are using ultimates, and nothing is falling. Timeless Ethereal, gotta thank Jam for that. With a well-timed Soundbeer to thrive through that. Suzu being used from Aramori too. Timeless Ethereal finally are exhausted of ultimates and HP, and it's Barcode cleaning up the fight.
Called it. How did they choke? Yet again, it keeps happening. Somehow Timeless Ethereal, you know, what a good team they've been, but in these clutch situations where they can finally close it on Dart Monkeys keeps coming back. Last moment, 81% now. All they're going to have is that Primal Rage, which could be big, because that'll shut down the overclock in that Kitsune Rush. But what else can Zemrit do when they build up the Reaper ult versus Jim?
Last fight for game 6 or a round 3 if Timeless Ethereal can unchoke this. Not sure how. Primal Rage from Santana has to absolutely send it. Goes after the Sojourn, trying to force the environmental. So close to getting Barcode out of this fight. Surely finally successful. That took so much time though. Meanwhile, Dart Monkeys didn't get a trade quite yet. They're getting Timeless Ethereal so low. Focus fire. Important. Jam falls. Death Blossom from Zemrit. Jim fires back with their own. Trades back and forth. 99 to 99. Timeless Ethereal edging forward. Soundbear from SK. You just had to. It's the last moments. Trying to buy time, but it's too late. The clock is ticking and the door is shut. Timeless Ethereal about to force a round 3.
Oh my god, what a series. The shots coming through from Azuray at the very end, but Jim perfectly placed Reaper ult onto Zemrit. Zemrit trying to bring it back with Reaper ult of their own, but got overwhelmed on the point at the end of the day, leading us now to a round number 3. And we're going to Sanctum, right? I mean, this is going to be a tough map, I think, for, well, specifically Timeless Eternal, or Ethereal. Sorry, get it wrong yet again.
But it will be eternal if they can clutch us up, though.
Yeah, well, it will be. Now we're going to, well, actually, if Dart Monkeys wins, then we'll be going to yet another map number
And the series
6.
will be eternal.
Yes. Yes. Moving to Las Vegas soon.
It's honestly great. Arizona, not so much, but
come on to Paul, though.
No, okay, I'll take any desert over snow. But round 3, game 6, or the grand final decider. Timeless Ethereal turned it around. They won't make the same mistake twice. They will be fighting for the pillar side, and that's where that Reaper damage can be very dangerous. Moving Fish has control of the pack side along with the rest of Dart Monkeys. There's that initial shield drop, trying to kind of zone off Timeless Ethereal. But once that shield pops, you might expect Timeless Ethereal to want to make a move. But speaking of making moves, Azuray just sitting out in the open trying to get the first cap, and that's where you expose yourself to Barcode, or really any damage coming from afar. And you losing Azuray due to that poke is gonna cost Timeless Ethereal this fight unless they can get a trading blow immediately. And Zemrit teleports back, and you only see the pros do that. I'm impressed.
And they're still fighting too. Timeless, they want to keep fighting at this choke point for some reason. Maybe they think they can win with these ultimates, and they know with this positioning that they're going to receive through at least fighting for this position, they could do some work as they come in. Aspen's going to build up towards that Kitsune rush in this next fight before, well, Aramori has theirs. They should know that's about to be popped as well.
Well, that's a lot of cleave damage from Moving Fish, and the point is capped for Dart Monkeys too, so the longer this takes, the more that it benefits them. Kitsune rush, Timeless Ethereal. It's the red carpet right to the objective, but uncontested is Barcode at a distance that could be taking shots, and Timeless Ethereal like really distancing themselves, and Barcode, well, the overclock scares them half to death. Dart Monkeys still have the point, and Timeless Ethereal, they're using ult and again, not killing. It's just like last round, but Azure punishes Moving Fish, who dove in a little too deep out of range of Aspen, who popped the Kitsune rush to follow along with those shenanigans. As Timeless Ethereal now invests the sound barrier, it's Jam versus SK. Death Blossom from Jam gets moved off the map. SK with a massive play to save Dart Monkeys from that, but how will the dust settle? It's taking forever to finish this fight.
Yeah, how is that? It's been so long that Moving Fish is now back in the fight yet again, and Santana finally takes them out, but what a boot from SK. It gives them more percentages. Sure, they may not win this fight, but long term, now they get up to 80%. They have Zemret back on this point to touch for a little bit longer, and they can actually come back yet again. Look how many people are trickling in. SK's back yet again with the Raw on the point. 85%, 86%. Suzu popped as well. They get a whole 88% on the board. And wow, that just gave so much time to Dart Monkeys.
And scoreline wise, getting to 88 or just 85 and above just means you're within one last fight territory. Dart Monkeys, game 6. I've already said it again. You're gonna hear me say it again. It's the grand final on the line. If Timeless Ethereal can do the 0 to 100 comeback, Kitsune rush available from Aramori as they keep Dart Monkeys at the choke. They can just keep them there forever if they want. They got the point. They got time to waste. But Dart Monkeys start to break through. Kitsune Rush, you kind of want to use a long lane with this. I think that's why they're positioning over on the pillar side. But a Primal Friend Santana almost got Aspen killed. But it was taking too much damage. Decided to just leave it. She ended up Aspen teleported back to her team. Kitsune Rush activated from Aramori. As soon as Dart Monkeys come out of the choke, everyone from Timeless Ethereal very low, but Dart Monkeys scared themselves as Aspen didn't want to counter with her own.
This is so Gigabrain from Dart Monkeys to not use any ultimates and keep scaring Timeless Ethereal to pop the Winston, Primal Rage, and the Kitsune, and they're coming to this fight with such a big advantage.
Death Blossom and Suzu, I like the combo, but the disengage was that much stronger, but all of those disengage tools are now dead. Dart Monkeys have the fight win, 90%. Timeless Ethereal have to think about touching, and Jam is just coming out of spawn now. I don't think they can get there in time. Here, we got to judge this Lucio rollout. I just saw it to the right side of my screen. Jam did not get there in time, and Dart Monkeys have forced a game 6.
Wow, what a game from Dart Monkeys. Really, they do have ice in their veins. It seems like generally they just clutch after clutch after clutch. SK with the boop off the map as well. I'm sure this is going to be the play of the game. We got to see it yet again. Onto a Reaper ult, of course. That's a far boop as well. And if it was a tank, maybe they wouldn't have got booped off the map. But just because that's against Reaper, what a fantastic play from SK and the rest of Dart Monkeys to close out. And now, like you mentioned, Lemon, we are going to game number 6 in this first to 3. You know, we got the draw. Now we're going to an extended grand finals.
And you gotta hope these players are paid hourly. This is the maximum amount of maps we can go. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Control next, but I really didn't read the format map part because this never goes beyond 5, let alone, like you said, we never see draws anywhere. So we'll find out the map choice by Timeless Ethereal. Here is your map pool. We got Control coming up. Take your pick.
Control just yet again interesting. So we just played on Nepal. We went to, it was Oasis. It was so long. It was Busan, right? So now we're going to Lijiang Tower. We've gone through over half of the map pool now to actually go into this grand finals map number 6. Now on Busan, right? If we recollect our memory all the way back to the first game, that was in favor of Timeless in game number 1. Now Nepal trades back to Dart Monkey. Who do you think Lijiang Tower favors after what we've seen, Lemon?
It's really tough because Legion Tower just is such a unique control map depending on which round you go to. Control Center plays very rush-like. I wonder, would you want to play if no one plays Winston on this map? Even the lovers of Winston will not touch it on that one. Those are the very niche comps. Your Reinhardts, it's like the only time you're going to see it there. We saw some Hogs today. I would hope you would avoid Winston just because the low ceilings and the doorways make it so difficult to get through there. Night Market and Gardens are their own beast in terms of rotations. Just for example, Night Market is one of those maps or rounds where you don't actually want to play on the objective. A lot of Overwatch League teams like to play on the coast side, let the team walk into the point, surround them, and then kind of disrupt their focus.
Yeah.
So it really comes down to who has the better understanding of the map. And then I look at both these teams' kind of coaching lineups where you have Dart Monkeys, they have Jake, who, of course, knowing how to position around the objectives is what Houston Outlaws was always good at. And then you have actually 3 coaches, I'm sure, that are involved in the back room here for Timeless Ethereal. You got Debit, Overworld, and Sev, if I'm saying that correctly. They got a whole back room that I'm hoping is taking this time to really come up with a good game plan.
Yeah, and they really need it, right? Like you mentioned on these maps, maybe you want to change away from that Winston composition. However, on the other side, I mean, on Busan, we saw Dart Monkeys maybe panic a little. They decided to swap it up. They played the Tracer. They played the Roadhog. Maybe they do something similar. However, I think they noticed that was a little out of their comfort zone. So even if Winston isn't as good on some of these maps, I wouldn't be surprised, just in terms of comfort-wise, Dart Monkeys wants to opt for a mirror matchup with the Winston, with the Reaper, and with that Sojourn, just because they think they can win in the mirror fight.
Are you not entertained, chat? The maximum amount of maps we could go into the grand final, and this is just the beginning. This is just the second qualifier. This is just our first season of Calling All Heroes. Just wait till the other girls and pals out in the community hear about this tournament, hear about how awesome it is, and more people join. Tell your friends to come join the Discord, discord.gg/callingallheroes. Be part of our community. It's so welcoming. You heard it in every single interview. This is wholesome. Everyone's making friends, getting to know each other on different teams. This is an awesome time. You can even learn how to cast. We have mentorship programs for things beyond just playing. As we're going to end it here and now, Lijiang Tower, Dart Monkeys versus Timeless Ethereal. Who's going to be number 1?
Woo! I like that, Lemon. You really hyped me up. Ready to go for Dart Monkeys versus Timeless now into this last fight. Timeless goes towards that opposite side. But no, both teams actually mirroring here. Moving Fish taking a majority of the damage.
Yeah, Moving Fish took so much damage from that disruptor shot that Azray just put down. I'm not sure if they even noticed. And that forced Timeless Ethereal to just jump right back. And this is where the 2 zones of control are going to be the dojo house to the right of Zermit here, or you're playing on the point. And until this unlocks, which is now, Timeless Ethereal make the move towards it, but they took a lot of damage during that cross. They only lose Jam. 5 versus 4. It's not completely losable if you're Timeless Ethereal, up until Santana just jumped into the line of fire to deny the cap from Dart Monkeys. And now, well, you can't prevent it now.
No, you can't. Barco with nerves of steel to find the opening pick and put damage down range. Azure is also putting damage as well down range while they're getting equal ult charge. Jim comes in to delay to make sure they don't get the point, but eventually they are killed. And at the same time, Overclock is going to be up for both sides. Both Kitsune rushes coming in next fight. However, Dart Monkeys have the point. And, you know, Gardens, Lemon, it's you got an iron grip on the defensive side.
Yeah, there's different ways of approaching. As Timeless Ethereal opt for the white room, it has lower ceilings. And it's really either or for the Winston comp. There is Dart Monkeys using their Kitsune rush and initiating that dive with Moving Fish, who's very close to Primal. 20% gap between themselves and Santana, and that's when he can play aggro off of that ultimate. But SK gets punished as Dart Monkeys made that first move. They head towards the backline to see if they can kill Azure, but they're getting pocketed by Aramori and probably getting Suzu'd up too. Death Blossom and Overclock invested from Timeless Ethereal just to get the point flip.
Unfortunately, Zemrat didn't have that reroll just yet. The difference maker being Jim in that fight for sure. Zemrat's going to come back with a reroll into next fight. However, they're going to need that space, right? You need to get towards the right room and then maybe teleport in. Off the back of that beat drop, they could find some damage and some value. But against Santana's Winston Primal and a beat drop, I'm sure it will be entirely countered unless Zemrat saves it for later. But actually, Timeless, they're going in early.
Oh man, Primal Rage from Santana. You don't want to be near the water. Surprisingly, Overwatch heroes, even in the second game, still can't swim. As I just saw Kiriko get tossed off the edge. I think she got to teleport in time. Timeless Ethereal with the sound barrier. It comes in late, but very well welcomed as Zemrit, with the Death Blossom cuts through Timeless Ethereal, and the extra resources at the end didn't net them any positive.
No, it didn't. And now 50% flips back to Dart Monkey. We usually don't see Gardens flip as much as it has been, right? Both teams are actually trading blow for blow as Timeless try to go for a little bit too aggressive of an engage, and it kind of resulted in them losing that fight, really unfortunately, because now Aspen's going to have the Kitsune Rush. Aramore is going to have theirs as well, but Moving Fish, I'm sure, during this fight is going to build that Primal Rage, and Overclock will be built as well.
Oh, first Kitsune. This is a 12% difference. Aramori's going to strike. Timeless Ethereal force a disengage, and they're going for the flip. There's still someone from Dart Monkeys contesting. It might be Moving Fish around the corner or some of the DPS. Either way, Aspen has their back. Counter Kitsune from Aspen. Dart Monkeys head right into the faces of Timeless Ethereal, and mainly Zemrit is getting so much damage in. But Timeless Ethereal managed to escape without dropping a single body. And the flip hasn't happened for Timeless Ethereal. Tough 95%, and it's going to be a 4 versus 5. Timeless Ethereal lost Jim pretty late there, and they have to take this fight. Overclock from Azure has to get an ace, or I'm not sure how this is going to work. Primal at the front door. Moving Fish doing the bouncer impression. Jumps in the back, forces the teleport out of Aramori, and now is just causing chaos. Timeless Ethereal could not do anything at the end, as 99% overtime and gone. Dart Monkeys will be taking round number 1.
How does Dart Monkeys keep doing this time after time again? They are coming up in the most clutch situations possible to be in such a deficit as they have been, and yet to come back on maps where you would lose, right? They lost control before. They lost Busan the first time, and now coming into the both of the King of the Hill maps, the control maps, yet again onto a map type you lost in the first place, and have nerves of steel and get pickoffs like Barcode has been, and get Kitsune rushes, perfectly timed Suzus like Aspen has been. It's important for Dart Monkeys to close out, and they know it. Now on the opposite side, Timeless Ethereal, right? They have to make sure that they can stand up to Azure's level, right? Jim as well, and with diving into the backline with those Reaper ultimates, they're going to need some coordination. And Santama, they need to stop dying so early. Dart Monkeys has been in a great position to punish Santana early on in these fights.
The Reapers, man, scary with the Kitsune Rush. Now it's server control for Dart Monkeys. Timeless Ethereal counter-rotating around this main pillar. Of course, there's a little bit more cover playing on the server side, but here's the engage from Moving Fish. Places that first move, the chess piece, the pawn moves, and Jim gets struck through by Barcode in 5 versus 4 for Dart Monkeys. All they gotta do is finish off Santana, and that's gonna be all she wrote, and Dart Monkeys will be capping first.
Barcode yet again. The opening pick, Timeless Ethereal now has to fall all the way back, and they're going to get staggered here for sure unless Suzu comes out. Nope. They're going to back up at the choke. Do they want to fight this early? They know that Winston doesn't have bubble. They could come into this fight very fast.
Oh, Timeless Ethereal has to charge it up Barcode. I'm scared. Timeless Ethereal, they ain't dead. So no time to be scared, because Dart Monkeys are on round point, and this could be for all the marbles. Timeless Ethereal, move on in. Disruptor shot, just get initial damage into Barcode, maybe slow down targets enough for Azure to get a shot. Santana's very low, and that's a window of engage for Dart Monkeys, especially now that they have the Kitsune Rush. Aspen throws it down, and that's Jim already very low, and you need them alive for the sound barrier as Aramori throws down the Kitsune Rush of their own. Sound barrier comes in late, doesn't save Santana. Dart Monkeys have a barrier of their own, and they have a Primal Rage from Moving Fish. That means all the space in the world for Barcode.
Barcode again with Moving Fish with the Primal. They just go over towards the spawn, say hi, and then leave just as quick as they entered. Zemrit gonna have that Reaper ult into next fight as well. Azure with the overclock really has to pop off soon, because you don't want to be stuck at that position where Dart Monkeys, they're going to be 99% very soon, and you don't want to be fighting an overtime situation.
67%. Oh, it's coming down to the last fight. We all know how long these fights go to. Overclock from Azure, but the bubble is in her way. That's been gone now. It's target-rich environment, and she gets through SK. Who else can she find? Dark Monkey's trying to hide, and you see Santana is just that front blocker that Azure needed all along. Timeless Ethereal, man, that is a good fight for them, and a critical one, because it's 90% for Dark Monkeys, and they're still just contesting, which means Dark Monkeys only have one fight that separates them from taking the game and the final.
It's rough, but at least they got it to 96, so they don't have to deal with the new overtime rules immediately. At the same time, Timeless Ethereal has to pop off that Reap Roll at this choke point without dealing with Zemrit the entire time. It could be a thorn in their sides. At the same time, they move in fast. And Aspen, they're going to have to continue rush early.
Nah, Santana jumped in half health. Surely they die, right? Yeah, that'll be the Death Blossom to end all. Timeless Ethereal just got too eager. They needed to disengage there. Santana jumped in with no armor. 98, 99. You're looking at your Calling All Heroes Qualifier 2 champions. It's the Dart Monkeys.
Oh my god, what a series from them. And to come back at the very end, Dart Monkeys really does perform when it matters most. To close it out in this series, I'd be terrified of them, to be honest, if I was a team from Qualifier number 1. Both of these teams, by the way, who have qualified for the final tournament in December, it's a huge deal to get that seeding, right? Because it could be the difference between fighting a very, very strong team and maybe fighting a middle of the pack team. Because like I said, every team from Qualifier 1, they're looking back at Dart Monkeys and they're scared.
And don't click away yet, because we're going to have an interview after this break with one of our winners from Dart Monkeys to share their thoughts about this platform, the coaching behind the scenes, how this final match was. And if you want to tune into our main event, that's December 11th, 17th, and 18th. Mark off your holiday calendar. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. We're going to throw it to a break. Again, don't go anywhere, because when we get back, we're going to have an interview with the Dart Monkeys. Calling all heroes, what a final we just had, all the way to game 6. Dart Monkeys went all the way and are your qualifier champions. And on the line, we have a champion, a Kiriko champion. It's Aspen. Hey, how's it going? Congratulations on the win. So good to see you. What does this win mean to you? This was such a long day, and you guys fought so hard for this.
It feels really good to win. You know, the last time I actually like won a tournament was like Open Division in like 2020 or something. So it feels really good.
What?
Especially since we're like a new team. Yeah, I mean, dude, contenders is hard. Come on.
That's so true.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it is. But like at the same time, Aspen, I mean, you look so good on Kiriko. I actually think like you're one of the best Kirikos we have in the game at the moment, right? Your timing is perfect, and you got the cosplay as well. I mean, you're just perfectly in sync. What has turned you into such a good Kiriko main? Is it just that love for the character itself, or what?
I honestly wouldn't call myself that good. I don't have that much time on her. You know, I'm a main support. I play like Lucio, Bray, and Mercy and stuff, but I do think she's really cute, so that's why I kind of picked her up. And I did learn a lot about her in this tournament, and you know how to use her abilities to the best way possible. And Jake has been super helpful with that, so that's nice.
You know, great segue to my next question. I heard Jake is signing you to the Outlaws if you won this tournament. Where's the paperwork, huh? Where is
He's sending it right
Aspen
now.
to Owl?
He's talking to my agent right now, actually. So yeah.
Yo, bet.
Oh my god.
Need more women in Owl. Dustin, you're just gonna get outshined.
Yeah.
I was not in Overwatch yet. Dude, the people are so good though now, right? And I mean, I guess maybe this is a good question for you, Aspen. I think compared to, you know, a lot of the Korean talent that we have, a lot of just the really good players overall, where do you think you rank up? I mean, I know you're a humble person, but where do you think you
So
rank
humble.
compared to some of the like top talent we have in the Overwatch League?
I honestly don't know. I don't play against that many Overwatch League teams in scrims, but I wouldn't put myself very high at all. Maybe like bottom and maybe mid if I like, you know, got better. But I don't know. I wouldn't rank myself high at all. But you know, I think I'm okay sometimes.
Come on! She's Aspen is Grandmaster in all of her hearts, okay?
Yeah.
So make
Come
sure
on, dude.
everyone go follow her stream, drop her a Prime sub. She absolutely popped off today. I saw that opening headshot you got on that one control map. I saw it that one time. It was sick.
Yeah.
But this Calling All Heroes initiative is really awesome. I mean, we get to see Aspen play more. I'm like so stoked, and other amazing people in the scene. So tell me about how kind of like what this platform means to you and the people on your team, and how it's helped showcase like new talent.
It's honestly insane. Like the viewership is crazy. I watched a lot of the first qualifiers. I wanted to play in that, but you know, never got to it because I was pretty busy. So it's really nice to play in this one, and I'm excited about that. And yeah, it's just I think it's amazing. I think it'll help out a lot for future professional players and marginalized genders. So I think it's good.
And what did you think about your opponent, Timeless Ethereal? Like, that was the longest series I feel like I've casted in a while. I aged on King's Row, you know, like with the 5-minute fights. Like, that was such a good series. What do you think of them?
Their DPS are so good. Like, I got dinked so many times, but I don't know. My team is very clutch. We pulled off some stuff that I don't think should have been, you know, possible with the King's Row 2 minutes stall. I would insta-die and then just instantly TP on point with like a cleanse and then just die. Keep repeating that. It's crazy.
What a fantastic. Well, actually, on that real quick, Aspen, I mean, like, on that last point, I saw that on King's Row. Like, you died really fast, but then immediately came back in the clutch on King's Row last second. I mean, that was crazy. Like, you came back so fast.
Yeah, no, Kiriko's busted. Like, I didn't think you should be able to TP as soon as you spawn, because it's kind of like Mercy, like old Mercy, when she could res inside spawn. Like, it kind of reminds me of that.
So in the next tournament, is Timeless Ethereal like the team to watch, or who are all the other good teams in the main event you're excited for?
So it looked like in the qualifier 1, there was actually a lot of good teams. I think Bun is like one of the best Sojourns, like one of the best Sojourns. She is insane. So I think that team, I don't know the name, but they're ones to look out for sure.
Cool. Look out for Bun. What about shout outs? Anyone from your team, family behind the scenes supporting you in your competitive journey?
Shout out Junkrat again, and also I want to say a shout out to my best friend. He's been supporting me, and also, wait. Oh my gosh! Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
that is
shout out. Yeah,
wait,
my
that
team
fits
too.
their head.
Yeah, my team, they're all insane. They're all really nice. Like, it's such a nice team environment. So yeah, shout out all of them.
So the Whooper comes before the team. I see Aspen. I see it. She's like, this is what happens when you let me teleport and die all the time. You get shouted out after the Pokemon.
Yep.
Well, shout out to you and your team. Congratulations, Dart Monkeys, you, Aspen. Aspen the Owl. Jake, get that pen. Fresh with ink. She deserves it. Put it with 6 numbers at the end of that check, too. Congratulations, Aspen. I love watching you play. Can't wait to see you at the main event. Thank you so much for the interview.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Oh my God, Aspen's just such a good interview, though, Lemon, to be honest. I mean, she always has such incredible insight onto the role, right? I run in and I die. Very good. Very great communication, honestly. I'm sure it was such a fun tournament for her to play in.
We have a selfie together. I was going to try and find it.
Do you want me to fill until you find your selfie with Aspen?
We actually have a selfie together, so we're tight like that.
Oh.
So I've casted her when she was in Contenders, and the fact she's still in the scene, still popping off.
What's her name then, Lemon, huh? What's her name then?
Aspen.
Oh my God, you just actually copped out like that. Okay.
Who knows real names? Like, I don't think anyone knew you were Dustin until you just went away from Dogman, okay?
I can name one right now for you.
Okay.
Jake. There you go.
All right, guys, that's all we have for calling out here. You're so annoying. This initiative is all about equity, visibility for these marginalized genders, a platform so they can take the next step in their career. This is how our journey today ended. It was a long one. Shout out to our casters of Thibbledork and Waffle Sid who held it down in the first half. Your champions today are Dart Monkeys after a Game 6 victory. But don't you worry, Dart Monkeys, Altior, Timeless Ethereal, all of these teams right here have qualified to the main event. It's going to be a blast.
It's going to be scary, honestly. I mean, Dart Monkeys is a great team, and we saw how good Nimbus was in Ethereal as well. But on the opposite side, right, all the Altiora teams, right, we have 3 Altiora teams now in the main event, right? Artemis and Polaris are crazy, and at the same time, Shikigami and 130 Time Zone are also there. So all of these teams were scary, and I mean, Aspen said it, right? You got to be scared of Bun, but there's plenty of other talent that we need to be watching out for the main event in December.
And callingallheroes.gg is where you can find all the information of what this initiative is about, in case you've already tuned out. This is the final event bracket, and this is why seeding matters. The first seed of one qualifier goes against the 4th seed of the other qualifier, and you get the shabam. The Altiora twins in the first round. Oh, come on, Dustin.
Wow.
The script writes itself.
It does. I mean, it's predicted at this point. And on the opposite side, Polaris versus Ban on Chalky. I mean, you got to feel good, actually, for Dart Monkeys, who just won against Shikigami. I mean, that's a matchup you'll take, the 4th seed versus the 5th seed. I mean, I would say that Dart Monkeys and Shikigami are pretty close in terms of skill level. In 130 Time Zone, obviously, the 2nd place for them against Timeless, that's going to be a banger of a series. And especially since we haven't seen them since the entire last meta, in which in this one, like we mentioned, the final event will be double elimination. So we will see the truly best team of the tournament win it all, and that's a $25,000 prize pool. That is, you can get a lot with $25,000.
That's a lot of donuts.
You're thinking of donuts?
Just thought of Kiriko mood there, but this project wouldn't be possible without Overwatch League, and to be featured on the channel like this, I'm so glad we could have a platform for marginalized genders. This is only the beginning of their journey to the path to pro. Aspen to Owl, baby, we gotta get it trending, and Bun and all the other talented people we saw today. So again, our main event, $25,000 on December 11th, 17th, and 18th, 4 p.m. Eastern, right on this channel. You're subbed here for tokens anyway. We'll get to that soon. And then we'll have some more amazing Calling All Heroes actions. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. This is all about community, and this is possible because of your support. Thank you so much. We'll see you in December.